In the evening, the sunset's remaining glow streamed through the window, casting a warm orange hue across Su Wei's living room, enveloping the entire house in a cozy atmosphere. The soft light, like a gentle hand, lovingly caressed every corner of the room. The outlines of the furniture softened in the interplay of light and shadow, and the photographs on the walls were gilded with a golden edge, as if telling the warm stories of this family. Ling Chen sat on the sofa, leaning slightly forward with his elbows resting on his knees, still savoring the words that Su Guodong had just spoken. He was acutely aware that he and Su Wei were in a delicate stage of more than friends but less than lovers. His fingers lightly tapped on the armrest of the sofa, producing a rhythmic sound, as if expressing the tumult of emotions within him. His gaze occasionally drifted to the gradually setting sun outside the window, and then back to a corner of the living room, his thoughts wandering far away. He picked up the teapot and poured tea into the cup in front of Su Guodong, his movements steady and focused, his face reflecting a hint of seriousness. The water flowed slowly into the cup, rising in wisps of steam, and the fragrance of tea began to waft through the air. "Uncle Su, don't worry. I understand Su Wei's feelings for me, and I will definitely take this relationship seriously, proving my intentions through concrete actions." Ling Chen spoke firmly, his eyes sincere as he looked directly into Su Guodong's eyes, as if making a solemn promise to him. There was a glimmer of determination and hope for the future in his gaze. Su Guodong nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes as his previously tense expression relaxed considerably. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a reassuring smile. He leaned back against the sofa, his body relaxing as he crossed his legs. "All right, Xiaoling, I believe in you. Su Wei is a pure and kind child. I just hope she can find someone who truly cares for her," he said, placing the teacup down and patting Ling Chen on the shoulder. His hand was broad and warm, and his tone was filled with the expectations of an elder. His eyes revealed his affection for Su Wei and his trust in Ling Chen, as if he was entrusting his most precious treasure to him. At that moment, Su Wei came out of the kitchen, a gentle smile gracing her face, akin to flowers blooming in spring, charming and captivating. As she untied her apron, she said, "Mr. Ling, Uncle Su, dinner is ready. Please come and eat." Her voice was bright and melodious, echoing in the living room like a sweet melody. Her hair was casually tied back, with a few strands falling by her cheek, adding to her warmth and approachability. Ling Chen and Su Guodong stood up and headed toward the dining room. On the table, 5 dishes and a soup were laid out, each one looking enticing and fragrant, all prepared with a light taste, clearly made especially for Ling Chen. The steamed fish, with slashes on its body, was drenched in a delicious broth and sprinkled with green onions, making it incredibly appetizing. Alongside, it was a dish of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, the tender green leaves glistening under the light, exuding a fresh aroma. Every dish reflected Su Wei's thoughtfulness, from a selection of ingredients to the precise cooking time. "Mr. Ling, I hope these dishes suit your taste. They were all made according to your dietary habits," Su Wei said with a smile, her eyes filled with anticipation as she closely watched Ling Chen's reaction. She lightly fiddled with the corner of her clothing, a subtle gesture that revealed her nervousness and hope. She wished for her efforts to be recognized by Ling Chen and hoped he could feel her sincerity. Ling Chen looked at the table full of dishes, warmth flooding his heart, spreading swiftly throughout his body. His eyes moistened, deeply touched by Su Wei's thoughtfulness and care. "Teacher Su, you've gone to so much trouble. These dishes look so delicious. I can't wait to dig in," he replied with a smile, his expression genuine and warm, as if to convey to Su Wei that he understood her feelings. His voice carried a hint of emotion, and his tone was gentler than usual. Everyone took their seats, with Su Guodong sitting at the head of the table and Ling Chen and Su Wei sitting on either side. Su Wei began serving food for everyone. Her movements were gentle and practiced, and each bowl of rice was filled to the brim, as if she were conveying her love and care for everyone. Here, try my braised pork. Although I didn't add any chili, I specially used rock sugar to enhance the flavor. It should taste pretty good, she said, picking up a piece of braised pork and placing it in Ling Chen's bowl. The braised pork had a bright red color and tender meat, and just looking at it made one's appetite increase. Ling Chen picked up the piece of pork and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly, a satisfied expression appearing on his face. It's so delicious. Teacher Su, your cooking skills are truly amazing. He praised sincerely, giving a thumbs up. His eyes shone with admiration, as if he were appreciating a precious piece of art. Hearing this, Su Wei's face turned slightly red. She lowered her head to hide her joy. If you like it, I can make it for you often in the future, she said softly, a hint of shyness in her voice. In a warm atmosphere, everyone chatted while eating. Su Guodong shared amusing stories from his youth, while Ling Chen and Su Wei laughed from time to time. Ling Chen also recounted some of his work experiences, his words filled with humor that elicited bursts of laughter from everyone. Su Wei listened quietly, her gaze fixed on Ling Chen, filled with focus and admiration. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a happy smile, as if in that moment she felt the warmth of home. After dinner, Ling Chen volunteered to help clean up the dishes, and he and Su Wei walked into the kitchen together. In the kitchen, their figures intertwined in the light, creating a warm scene. Teacher Su, I really appreciate everything you did today. I'm sorry to have kept you busy for so long, Ling Chen said while washing the dishes. His voice was gentle, echoing in the kitchen. Not at all. I was very happy to have dinner with you, Su Wei replied with a smile, her expression as warm and bright as the spring sun. Whenever their hands accidentally brushed against each other, they would quickly pull away, their faces flushing, and a subtle tension filled the air. After tidying up the kitchen, Ling Chen and Su Wei returned to the living room. Su Guodong was already sitting on the sofa watching TV. Noticing them come back, he smiled and said, "You young people chat. I'll watch some TV." With that, he picked up the remote and turned up the volume. Ling Chen and Su Wei sat on the other side of the sofa, maintaining a certain distance, yet still feeling each other's presence. They began talking about light-hearted topics, such as movies they had recently seen and their favorite music. They discovered many similarities in their interests, which made their conversation even more enjoyable. Before they knew it, it was quite late. Ling Chen glanced at his watch and stood up, saying, "Teacher Su, Uncle Su, it's getting late. I should head back." His voice carried a hint of reluctance, and his eyes showed a trace of longing. Su Wei and Su Guodong stood up to see him off, and Su Wei walked him to the door. "Be careful on the way home, and send me a message when you get back," Su Wei urged, her voice filled with concern. "Sure, you should get some rest early too," Ling Chen replied with a smile. He turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, he looked back at Su Wei. She was still standing at the door, smiling and waving goodbye. A warm current surged in Ling Chen's heart. He knew that his feelings for Su Wei had unknowingly deepened over time. Ling Chen was just about to turn and leave when Chen Shuyun heard the ringing of her phone. She furrowed her brows slightly, put down her chopsticks, and took out her phone from her pocket. After glancing at the caller ID, her expression changed a bit. She hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call. "Hello? It's already finished? That was quick. Ah, you haven't had dinner yet. Okay, I understand." Chen Shuyun's voice gradually lowered, and her expression became a bit serious. After hanging up the phone, she sighed softly and said helplessly, "That was the renovation company calling. They said the new house is already renovated, and the 5 of them are still waiting for me to go check it." There was a hint of urgency in her voice, and her eyes revealed a sense of helplessness. The previously relaxed atmosphere was instantly shattered, and everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks to look at Chen Shuyun. Su Guodong frowned and said, "Why don't you finish your meal first and then go? They can't rush you just because of this." His brows were tightly knitted, and he wore an unhappy expression, seeming dissatisfied with the renovation company's urgency. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound as if he was pondering how to solve this problem. Chen Yu sighed again and shook her head helplessly. They said they've been waiting for a long time. If I don't go over now, I'll feel guilty. I think I should just go now. She lightly shook her head, her gaze filled with difficulty, and as she spoke, she stood up to prepare to gather her things to leave. Ling Chen quickly said, "Aunt Shun, how about I drive you there? That would be quicker." His eyes were filled with concern, and his tone carried a hint of urgency as he stood up and moved closer to Chen Yu, seemingly ready to set off at any moment. The sincerity in his eyes made his eagerness palpable. Chen Yu waved her hand with a polite smile. No, you shouldn't trouble yourself. I can just take a taxi." Her smile carried a hint of gratitude, but she still refused Ling Chen's offer, not wanting to inconvenience anyone due to her own matters. However, Su Guodong said, "My dear, it's rush hour now. It's hard to get taxi. Besides, Xiaoling knows about renovations. Let him accompany you. Maybe he can help you check for any issues." His gaze revealed a sense of trust, looking at Ling Chen as if recommending a reliable helper to Chen Yu. He was very confident in Ling Chen's abilities, believing he could be of assistance. Hearing Su Guodong's words, Chen Yu hesitated for a moment. Her gaze shifted between Ling Chen and Su Guodong, contemplating his suggestion. She thought about how it would indeed be difficult to get a taxi during rush hour, and having someone knowledgeable about renovations with her would make her feel more assured during the inspection. In the end, she nodded, her face breaking into a relieved smile. "All right then, I'll trouble Xiaoling." "Thank you so much, Xiaoling." Her voice carried a hint of gratitude, appreciating Ling Chen's willingness to help. Ling Chen turned to look at Su Wei, his eyes filled with anticipation, bright and moving like twinkling stars in the night sky. "Teacher Su, you should come along too. It will be good to see how the new house looks after the renovation." His tone held a hint of expectation, as if waiting for Su Wei's affirmative response. His eyes were filled with a longing, hoping Su Wei would join them and share this special moment. Su Wei was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to refuse. Her original plan was to enjoy dinner with everyone and then have a relaxing evening. But seeing the expectant look in Ling Chen's eyes, she swallowed her words back. A flicker of hesitation crossed her gaze as various thoughts flashed through her mind. She considered that this was a good opportunity to spend time with Ling Chen, and it was indeed time to check out the new house. Finally, she gently nodded, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. "Okay, then I'll go take a look too." Her voice was soft, as if responding to Ling Chen's expectations, and a small sense of anticipation bubbled up within her heart. Chen Yu looked at Su Wei in surprise, knowing that Su Wei had always found excuses to avoid going to the new house. She didn't expect that this time she would agree so readily because of Ling Chen. In her heart, she couldn't help but sigh. Girls grow up and leave home, but seeing her niece seemingly finding happiness brought her a deep sense of comfort. A smile spread across her face, carrying blessings and anticipation, as if she could see a beautiful future for Su Wei. So, everyone quickly finished a few bites of food and prepared to set off. Ling Chen went to fetch the car, while Su Wei and Chen Yu waited at the door. A gentle breeze swept through the night, bringing a hint of chill, causing Su Wei to shiver involuntarily. Ling Chen quickly drove up, getting out of the car to open the doors for Chen Yu and Su Wei, his movements gentlemanly and polite. The atmosphere inside the car was somewhat quiet along the way. Chen Yu sat in the passenger seat, occasionally chatting with Ling Chen about renovation matters. Su Wei sat in the back seat, gazing at the rapidly passing night scenery, her mind filled with countless thoughts. She stole glances at Ling Chen's profile, feeling a different emotion swell within her. Ling Chen focused intently on driving, his gaze steadfastly fixed ahead. His side profile appeared particularly handsome under the glow of the streetlights. Before long, they arrived at the community where the new house was located. The renovation team had been waiting downstairs, and, seeing them arrive, promptly came over to greet them. Chen Yu apologized to each of them as they exchanged pleasantries. Ling Chen and Su Wei followed behind, entering the new house together. A faint scent of fresh paint filled the air inside, and the team had turned on all the lights, making the rooms bright and inviting. Ling Chen meticulously inspected each room, examining everything from the smoothness of the walls to the flooring, and from the plumbing and electrical wiring to the installation of furniture. He was extremely serious about it. He occasionally asked the renovation team questions and offered his own suggestions. Su Wei followed behind him, watching his focused demeanor, and her feelings for him deepened a little more. Chen Yu walked around the rooms, taking in the beautifully renovated house, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. "Thank you all for your hard work. The house looks so beautiful," she said to the renovation team. They all expressed that it was their duty to help. During the inspection process, Ling Chen noticed a few minor issues, such as a socket being inconveniently placed and the bathroom drain being a bit slow. He communicated with the renovation team and suggested improvements. They assured him they would fix these issues as soon as possible. After the inspection, Chen Yu invited the renovation team to dinner, but they politely declined, saying they had matters to attend to at home. Chen Yu could only thank them, and then left the new house with Ling Chen and Su Wei. On the way back, the atmosphere in the car became much more relaxed. Chen Yu and Su Wei discussed the house's arrangements, and Ling Chen occasionally chimed in. Su Wei's face was beaming with smiles. She looked at Ling Chen, her heart filled with gratitude. She knew that if it weren't for Ling Chen, she might not have had such a smooth experience with the house inspection or such a special day. When Ling Chen parked the car downstairs at Su Wei's home, it was already quite late. "Thank you so much for today, Xiaoling, Su Wei," Chen Yu said. "Aunt Shun, you're too polite. I'm happy to help," Ling Chen replied with a smile. Su Wei added, "Yes, Auntie, if you need help in the future, just let us know." Ling Chen looked at Su Wei and said, "Teacher Su, thank you for accompanying me today." Su Wei was slightly taken aback and then smiled. "I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have gone." Their eyes met, and the air seemed to fill with a sweet atmosphere. Chen Yu observed them, secretly pleased. She and Su Wei got out of the car first, and Ling Chen watched them walk into the building before driving away. After Su Wei got home, she lay in bed, still thinking about the events of the day. She realized that the relationship between her and Ling Chen seemed to have changed subtly, without her even noticing. Ling Chen was preparing to take his leave. He walked to the door, turned around to face Su Wei and Chen Yu, and wore a polite smile as he spoke. "Aunt Chen, Teacher Su, it's getting late, so I'll head back now." His voice carried a hint of reluctance, as if he was bidding farewell to a precious moment, mixed with a sense of helplessness, since time always cruelly slips away at night. His gaze shifted back and forth between Su Wei and Chen Yu, as if he were waiting for something. However, Su Wei suddenly said, "Mr. Ling, it's late, and it's not safe for you to drive back. The school has assigned me a single room, and it's usually empty. Why don't you stay there for the night?" As she spoke, she shook the keys in her hand, which glinted with a metallic sheen under the light, as if they held the code to unlock a special moment in time. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of expectation, like twinkling stars in the night sky, bright and captivating. They were also filled with concern for Ling Chen, worried that he might encounter danger on the road at night. Ling Chen hesitated for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed as various thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. He felt that it might not be very convenient. After all, staying in Su Wei's dorm would complicate their relationship. Yet, looking into Su Wei's sincere eyes, he felt a bit moved. Would that be too much trouble?" Ling Chen asked, his voice tinged with hesitation, as if weighing the pros and cons, yet also holding a hint of hope that Su Wei would ease his concerns. Su Wei quickly replied, "Not at all, really. You can stay without worrying." Her voice was filled with sincerity. Each word seemed to come from the depths of her heart, as if assuring Ling Chen that this would not trouble him in any way. A determined light sparkled in her eyes, making it hard for Ling Chen to refuse. Chen Yu chimed in, "Yes, Xiaoling, listen to Su Wei. It's not safe to drive at this hour." Her voice was filled with concern, looking at Ling Chen as if he were her own child, and that caring gaze made Ling Chen feel incredibly warm. She leaned slightly forward, as if emphasizing the importance of the matter. Ling Chen contemplated for a moment, his fingers lightly tapping against the door frame, producing a soft sound, as if he were keeping an inner rhythm. Finally, he nodded. "All right then, I'll bother Teacher Su." His voice carried a hint of gratitude, thankful for the concern from Su Wei and Chen Yu, mixed with a touch of shyness, as this was a somewhat special arrangement. A smile appeared on Su Wei's face, radiant like flowers blooming in spring, bright and captivating. "It's no trouble at all. Follow me." Her smile was full of joy, happy to spend more time with Ling Chen. She turned and walked ahead with a light step, while Ling Chen followed her, their figures intertwining under the light, creating a warm scene. Ling Chen accompanied Su Wei to the school's single-room dormitory. The room was not large, but it was tidy and clean. A single bed was against the wall, the bedding neatly folded, and the sheets were as white as snow. A desk was placed by the window, with several books and some stationery neatly arranged on it. In the corner of the room, there was a small wardrobe. Though it wasn't large, it was sufficient to hold clothes. Su Wei helped him tidy up the bed and poured a cup of water, placing it on the table. The steam rising from the cup seemed to reflect Su Wei's warmth. "You should get some rest. If you need anything, just call me," she said softly, her voice gentle like a breeze in spring. Ling Chen watched her busy figure, feeling a warm current rise in his heart, spreading quickly throughout his body. "Thank you, Su Wei," he replied quietly, feeling this was the first time he had addressed her so intimately. Su Wei was slightly taken aback, a blush rising to her cheeks, which glowed like the evening glow on the horizon, beautiful yet shy. "You're welcome. Just make sure to rest well," she said, turning to leave. She gently closed the door behind her. The sound of it closing was particularly soft, as if she were afraid of disturbing Ling Chen. Ling Chen lay on the bed, his mind racing. His eyes gazed at the ceiling, recalling the events of the day. From the serious inspection of the new house, where he meticulously checked every corner and provided professional advice to Chen Yu, to the warmth of dinner, where everyone sat together, laughing and chatting, and now to his overnight stay. Each moment filled him with an immense sense of warmth. He looked forward to tomorrow, anticipating new interactions with the Su family and imagining joyful times spent with Su Wei's family. He also hoped for a deeper development in his feelings for Su Wei, yearning to understand her better and to enter her inner world. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, warming Ling Chen's face like a gentle hand, softly waking him up. He slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and felt the breath of a new day. After a quick wash, he stepped out of the room just in time to run into Su Wei, who had come to deliver breakfast. Su Wei was holding an insulated bag containing steaming hot breakfast. "Good morning. Did you sleep well last night?" she asked with a smile, her expression carrying a hint of shyness and anticipation as she awaited Ling Chen's response. "Very well. Thank you for taking care of me," Ling Chen replied, his voice filled with gratitude and a warm smile on his face. The two exchanged smiles, and the air around them was infused with sweetness, reminiscent of the fragrance of blooming flowers in spring, intoxicating in its charm. Meanwhile, Chen Yu and Su Ning were at school, excitedly sharing the fun from last night with their classmates. Their eyes sparkled with joy. Uncle Ling Chen and Teacher Su are great together. Their voices were bright and clear, catching the attention of those around them. As the classmates listened, their eyes filled with envy. They cast curious glances in their direction. Some widened their eyes in surprise, while others smiled enviously, as if they were hoping to have such a beautiful story of their own. This made Ling Chen and Su Wei's relationship at school even more noticeable, and once other teachers and classmates learned of it, they all sent their blessings. Teachers discussed them in the office, their faces showing smiles of satisfaction, as if they were witnessing a happy couple. Classmates buzzed about them during breaks, their story becoming a hot topic on campus. Everyone looked forward to the day they could officially be together, as if it were a long-awaited event. Every encounter between Ling Chen and Su Wei on campus attracted the attention and well wishes of their peers, gradually warming their relationship amid the expectations of those around them. As the night fell, it enveloped the quiet campus like a vast, dark silk curtain. The tranquility of the school grounds was palpable, as the joyful laughter of children from earlier in the day seemed to be gently tucked away by the night, leaving only a few streetlights casting a soft glow resembling twinkling stars in the night sky, adding warmth to this serene space. The dim yellow light elongated the shadows of Su Wei and Ling Chen as they walked side by side down the campus path. Their footsteps sounded especially clear in the stillness of the night, each step echoing their subtle emotions. A gentle breeze occasionally swept by, softly brushing Su Wei's hair, making it flutter like willow catkins in the wind, carrying a touch of tenderness and charm. Su Wei instinctively tucked a strand behind her ear. This casual gesture held a different allure in Ling Chen's eyes. He tilted his head slightly, stealing a glance at Su Wei, and saw her profile illuminated by the light, the contours so distinct, resembling a delicate piece of art. Moonlight fell upon her face, casting a faint silver sheen on her skin, making her look even more enchanting. "This is the dormitory arranged for me by the school," Su Wei said as she stopped and turned to Ling Chen. Her voice was soft, as if afraid to break the tranquility, gentle and pure like moonlight in the night sky. She lifted her head slightly, looking at the dormitory building ahead, her eyes filled with a hint of familiarity and warmth. Ling Chen looked up to see a simple dormitory building that, although not large, radiated a sense of coziness. The outer walls were painted a light beige, appearing especially soft under the glow of the lights. Unknown vines climbed along the walls, swaying gently in the breeze, as if whispering tales of the passage of time. In front of the building stood several osmanthus trees. Although it wasn't the season for blooming flowers, a faint scent of osmanthus still lingered in the air, refreshing and uplifting. Su Wei took out her keys, opened the door, and stepped inside first, then turned on the lights. "Come in. It's not a big place, but it's clean and tidy enough," she said as she walked into the room and set her belongings aside. Her movements were gentle and natural, as if she were showing Ling Chen her little world. Her eyes held a glimmer of anticipation, hoping Ling Chen would like this small space. Ling Chen followed her inside. The room was simply decorated, featuring a bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and a few chairs. Although not spacious, everything was neatly arranged. The bedspread was light blue, adorned with faint floral patterns, evoking a fresh feeling. The floral design resembled flowers blooming in spring, exuding a subtle fragrance that made one feel as if they were amidst a sea of flowers. The wardrobe's door was slightly ajar, revealing several neatly hung clothes. Dresses Su Wei often wore, along with some casual outfits, each radiating her unique essence. On the desk lay a few books and some stationery, beside which was an exquisite photo frame containing a picture of Su Wei with her family. In the photo, Su Wei was smiling brightly, her eyes filled with happiness. Her parents stood beside her, their faces glowing with affectionate smiles, presenting a warm and harmonious family scene. Ling Chen's gaze lingered on the photo for a moment, a wave of warmth washing over him as he sensed the deep familial love captured in that moment. "These slippers are my dad's. You can wear them for now. They should fit you," Su Wei said, pulling out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and placing them in front of Ling Chen, a gentle smile on her face. Her smile was like flowers blooming in spring, warm and bright. She bent slightly, neatly arranging her slippers, then raised her head to look at Ling Chen, her eyes filled with concern. "There's also this bottled water. If you're thirsty tonight, feel free to drink it," she said, pointing to the neatly arranged bottles of mineral water on the table. The bottles sparkled under the light, as if showcasing Su Wei's thoughtfulness. "Thank you, Teacher Su. I really appreciate it," Ling Chen said gratefully as he took the slippers. His voice carried a hint of shyness, as if he felt embarrassed for having inconvenienced Su Wei. He gently slipped on the slippers, finding them to fit perfectly, and his gratitude towards Su Wei deepened. Su Wei waved her hand. "It's no trouble at all. Please sit for a moment while I explain how to use the water heater." She walked over to the water heater, patiently explaining the usage to Ling Chen, her gaze focused and serious. Her fingers gently pointed at the buttons on the water heater, detailing the functions of each one, from temperature adjustment to the operation switch, not missing a single detail. Ling Chen listened attentively from the side, nodding occasionally to show he understood. His eyes were filled with focus, as if he was attending an important lecture. After the explanation, Su Wei took a clean disposable towel and a colored air conditioning blanket out of the cabinet. "You can use this towel tonight. It's very clean. And here's the blanket. It might get a bit chilly while you sleep, so you can cover yourself with it," she said, handing the towel and blanket to Ling Chen with gentle movements. Her fingers accidentally brushed against Ling Chen's hand, causing both of them to pause slightly before quickly averting their gazes. That momentary touch felt like an electric current, sending a jolt through their hearts and causing their pulses to quicken. Ling Chen accepted the blanket and inadvertently caught a faint floral scent from it, reminiscent of Su Wei's own fragrance, stirring something within him. That scent was like a gentle breeze in spring, softly caressing his heart and making his heartbeat quicken unconsciously. "Thank you, Teacher Su. You really are thoughtful," he said, his voice carrying a hint of gratitude mixed with an almost imperceptible tenderness. He gently placed the blanket on the bed, his fingers lightly brushing over it, as if feeling Su Wei's warmth. Su Wei smiled, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. The blush resembled the evening glow on the horizon, beautiful and enchanting. A shy light flickered in her eyes, as if she were a bit embarrassed by Ling Chen's compliment. "It's nothing. You should rest now. If you need anything, just let me know," she said, preparing to leave. She walked to the door, gently grasping the doorknob, and turned back to glance at Ling Chen. Her eyes were filled with concern and reluctance as she softly closed the door behind her. Ling Chen stared at the closed door, feeling a lingering unease in his heart. Su Wei's figure, her smile, her gaze, and every little movement were vividly etched in his mind. He walked to the window, pulling back the curtains to gaze at the night outside, filled with anticipation for the future. He realized that from this moment on, the relationship between him and Su Wei seemed to have shifted subtly, a change that filled him with both excitement and nervousness. "Teacher Su, wait a moment." Ling Chen suddenly called out to her, his voice exceptionally clear in the quiet room, breaking the stillness of the night. There was a hint of urgency in his tone, as if there was something pressing he needed to say. Even he was unaware that this urgency was mixed with a tinge of reluctance at Su Wei's impending departure. Su Wei stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Ling Chen, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She tilted her head slightly, and her soft hair moved gently with emotion, a few strands falling beside her fair cheek, adding to her enchanting charm. "What's wrong?" Her voice was soft, like a gentle breeze in spring, and her gaze revealed a hint of curiosity. Her clear eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, filled with a glow of inquiry, as if she were trying to guess the reason why Ling Chen had called her. Ling Chen pointed to the bookshelf by the bedside, where a complete set of the Grave Robbers Chronicles was neatly arranged. The row of books was perfectly aligned, their spines glistening faintly, showing they had been well cared for by their owner. "I didn't expect you liked this too." A look of surprise spread across his face, his lips curling up to reveal his white, even teeth, as if he had found a kindred spirit in the vast sea of people. The joy surged from his heart, shimmering in his eyes. At that moment, he felt a little closer to Su Wei, a wonderful feeling spreading in his heart. Su Wei also showed a surprised expression, her eyes lighting up instantly, like colorful fireworks blooming in the night sky. dazzling and captivating. Yes, I really love the Grave Robbers Chronicles. I've read these books several times. As she spoke, she gracefully stepped toward the bookshelf, like a lively little deer, each step imbued with youthful energy. She reached out, gently picking up one of the books, her fingers tenderly brushing over the cover. The cover, worn from many readings, had slight signs of wear, with corners slightly curled, but in her eyes, it was a treasure filled with countless precious memories. Her fingers glided softly over the cover, as if tracing the threads of memory, transporting her back into those thrilling adventures and deeply moving character emotions. Vivid scenes unfolded in her mind. Ling Chen, feeling a bit excited, moved over to the shelf, casually pulling out a book and opening it to look. His gaze intensely scanned the pages, immersing himself in the world of the book, momentarily forgetting everything around him. Suddenly, a piece of paper slipped out from between the pages of the book, floating to the ground like a light feather in the still air. Ling Chen instinctively bent down to pick up the paper, his movements swift and natural. When he saw the address on the paper reading wife, he froze, the piece of paper feeling suddenly heavy in his hand, causing his arm to tremble slightly. His eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief, as if he couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. The contents of the letter were filled with affection. The sweet words pierced his heart like sharp needles, and the date at the end was 3 months ago. A sudden heaviness fell in his heart, as if he had plunged into an endless abyss, thinking that Su Wei must already have a boyfriend. In that instant, his gaze revealed profound disappointment and frustration, as if the flicker of hope that had just ignited in his heart was suddenly doused with cold water. A shadow enveloped him, making even breathing feel heavier. Teacher Su, this... Ling Chen raised his head to look at Su Wei, his eyes filled with despair. His voice carried a slight tremor, betraying the turmoil and pain deep within him, as if he were waiting for an answer that could shatter his heart. Each word seemed to be forced out with difficulty, tinged with a sour taste. Su Wei glanced at the piece of paper in Ling Chen's hand, her expression changing slightly. Her originally fair cheeks turned pale in an instant, like a flower deprived of sunlight. Her eyes flashed with a hint of panic, but she quickly made an effort to calm herself. She hurriedly explained, "It's not what you think. This letter was written by my college roommate. She's a girl." There was a trace of urgency in her voice, and her speech was much faster than usual, like a rapid-fire barrage, as if she were desperately trying to dispel Ling Chen's misunderstanding. Her hands trembled slightly, and this subtle movement revealed her inner tension and unease. Ling Chen looked at her with some confusion, his brows slightly furrowed, forming a shallow shape with fine lines appearing on his forehead. A girl? But that term, his eyes were filled with bewilderment. He found it hard to believe that the letter was written by a girl. This question kept swirling in his mind, like being trapped in an unsolvable mystery, trying to find a reasonable explanation. But the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Su Wei's face turned slightly red, the blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears, like the stunning sunset on the horizon. She took the letter, gripping it tightly in her hands, as if it were crucial evidence to prove her point, afraid it might suddenly disappear. She likes to joke around like this. We have a great relationship. She always calls me wifey. Look, the handwriting is delicate, and there are these cute emoticons. A boy wouldn't write like this. As she spoke, she pointed at the handwriting and emoticons on the letter, her words coming out quickly, as if she were afraid Ling Chen wouldn't believe her, her breathing even becoming rapid. Her fingers gently tapped on the letter. The handwriting was fine and graceful, each stroke conveying femininity and tenderness, while the emoticons were filled with youthful playfulness and cuteness. For instance, smiling face with smiling eyes and starstruck seemed to convey the closeness between best friends. Ling Chen examined the letter closely, his eyes unblinking, as if he wanted to see through it and not miss any detail. He noticed, indeed as Su Wei said, that the handwriting was exquisite, with delicate and gentle strokes, and those charming emoticons radiated youthful energy. The heavy stone in his heart finally dropped, and a relieved smile appeared on his face, like the warm sun of spring, dispelling the gloom in his heart and allowing him to feel warmth and ease again. So that's how it is, I thought. Ling Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, a faint blush rising on his face, as if he were awkwardly acknowledging his misunderstanding. His ears turned slightly red, revealing his inner embarrassment, and even his neck felt a bit hot. "You thought I had a boyfriend?" Su Wei laughed, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Her smile carried a teasing quality, like stars twinkling in the night sky. Playful yet charming, as if she were poking fun at Ling Chen's nervousness and enjoying this subtle interaction. Ling Chen's face flushed slightly, and he didn't respond. He felt a bit flustered, unsure how to reply to Su Wei's teasing. His fingers unconsciously tugged at the hem of his shirt, and his gaze shifted away, not daring to meet Su Wei's eyes. He silently chided himself for his earlier wild thoughts, wondering why he had jumped to such conclusions so easily. It was really too rash. "All right, it's nothing. You should get some rest early," Su Wei said, gently placing the letter back into the book, her movements slow and tender, as if she were carefully putting away a small episode, safeguarding this misunderstanding. Then she turned to leave, her steps light, as carefree and poised as when she arrived. Her voice carried a hint of warmth, as if soothing Ling Chen's emotions. That gentle voice was like a spring breeze, gently caressing Ling Chen's heart, slowly calming his previously flustered feelings. "Thank you, Teacher Su," Ling Chen said softly as he watched her figure depart. His voice was filled with gratitude, an overwhelming tide of appreciation surging within him. Memories of Su Wei caring for him flooded his mind, from her warm invitation to stay over to her thoughtful preparation of daily necessities and her patient answers to his questions. Each detail felt like a warm ray of sunshine illuminating his heart. At this moment, as he gazed in the direction Su Wei had gone, his heart was filled with emotion. Even a simple thank you seemed inadequate to express the feelings within him. Su Wei paused, turned around, and looked at Ling Chen with gentle eyes. Her gaze was like the warm sun of spring, soft and inviting, lightly falling upon him. "I never thought of you as a burden." After saying this, she suddenly realized her words were a bit too straightforward, and her heart tightened. Her cheeks instantly flushed, the warmth spreading quickly across her face, making even her ears feel hot. How did she let her true feelings slip out so easily? Annoyed with herself, she found she couldn't take back what she had just said. A silence fell between them, the air seemingly frozen. Ling Chen looked at Su Wei in surprise. He hadn't expected her to say such a thing, and a wave of indescribable joy surged in his heart. His gaze was fixed on her, trying to glean more information from her expression. Meanwhile, Su Wei looked down, not daring to meet his eyes. Her hands unconsciously tugged at the hem of her clothes, her fingers trembling slightly, revealing her inner tension and panic. The sound of their heartbeats was palpable in the quiet room, as if narrating their mutual excitement. Each heartbeat felt like a drumbeat, the rhythm quickening, leaving them both at a loss for what to do. I'll go first," Su Wei said in a flustered voice, her tone slightly shaky. Then, in a hurry, she turned to leave, her footsteps quick and frantic, almost running to the door as she swiftly closed it behind her. Her heart raced like a running deer, pounding wildly in her chest. Leaning against the wall outside the door, Su Wei's heart was still racing, her hand gently covering her chest in an attempt to calm herself. Her breathing was rapid and disordered, with a lingering blush still on her cheeks. She realized that she was beginning to care about Ling Chen's feelings, starting to think about his view of her. However, she couldn't tell if this was love, leaving her feeling somewhat confused. A hint of perplexity flickered in her eyes, as if she had lost her direction in the dark, unsure of how to face this sudden emotion in her heart. Returning to her room, Su Wei sat on her bed and picked up her phone, opening the chat interface with Chen Yu. The soft, warm light in her room couldn't dispel the confusion in her heart. Her fingers lightly tapped the screen, filled with anticipation and nervousness. Chen Yu, I want to ask you a question. Su Wei sent a message. Her eyes were glued to the phone screen, waiting for Chen Yu's reply, every second feeling unbearably long. What's the question? Chen Yu quickly responded. Upon seeing the message, Su Wei let out a slight sigh of relief, but then became even more nervous because she was about to ask the question that had been troubling her for a long time. How can I tell if I like a guy? Su Wei hesitated for a moment and added, It's about a friend of mine. Her heart raced a bit as she wondered how Chen Yu would answer her question. She was afraid that Chen Yu would see through her thoughts, yet she longed to receive some useful advice from her. Her fingers unconsciously scrolled on the phone screen, and her eyes revealed a hint of anxiety. After a while, Chen Yu replied, Is that friend you? Upon reading this message, Su Wei's heart suddenly raced, and a flush appeared on her face once more. She stared at the phone screen, unable to respond for a long time, her mind racing with thoughts. Images of Ling Chen kept flashing in her mind. His smile, his gaze, his voice, all the details seemed to have a magical pull, deeply attracting her. She recalled the focused expression Ling Chen had when explaining renovation knowledge to her, his determined gaze in the face of difficulties, and his gentle smile when interacting with children. These memories played in her mind like a movie. In that small dorm room, Ling Chen sat on the bed, holding the blanket that carried Su Wei's scent. His mind was filled with thoughts of her smile and her earlier words. This night was destined to be filled with subtle emotions and questions for both of them. Ling Chen's eyes held a hint of tenderness and anticipation as he gently stroked the blanket in his hands, as if he could feel Su Wei's warmth. He silently hoped for their relationship to develop further. He imagined strolling together along the campus paths, sharing the joys and sorrows of life, and facing future challenges together. A sweet smile unconsciously crept onto his lips, as if he could already see their beautiful future. Su Wei remained seated on her bed, the light from her phone illuminating her face while her eyes were filled with conflict. She didn't know if she should confess everything to Chen Yu, nor did she know how to face her feelings for Ling Chen. She continuously asked herself, is this really love, or is it just a simple fondness? She tried to seek answers from deep within, but found herself more confused the more she thought about it. She sighed softly, set her phone aside, leaned against the headboard, and stared blankly at the ceiling. Ling Chen lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. His mind was filled with images of Su Wei. Her every smile and frown lingered in his heart. He remembered the first time he met Su Wei, her gentle smile and kind gaze, shining like a ray of light in his world. Since then, he found himself unconsciously attentive to every little thing Su Wei did. Her happiness brought him joy, and her worries made him anxious. He knew that his feelings for Su Wei had grown beyond mere friendship. He longed to understand her better, to step into her inner world, and to create more beautiful memories together. As the night deepened, the world seemed to fall into a slumber, with only the faint light in Su Wei and Ling Chen's rooms still shining, like the hope within their hearts, flickering in the silent night. They were both in their own rooms, contemplating this sudden emotion, anticipating the arrival of tomorrow, hoping to find the answer that belonged to them in the new day. As night fell, it resembled a massive piece of deep black satin, gently covering the entire world. Outside the window, the bustling city gradually quieted down. Occasionally, the sound of a car horn echoed, but it was quickly swallowed by the thick darkness of the night. Soft lights sparkled like stars, filtering through the window and illuminating Su Wei's room, adding warmth and tranquility to the small space. The room was simply yet warmly decorated. A few art pieces hung on the pale pink walls, and a soft single bed occupied one corner of the room. The blanket was casually tossed on the bed, as if telling the story of the owner's current restlessness. Su Wei sat on the edge of the bed, her legs slightly curled up, resembling a startled little deer. She gently swiped her fingers across her phone screen, her brows slightly furrowed. The tightly knit brow seemed to hide countless worries, and her heart was filled with entanglement and confusion. Her gaze wandered restlessly, sometimes looking out at the night sky, and at other times fixating on her phone screen, as if searching for some form of guidance. After much hesitation, she finally gathered her courage and opened the chat window with Chen Yu, sending a message. Chen Yu, I'm feeling so confused. I think I might not be sure if I like someone. The moment the message was sent, her heart tightened as if waiting for fate's judgment. Her fingers instinctively gripped the bedsheet, her knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. Not long after sending the message, her phone screen chimed, and Chen Yu's reply popped up instantly. What? My darling actually has a crush. Tell me, who is it? Chen Yu's words were filled with excitement and curiosity, and the series of exclamation marks seemed to convey her current exhilaration. At that moment, Chen Yu was lying on her bed, hugging a large pillow. Upon seeing the message, she immediately sat up, her eyes wide with expectation, staring at the phone screen. Su Wei took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling slightly as her fingers quickly tapped the screen. It's the Ling Chen I mentioned to you before. I don't know what's going on, but I keep thinking about him lately. His every action seems to stir my emotions. But I can't be sure if this is really liking someone. She fixed her eyes on the screen, as if seeking the answer she desired from it. A hint of confusion and helplessness shone in her gaze, like a traveler groping through darkness, yearning to find a sliver of light. Chen Yu looked at the words on the screen. A smirk crept on her lips, and she felt secretly pleased. She quickly typed back, Haha, you came the right person. You know I've played so many dating games. I'm an expert at this. First, answer me a question. If I and Ling Chen fell into the water at the same time, who would you save first? Chen Yu's fingers danced across the screen, as if weaving a mysterious love riddle. She typed while suppressing her laughter, imagining Su Wei's expression upon reading the question. Su Wei was momentarily taken aback by the question. She bit her lip, her rosy lips glowing enticingly under the light. The image of Ling Chen and Chen Yu falling into the water flashed in her mind, and without any hesitation, she replied, Of course, I'd save Ling Chen first. You swim so well, you definitely won't drown. A hint of determination shone in her eyes, as if she was guarding something precious in her heart. In her mind, Ling Chen's figure became increasingly clear, a kind of indescribable longing that made her choose without hesitation in that moment. Chen Yu looked at the reply, pretending to be angry as she pouted. Her fingers flew across the screen. Oomph, you little flirt. What if I can't swim? A playful smile appeared on her face, as if she was deliberately teasing Su Wei. She knew very well that Su Wei's feelings for Ling Chen were already quite evident, but Su Wei herself had yet to fully realize it. Su Wei frowned, thinking seriously for a moment before replying. Then I would save Ling Chen first, and then figure out how to save you. I would find a rope or something to pull you up. A hint of urgency flickered in her eyes, as if she really envisioned the scene of the two of them falling into the water. Various scenes of saving people flashed quickly in her mind, filled with worries. She was concerned about Ling Chen's safety and didn't want Chen Yu to get hurt either. Chen Yu looked at Su Wei's response and understood in her heart. Su Wei's feelings for Ling Chen were already very deep. She sighed and replied, All right, I see it now. You like Ling Chen, and quite deeply too. More than you like me, your best friend. I feel like I've been replaced. Her words carried a hint of teasing, mixed with a touch of helplessness. She was genuinely happy for Su Wei, but couldn't resist teasing her a bit. Seeing Chen Yu's response, Su Wei hurriedly explained, Chen Yu, don't say that. You're my best friend, and no one can replace you. I'm just a little confused about my feelings for Ling Chen, which is why I came to you for help. Her eyes revealed a bit of nervousness, fearing that Chen Yu might actually be upset. Her fingers quickly scrolled across the screen, trying to express her appreciation for Chen Qian. Then Su Wei added, "By the way, Ling Chen came to my house for dinner yesterday, and my family really liked him." A hint of a happy smile appeared on her face, as if she was reminiscing about the wonderful time they had yesterday. Her thoughts drifted back to that day, Ling Chen sitting at the dining table, chatting and laughing with her family. The warm atmosphere made her feel incredibly cozy. "What? You've already met the parents?" Chen Qian exclaimed, nearly jumping out of bed upon seeing the message. She quickly replied, "Hurry, tell me all the details. How did you meet? What happened during dinner yesterday? I want to hear everything." Excitement sparkled in her eyes, as if she was anticipating a captivating love story. She couldn't wait to know every little detail about Su Wei and Ling Chen, much like a child eager to hear a story. Thus, Su Wei recounted everything from how she and Ling Chen met to the details of their dinner yesterday. Her fingers flew across the screen as if narrating a romantic tale. She vividly described their first meeting, Ling Chen's warm smile and polite demeanor, as well as the care and attention he showed her throughout their time together. She also shared the enjoyable moments during dinner, how Ling Chen interacted with her family, showing respect to the elders and being patient with the children, which made her family rave about him. Chen Qian listened intently, occasionally gasping in surprise or bursting into laughter. Her expressions changed along with Su Wei's storytelling, as if she were right there experiencing it all. When Su Wei described Ling Chen's attentiveness, a look of envy crossed her face. When hearing about the fun interactions, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her laughter echoed in the room, seemingly infectious, as if she too was drawn into the story of Su Wei and Ling Chen. After hearing Su Wei's recounting, Chen Qian sent a flurry of exclamation marks and then replied excitedly, "Wow, this is so sweet. Su Wei, you have to seize this opportunity. Ling Chen seems really great, and he's interested in you too. Don't hesitate any longer. Accept his feelings quickly." Her words were filled with encouragement, as if she were cheering Su Wei on. She sincerely hoped that Su Wei could find her own happiness, and Ling Chen seemed like the right person for her. Looking at Chen Qian's reply, the fog in Su Wei's heart gradually dissipated. Her gaze became resolute as she replied, "Yes, I understand now, Chen Qian. Thank you. Hearing you say that, I feel like I've gained a lot of clarity." A relieved smile spread across her face, as if she had found the answer in her heart. No longer tangled or confused, she finally confirmed her feelings for Ling Chen. It was a deep affection. She decided to bravely face this feeling and look forward to a future with Ling Chen. At the same time, in the bedroom at home, Ling Chen was lying on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The room was very quiet, with only the occasional sound of insects chirping outside the window. The chirping seemed to play a gentle nocturne, adding a unique charm to the stillness of the night. The dim yellow light softly illuminated every corner of the room, reflecting the faint sorrow yet tender expression on Ling Chen's face. In his mind, Su Wei's smile and her gentle voice occasionally floated to the surface. Her smile was like flowers blooming in spring, warm and enchanting, instantly dispelling all the gloom in his heart. Her voice was like a clear spring in the mountains, crisp and melodious, with each note seemingly resonating deep within him. Thinking of Su Wei's various attentions towards him, Ling Chen couldn't help but smile, a look of happiness spreading across his face. His eyes sparkled with a gentle light, as if reminiscing about every moment spent with Su Wei, those moments shining brightly in his mind like pearls. He turned over, burying his head in the pillow and taking a deep breath, as if he could smell the faint fragrance that lingered on Su Wei. That scent, subtle yet captivating, felt like a unique mark she had left on him. He recalled the scene from yesterday when he had dinner at Su Wei's house, where she served him rice with eyes full of care and tenderness. In that moment, his heart seemed to be enveloped by a warm current, and he was surrounded by a sense of happiness. She slightly bent down, steady hands holding the bowl filled with rice, and with a hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth, she softly said, "Eat more, don't be polite." Her voice was gentle, like a spring breeze, softly brushing past his heart. He also remembered how Su Wei had carefully prepared slippers for him when he visited her dormitory and explained how to use the hot water heater. Every gesture of hers felt so natural and intimate, making him feel the warmth of home. At that time, Su Wei took the slippers out from the shoe cabinet and gently placed them by his feet. She raised her head slightly, her gaze meeting his, and said with concern in her eyes, "These are my dad's slippers. You can wear them first to see if they fit." Then, she gracefully moved to the side of the hot water heater. Her long, slender fingers like green onions slowly reached out and accurately pointed to the button above the hot water heater. At that moment, her beautiful face showed an expression of utmost seriousness and focus, as if the whole world had narrowed down to the hot water heater and its myriad buttons. Tilting her head slightly, her star-like eyes fixed intently on the spot she was pointing to, she began to explain in detail. Every word that came from her cherry-like lips was so clear and fluent that it was hard not to be entranced. "This is the switch, and this one adjusts the water temperature. Pay attention to it when you take a shower at night." Her gaze was focused and earnest, and every word seemed to carry warmth, filling him with a sense of comfort. Ling Chen sat up, leaning against the headboard, and picked up his phone from the bedside. He looked at a photo of Su Wei on the screen, taken during their last outing together. Su Wei stood among the flowers, her smile radiant, with sunlight pouring down on her, as if it had coated her in a layer of gold. She wore a light yellow dress, the hem swaying gently in the breeze, resembling a flower blooming in a field of blossoms. Her eyes were bright and spirited, and when she smiled, her eyes curved into crescent shapes, as if holding endless warmth and sweetness. Ling Chen gently caressed Su Wei's face on the screen, softly saying, "Su Wei, I think I've really fallen for you." His voice was soft yet filled with deep emotion, as if it were flowing from the depths of his heart. He slowly extended his finger and lightly tapped to open the chat window with Su Wei. The moment the screen lit up, the past conversations sprang to life like awakened memories before his eyes. His gaze scanned the text line by line, as if he could see the moments when they had communicated. Every word, every sentence is so familiar and intimate, carrying the fragments of their emotional exchanges. From the initial awkward greetings when they first met to the endless conversations after growing closer, from sharing the joys and sorrows of life to confiding in each other's innermost secrets, these chat records witnessed the gradual warming of their relationship. He savored every reply, feeling the tenderness, concern, and humor in Su Wei's words. Those simple phrases suddenly came alive at this moment, like beautiful paintings that immersed him in their charm. For him, these chat logs were not just strings of text. They were precious memories and proof of their soul connection. Even a simple greeting was enough to send ripples across his heart, making him feel an indescribable warmth. These chat records chronicled every detail since they met, from their initial greetings to the sharing of life's ups and downs. Every word seemed to testify to their feelings for each other. He wanted to send a message to Su Wei but didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a long time, his finger hovered over the screen, his mind repeatedly considering how to express his feelings. Finally, he mustered the courage to send a message. "Su Wei, how was your day?" After sending it, his heart raced, and he anxiously awaited Su Wei's reply, his eyes glued to the phone screen, fearing he might miss any notification sound. After a while, Su Wei's reply came. "I had a pretty good day. How about you?" Ling Chen looked at this reply, a smile spreading across his face, his eyes sparkling with joy as if he had received a precious gift. He quickly responded, "I'm good too, just missing you a bit." After sending that message, his face flushed slightly, feeling a bit shy. His fingers unconsciously scratched his head, a mix of anticipation and nervousness in his heart, wondering how Su Wei would respond. Seeing this message, Su Wei felt a stir in her heart, and her face turned slightly red. Sitting in her room, she tightly held her phone, her eyes shimmering with shyness and delight. The image of Ling Chen flashed in her mind. His gentle smile and focused gaze made her heart race. She replied, "I miss you a bit too." The moment she pressed send, her heart raced as if a little deer was jumping around inside her. Seeing this reply, Ling Chen was filled with joy. Lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, a happy smile radiated from his face, making it hard for him to fall asleep. Images of Su Wei kept appearing in his mind, imagining the beautiful moments they would share in the future. They would stroll hand in hand along the campus paths, sharing their thoughts. They would watch the sunrise and sunset together, experiencing the beauty of nature. They would spend every ordinary yet precious day together, supporting and accompanying each other. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, his smile growing brighter as if he had already envisioned their wonderful future. In the stillness of the night, although Ling Chen and Su Wei were in different rooms, their hearts were tightly connected. Their feelings quietly grew in the night, like seeds in spring that gradually sprout and bloom under the warmth of sunshine and the nourishment of dew. These brief chats were like small notes in the symphony of their love, playing the prelude to their sweet romance and filling them with anticipation and longing for the future. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight seemed to be gently pushed aside by a pair of tender hands, streaming through the window and illuminating the small campus of Chen Yu. The golden light draped the entire campus in a dreamlike cloak, the outline of the teaching building flickering in the light and shadow, while the trees on campus were tinted with warm hues. The dew on the leaves sparkled under the sunlight, resembling a scattering of shimmering pearls. After a day of rest, the first-year students officially began their classes. In Class 1's classroom, students had arrived early, sitting in their seats and waiting for the teacher to arrive. The atmosphere in the classroom was filled with a sense of tension and anticipation. Students were quietly chatting, with some sharing amusing stories from their holiday and others discussing their expectations for the new semester. Chen Yu and Su Ning were no exception. They sat close together, engaged in soft conversation, their voices gentle like a spring breeze. "Su Ning, do you think today's class will be very difficult?" Chen Yu blinked her big eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, as she asked with a hint of worry. Her gaze revealed a touch of nervousness, and she unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes, her fingers pressing down hard enough to create creases. Inside, her heart raced like a small rabbit, feeling anxious, especially since this was the first class of the new semester, and they were in a top-tier class, naturally facing considerable academic pressure. Su Ning smiled, her expression warm and gentle like the spring sun. She lightly patted Chen Yu's shoulder to comfort her. "Don't worry, Chen Yu. As long as we listen carefully, we can definitely keep up. Didn't you do some pre-study? You'll be just fine." Su Ning's gentle voice felt like a soft spring breeze, easing Chen Yu's previously tight emotions a little. Su Ning had always been Chen Yu's calming pill. She was so steady and confident that Chen Yu felt that as long as Su Ning was around, there was no challenge they couldn't overcome. Chen Yu nodded, a confident smile spreading across her face. "Yes, you're right. I found the pre-study pretty easy, so I should be able to handle it without any trouble." A determined light flickered in her eyes, as if telling herself to bravely face the upcoming learning challenges. Chen Yu was actually a very smart girl, but sometimes she would get a little nervous. Once she adjusted her mindset, she would demonstrate impressive learning abilities. Just then, the math teacher entered the classroom. He was an older gentleman nearing retirement, not very tall, but full of vitality. His hair had turned somewhat gray, and his face was lined with the marks of time, but his eyes were bright and seemed to hold endless wisdom. He approached the podium and set down his well-worn textbook, clearly one that had been used many times before. He scanned the classroom with a keen gaze, filled with expectation, as if assessing each student's attitude towards learning. Then, clearing his throat, he spoke loudly and powerfully. "Students, starting today, we will officially enter a rigorous learning phase. As a top-tier class, our pace will be much faster than parallel classes, so everyone needs to be fully alert and keep up with my rhythm." His voice echoed in the classroom, as if announcing the beginning of a knowledge battle, every word filled with strength, causing the students to sit up straight and listen attentively. After speaking, the teacher began the lesson. His speech was quick and his mind sharp, like a gust of wind, rapidly guiding the students through the world of mathematics. The volume of content in one class was almost 3 times that of parallel classes, with various complex formulas, theorems, and examples emerging continuously under his explanations. Chen Yu had prepared in advance, so she could easily keep up with the teacher's pace. She even had the leisure to play with her pen and occasionally look out the window at the birds flying by. Her eyes revealed a sense of ease and enjoyment, as if savoring the pleasure of learning. Her fingers deftly twirled the pen, her gaze following the teacher's writing on the board, and she occasionally nodded slightly, as if engaging in silent communication with him. In contrast, Su Ning was fully focused on listening to the teacher, her pen continuously recording key points in her notebook. Her eyes reflected concentration and seriousness, as if she were bravely navigating the vast ocean of knowledge. Her notebook was already filled with neat and beautiful handwriting, each word revealing her passion and dedication to learning. Her eyes were fixed intently on the teacher, not missing a single detail. Every word the teacher spoke was like a precious piece of art that she was meticulously carving, diligently recording it all. During the break, Su Ning did not go out to play like the other students. Instead, she continued to sit at her desk, reviewing the content the teacher had just covered. Her eyes were glued to her notebook, softly murmuring formulas and theorems, as if she were engaging in a personal dialogue with this knowledge. Her brow furrowed slightly, sometimes showing a look of sudden realization, and at other times falling into deep contemplation, as if she were continuously exploring the mysteries of knowledge. Chen Yu watched Su Ning's serious demeanor and didn't want to disturb her, so she quietly sat at her desk, gazing out the window. Her gaze fell upon the playground, watching the students laugh and play, but suddenly, the figure of Ling Chen appeared in her mind. She couldn't help but wonder what Ling Chen was doing at that moment. Was he still sleeping in? Thinking of this, a slight smile crept onto Chen Yu's face, bringing a sweet expression to her features. She recalled the little moments spent with Ling Chen, his humor, his tenderness, all of which filled her heart with warmth. Ling Chen's smile surfaced in her mind, like sunshine that could dispel all the gloom within her. She silently wished that if she could see Ling Chen again, she would definitely have a good chat with him and share her school life. On the other side of the campus, Su Wei was on her way to class. She felt particularly relaxed, her steps light and bouncy, like a joyful little deer. After her conversation with Chen Chen last night, she had confirmed her feelings for Ling Chen. At this moment, she was filled with anticipation about seeing him again and expressing her feelings. Her eyes sparkled with expectation, as if she were looking forward to a beautiful encounter. Images of Ling Chen filled her mind, his eyes, his smile, making her heart race. As she walked, she suddenly spotted Ling Chen approaching from another path. He was wearing a light-colored shirt paired with deep blue jeans, looking exceptionally fresh and handsome. A smile adorned his face, and his eyes were filled with warmth, like a gentle spring breeze that softly stirred Su Wei's heart. Their gazes met, and Su Wei's heart suddenly raced. Her cheeks flushed slightly, reminiscent of the beautiful yet shy glow of a sunset. She unconsciously tugged at the hem of her shirt, feeling both nervous and excited. Ling Chen quickly walked up to Su Wei and said with a smile, "Good morning, Su Wei." His voice was gentle, like the first rays of sunlight in the morning, warm and bright. Joy sparkled in his eyes, as if seeing Su Wei was the happiest moment of his day. Su Wei smiled back, responding, "Good morning." Her voice trembled slightly due to nervousness and excitement. She dared not look directly at Ling Chen, instead lowering her head slightly, the blush on her cheeks becoming more pronounced. The two stood there, quietly gazing at each other as if the entire world had come to a standstill. The surrounding noise gradually faded away. In their eyes, there was only each other. In that moment, time seemed to stop for them, and the world became incredibly quiet, with only the sound of their heartbeats echoing in the air. Just then, the class bell rang, its clear sound breaking the silence. Su Wei and Ling Chen exchanged a smile, filled with anticipation and affection for each other. Then Su Wei turned to walk towards her classroom, her steps carrying a hint of reluctance. But her heart was full of expectation, looking forward to the next encounter and yearning to express her feelings. They both knew that this feeling was like a seed already planted in their hearts, waiting for the right moment to take root and blossom into the most beautiful flower. At around 9 in the morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, like golden silk threads gently cascading onto the bed in Chen Yu's small teacher dormitory room. The light seemed to be guided by a pair of gentle hands, tracing bright stripes on the bedspread, adding warmth and softness to the entire room. Ling Chen slowly opened his eyes, as if his eyelids were glued shut, and he struggled to lift them. He had stayed up until 2 in the morning typing on his phone, and at that moment, his head was still fuzzy, shrouded in a layer of mist, making his thoughts sluggish. Since he wasn't in his familiar home, the surroundings felt somewhat strange, and he couldn't take a nap like he usually did. He stretched widely, raising his arms high, the joints cracking with a pop as he tried to dispel his drowsiness and wake himself up. Ling Chen rubbed his bleary eyes, remnants of sleep still lingering within them, leaving him a bit confused. He reached for his phone that lay beside the pillow, the screen illuminated in the dark, casting light on his face. What caught his eye was a series of messages from Su Wei. Ling Xian, the toiletries are on the left side of the sink. I've placed breakfast on the table, so remember to eat when you wake up. Chen Yu and Su Ning have already gone to the classroom. Here's a glimpse of their backs. Attached to the message was a photo of Chen Yu and Su Ning, walking hand in hand toward the school's teaching building, their backpacks on their backs. Sunlight spilled over them, outlining the contours of their youthful beauty. Chen Yu's ponytail swayed gently with her steps, like a cheerful little deer, while Su Ning tilted her head slightly back, her face beaming with a confident smile. Ling Chen looked at the photo, his lips involuntarily curling up into a faint smile. His gaze softened, as if he were being enchanted by the youthful vitality of these two girls. His thoughts drifted back to the moments spent with them, those warm scenes flashing through his mind one by one. He continued scrolling through the screen and saw a message from Wang Linyu. Brother Chen, are you coming to pick up the cat at noon? This little Wei is so mischievous, bullying the other kittens at the hospital every day. Ling Chen could almost see the mischievous little cat, claws out, and he couldn't help but shake his head, quickly replying, I'll come to pick it up at noon. Thank you for taking care of it. His fingers tapped lightly on the screen, filled with both anticipation and a bit of helplessness about seeing the kitten soon. At that moment, Ling Chen noticed that his father had called him at 8 in the morning. His heart raced slightly, realizing he might have kept his father waiting. He hurriedly called back, hearing the beeping sound on the other end, each beep urging him to hurry. The call was soon connected, and his father's familiar voice came through. Chen Er, you finally returned my call. Your mother and I will be taking a bus back to Xiangnan at around 5 or 6 this afternoon. Can you come to the station to pick us up? His father's voice carried a hint of fatigue, a trace of long-distance travel and concern for his family. Yet it was also filled with anticipation for home. Dad, I'm sorry. I didn't see the call this morning. No problem. I'll definitely come to pick you up this afternoon, Ling Chen replied, his tone carrying a hint of apology and determination. He pictured his father looking exhausted on the bus and silently blamed himself for being careless. Okay, by the way, how is Chen Yu doing with her studies? Has she been any trouble for you? His father asked with concern, his voice filled with worry for his granddaughter. On the other end of the line, he might have been gazing out at the scenery, but his mind was preoccupied with Chen Yu's situation. Chen Yu is quite good. She studies hard and is adapting well here. You and Mom can rest assured. Ling Chen replied with a smile, recalling how dedicated Chen Yu was in her studies. He envisioned her sitting at the desk, focused on her books, her pen moving quickly across the paper. When faced with a difficult problem, she would furrow her brows slightly, pondering for a moment before a look of realization would light up her face. After finishing the call with his father, Ling Chen sent a message to Su Wei. "Teacher Su, should we go pick up the cat together at noon?" His finger lingered over the send button, feeling a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Before long, Su Wei replied, "Sure, I'll wait for you at the school gate after class." Ling Chen read her reply, and a smile of anticipation spread across his face as he began to imagine the scene of going to pick up the cat with Su Wei. They would walk down the street, sunlight shining down on them, a gentle breeze blowing through the air, Su Wei's hair dancing in the wind as they chatted and shared stories from their lives. Ling Chen sat up in bed, his feet touching the ground, feeling the coolness of the floor. He got up and walked to the window, pulling back the curtains, and sunlight flooded in, brightening the entire room. He gazed out at the campus where a few students were playing on the playground, their laughter drifting in the air. He took a deep breath, the fresh air filling his lungs, fully waking him up. He walked into the washroom and, following Su Wei's instructions, located the toiletries on the left side of the sink. He looked at himself in the mirror. His hair was a bit messy, and his eyes were still slightly puffy. He turned on the faucet, and the cool water splashed on his face, refreshing him. He started his morning routine, still thinking about the plans for the day. He needed to pick up the cat at noon and then meet his father at the station in the afternoon, so he had to manage his time carefully to avoid any mistakes. After finishing his morning routine, Ling Chen went to the table and saw Su Wei preparing breakfast. There was a sandwich with golden brown toasted bread, filled with fresh lettuce, ham, and a fried egg, along with a cup of steaming hot milk. He sat down, picked up the sandwich, and took a bite. The aroma of the bread, the savory flavor of the ham, and the freshness of the lettuce blended in his mouth, making him feel Su Wei's thoughtfulness and warmth. While eating breakfast, he checked the map on his phone, planning the routes for picking up the cat and heading to the station. After finishing breakfast, Ling Chen started organizing his clothes. He took a clean shirt and a pair of jeans from his suitcase. After putting them on, he tidied up his collar in front of the mirror. Looking at himself in the mirror, he felt much more refreshed. He checked his phone again to ensure it was fully charged and set a few reminders to avoid forgetting anything important. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. Ling Chen locked the dormitory door and walked towards the school entrance. Along the way, he saw many students coming out of their classrooms, chatting and laughing as they headed to the cafeteria. When he reached the school gate, he spotted Su Wei from a distance. Su Wei was wearing a light yellow dress, and the hem of her dress gently swayed in the breeze. She stood there like a blooming flower, attracting the attention of those around her. "Teacher Su, you're here." Ling Chen walked up to her, smiling. His smile carried a hint of shyness and joy. "Yes, I just arrived too." "Let's go," Su Wei replied with a smile, her eyes filled with warmth. The two walked side by side down the street, sunlight casting long shadows over them. As they walked, they chatted. Ling Chen shared his inspiration for writing from the previous night, while Su Wei talked about interesting moments in her teaching. Their laughter echoed down the street, catching the attention of passers-by. Before long, they arrived at the pet hospital, where Ling Chen went to handle the paperwork for picking up the cat, and Su Wei played with the little kitten in the cage. "Xiao Wei, you were hard to find," Ling Chen said, cradling the kitten and laughing at it. The kitten squirmed in his arms, seemingly curious about its new home. It looked so adorable. Su Wei reached out to pet the kitten's head, and it squinted its eyes, enjoying the affection. With the kitten in hand, Ling Chen said goodbye to Su Wei, as he had to hurry home to prepare for picking up his father at the station. He returned home, settled the kitten, and tidied up his room a bit. Seeing that it was almost time, he went out again, heading towards the station. All the while, his heart was filled with anticipation as he thought about seeing his father soon, and his steps became lighter. When he arrived at the station, Ling Chen waited at the exit, He watched as bus after bus pulled in, his eyes fixed on the crowd of people getting off. Finally, he spotted his father's figure. He hurried over and took the suitcase from his father's hand. "Dad, Mom, you're back," Ling Chen said with a smile, his face radiating happiness. "Back again. Sorry for making you run around." "You've worked hard," his father said, patting Ling Chen on the shoulder, pride shining in his eyes. The family walked home together, the evening sunlight casting a warm glow on them, creating a heartwarming scene. Ling Chen knew that although the day had been busy, it was filled with warmth and happiness. Time flies quickly, and before you know it, it's already noon, time for school to let out. The elementary school students poured out of the campus like a tide, and the once quiet neighborhood around the school suddenly became lively. The school gate seemed to have been pressed like a switch, instantly filling with students and parents. The cacophony of voices rose and fell, resembling a lively symphony. Stalls selling snacks were surrounded by students, who savored the delicious food while chatting with their classmates. The sizzling sausages on the grill emitted a tempting aroma, drawing students to stop and buy them. The cotton candy was fluffy like clouds, and children held it aloft, their faces beaming with sweet smiles. There were also steaming takoyaki balls, drizzled with special sauce and topped with bonito flakes, each bite filled with satisfaction. Ling Chen had already parked his car in a shady spot and turned on the air conditioning, quietly waiting for Su Wei inside. His fingers rhythmically tapped on the steering wheel, and he occasionally glanced toward the school gate. Vehicles came and went around him, honking continuously, but Ling Chen's attention was entirely focused on the figure that was about to appear. Images of Su Wei kept flashing in his mind, her smile, her voice, making his heart race involuntarily. He adjusted his seat slightly and tidied his hair, trying to make himself look more energetic. Before long, Ling Chen saw Su Wei emerge from the school. She wore a light beige short-sleeved shirt, the soft fabric hugging her skin as if it were tailor-made for her. Paired with light blue jeans, her outfit was simple yet refreshing, showcasing her youthful vitality. She held a sunshade, and the sunlight filtered through it, casting a warm glow on her face, highlighting her fair skin and delicate features. Su Wei's beauty caught the attention of passers-by, many of whom couldn't help but turn to steal a few more glances. A few boys walked past her, whispering, "Wow, that girl is so beautiful." "Yeah, she's practically goddess level." Their eyes sparkled with awe, as if they were captivated by Su Wei's beauty, unable to look away. "Miss, need a ride?" A few sharp-eyed taxi drivers noticed Su Wei and quickly surrounded her, enthusiastically trying to attract her attention. Their faces were beaming with smiles, their eyes filled with anticipation, as if Su Wei were their lucky star for the day. One driver even pointed his car, saying, "Miss, my car is really clean. I guarantee you'll be comfortable." Another driver chimed in, "Yeah, our prices are very reasonable. We promise to give you the best deal." Su Wei politely smiled and shook her head. "Thank you, but no need." Her voice was clear and pleasant, like a mountain spring, each word carrying a gentle warmth. Her smile was as bright as flowers blooming in spring, making people feel incredibly warm. Even though she declined the driver's offers, no one could feel displeased. Ling Chen watched this scene unfold and couldn't help but smile. He rolled down the car window and called out to Su Wei, "Teacher Su, need a ride? I have a car here, ready to take you wherever you need to go." His face wore a mischievous smile, and his eyes sparkled with playful light, as if he were inviting Su Wei to join him in a fun game. His voice rang clearly in the noisy environment, and Su Wei immediately heard him. Turning her head at the sound of Ling Chen's voice, Su Wei saw him sitting in the car, and a smile spread across her face as well. She walked toward him, saying, "Sure, I'd appreciate it." Her steps were light, like a butterfly dancing gracefully, each movement full of elegance and confidence. Her hair floated gently with her movements, as if dancing like threads in the wind. Amid the surprised gazes of the ride-hailing drivers, Su Wei opened the car door and got into Ling Chen's vehicle. "I didn't expect you to be quite the jokester," Su Wei said with a smile, her eyes curving into crescents, her face radiating a joyful expression. Her smile made Ling Chen's heart race. He felt an unprecedented joy spreading within him. Ling Chen started the car and said, "Seeing those drivers gathered around, you made me want to tease you a bit." The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a proud smile, as if he were pleased with his little joke. There was a hint of shyness in his gaze, mixed with joy, as he secretly glanced at Su Wei. The car slowly began to move, driving down the street. Sunlight poured through the car windows, draping the entire interior in a golden veil. The shops lining the street were filled with a dazzling array of goods, and people came and went, creating a lively scene. They passed a flower shop where a variety of fresh flowers were displayed, red as fire, pink as dawn, white as snow, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Su Wei's attention was drawn to a bouquet of pink roses, and a hint of affection flickered in her eyes. Ling Chen noticed her gaze, and a sudden idea surged in his mind. "Teacher Su, do you like that bouquet of roses?" Ling Chen asked, his voice tinged with anticipation. Su Wei was momentarily taken aback, then nodded with a smile. "They're quite pretty." Her voice was soft, but it rang clear to Ling Chen. Without saying another word, he parked the car in front of the flower shop. "Wait for me a moment," he said, and then got out of the car. Su Wei watched Ling Chen enter the flower shop, her heart filled with curiosity. Before long, Ling Chen emerged with a bouquet of pink roses, a hint of nervousness and shyness on his face. He walked to the car, opened the door, and handed the roses to Su Wei. "These are for you," Ling Chen said, his voice trembling slightly while his eyes remained fixed on Su Wei. Su Wei accepted the roses, her face flushed, her eyes shimmering with tears of emotion. "Thank you. This is so unexpected," she said, her voice carrying a mix of surprise and shyness. She gently inhaled the fragrance of the roses, which seemed to fill the entire car. Ling Chen looked at Su Wei, his heart brimming with happiness. He started the car again and continued driving. They began to chat, discussing everything from school anecdotes to their passions in life, each topic bringing them closer together. Su Wei shared amusing stories about her students' antics in class, and Ling Chen listened with great interest, laughing at her tales. Ling Chen also enjoyed sharing the sources of his inspiration while writing, and Su Wei listened attentively, occasionally asking questions and offering suggestions. The car cruised slowly down the street, sunlight spilling onto them, and their laughter echoed within the cabin. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the entire world felt like it consisted of just the two of them. They savored this beautiful moment, their hearts filled with anticipation for the future. The scenery outside kept changing, and the silhouettes of passers-by flashed before their eyes, yet their gazes remained locked on each other. It was as if they were in a world that belonged solely to them, without worries, without troubles, only sweetness and happiness. The car slowly started moving, gliding smoothly along the street. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting dappled shadows that added a touch of warmth to the entire cabin. The shops lining the street were numerous, and pedestrians came and went. Occasionally, a gentle breeze swept by, bringing with it a hint of freshness. Su Wei sat in the passenger seat, her gaze inadvertently drifting outside the window. Suddenly, she remembered something and reached into her bag. After a moment of rummaging, she pulled out a delicate little box. "Here, try this. My colleague made these little bear cookies, and they're delicious," she said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, as if she were presenting a precious treasure. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a sweet smile, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring, warm and radiant. She extended the box towards Ling Chen, her gesture gentle and natural, as if this small action carried her heartfelt intentions. "Wow, it looks great," Ling Chen said, taking the box with one hand. The box was printed with cute bear designs, exuding a cozy vibe. The bear seemed endearingly clumsy, with a round body, big ears, and shiny black eyes, as if smiling at him. Ling Chen opened the box, and a sweet aroma wafted out, instantly filling the entire car. He took out a cookie shaped like an adorable bear, so lifelike it was almost difficult to take a bite. As he placed it in his mouth, the cookie melted instantly, releasing a sweet flavor that spread throughout his mouth. The rich, milky taste intertwined with a subtle sweetness, akin to a delightful feast for the senses that lingered on. This is really good. This flavor would be perfect for breakfast, Ling Chen said, a satisfied smile appearing on his face, his eyes squinting slightly as he enjoyed the delicious cookie. His smile radiated his fondness for this small surprise. Su Wei watched Ling Chen relish the cookie, feeling a surge of happiness within. Her gaze was filled with tenderness as she looked at him, as if admiring a precious work of art. "If you like it, I can make some for you when we have a break," she said softly, her voice like a gentle spring breeze, tinged with shyness and anticipation. She lowered her head slightly, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, spreading from her face to her ears like the beautiful colors of a sunset. Her fingers unconsciously tugged at the hem of her clothes, showing her inner tension and excitement. Ling Chen looked at her in surprise. "You can make these?" His eyes were filled with curiosity and doubt as thoughts of Su Wei bustling in the kitchen flashed through his mind. He imagined her in an apron, flustered yet earnest, and couldn't help but smile. Su Wei's face turned even redder, the blush becoming more pronounced. She lifted her head slightly to meet Ling Chen's gaze, her eyes revealing sincerity and warmth, as if expressing a beautiful wish. "Actually, I can't yet, but I can learn. I think enjoying food is a sophisticated kind of romance, and I just want to share these wonderful things with you," she said gently, her voice filled with conviction. Each word felt like a warm seed planted in Ling Chen's heart. Her gaze was firm and affectionate, seemingly conveying her deep emotions to him. Hearing Su Wei's words, Ling Chen felt a wave of warmth surge within him. That warmth spread from his heart throughout his body, enveloping him in comfort. He looked at Su Wei seriously and said, "Thank you, Teacher Su. I'm really happy to receive your sharing." His voice was deep and gentle, carrying a hint of emotion that flowed through his heart like a babbling brook. His eyes were filled with gratitude and affection as he gazed tenderly at Su Wei, as if the whole world contained only the two of them. Su Wei smiled, her smile shining like the warm sun in spring, illuminating the entire car. Their eyes met, and the air was filled with a unique warmth. That warm atmosphere wrapped around them tightly, like sweet threads intertwining them together. The car continued forward toward the pet hospital, the wheels rolling softly on the ground, as if providing a gentle accompaniment to their beautiful moments. The distance between them gradually shrank with each interaction and shared experience. The trees lining the streets were lush and green, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, as if applauding them. Occasionally, a few little birds would flutter from the branches, chirping joyfully, as if singing for them. Sunlight poured over them, casting their happy outlines in a beautiful glow. In that moment, it felt as if time stood still, leaving behind this precious moment as a cherished memory in their hearts. They began to chat, starting from the delicious little bear-shaped cookies and extending to the little details of their lives. Su Wei recounted her interesting experiences at school, the mischievous students, the heartwarming moments in class, captivating Ling Chen's attention completely. Ling Chen also shared his sources of inspiration for writing, those wonderful ideas and unique creative experiences, piquing Su Wei's curiosity about his world. They laughed and sighed together, every expression and movement filled with concern and affection for one another. The car gradually came to a stop at the pet hospital, but their conversation seemed far from over. They were immersed in each other's worlds, enjoying this rare closeness and sweetness. It was a barking sound from a little dog that finally pulled them from their delightful atmosphere. They stood there quietly, as if time had ceased to flow. Their gazes met deeply, looking into each other's eyes, where it seemed 1,000 words wanted to be spoken. Yet at that moment, words were unnecessary. In that instant, they both simultaneously broke into radiant and warm smiles. That smile was like the brightest sunlight in spring, dispelling the surrounding gloom. It was also like the twinkling stars in a summer night, dazzling and captivating. The curve of their smiles was just right, not too exaggerated, yet not a hint of pretentiousness. Every subtle change in their expressions conveyed the joy and happiness deep within, making it hard not to be enchanted. That smile was like the most delicate flower in spring, radiating endless sweetness and joy. This smile was filled with happiness, like the warm sun in winter, tightly embracing their hearts. It also carried deep expectations, like the twinkling stars in the night sky, lighting up a hopeful path ahead. Hand in hand, they walked with light steps into the cozy pet hospital. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting dappled patterns on the floor, as if cheering for the new joys they were about to encounter. The air was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant, but did not dampen their excited spirits. Each step felt like walking on joyful musical notes, playing a melody that belonged to their happiness. At noon, the scorching sun poured down mercilessly onto the earth, making the entire city feel as if it had been placed inside a giant steamer. The ground was so hot it seemed to be smoking. The pedestrians on the street hurried along, all seeking a shady spot to escape the blazing sun. Cars drove by on the road. The sound of tires grinding against the pavement seemed to be slightly distorted by the high temperature. Ling Chen and Su Wei walked side by side towards the pet hospital, their shadows elongated in the sunlight. Occasionally, a gentle breeze passed by, bringing a fleeting moment of coolness. The glass door of the pet hospital slowly closed behind them, shutting out the heat from outside. Inside the hospital, a faint smell of disinfectant lingered in the air, a reassuring scent that seemed to speak of the care for every pet's health. Posters of various pets adorned the walls, showcasing adorable cats and dogs. Some cats stared innocently at the camera with wide eyes, while some dogs happily wagged their tails, as if welcoming every visitor. "Lin Yu busy?" Ling Chen greeted Lin Yu, who was sitting at the front desk eating pork knuckle rice, with a smile. His voice broke the silence in the hospital, echoing in the small space. Ling Chen's smile was like the warm sun in spring, inviting and kind, making people unable to resist wanting to get closer. Lin Yu looked up, a mouthful of rice in his mouth, and mumbled, "Chen Yu, Teacher Su, you're here. I'm just having lunch. Want to join?" He enthusiastically waved the lunchbox in his hand, from which the aroma of pork knuckle rice wafted out, instantly filling the air and making everyone's taste buds tingle. Lin Yu's face radiated enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling with genuine light, as if inviting them to share in the joy of the meal. Ling Chen waved his hand, saying, "No, Teacher Su and I just had some bear-shaped cookies. We're not hungry yet." His gaze carried a hint of amusement as he watched Lin Yu devour his food. Ling Chen recalled the moment in the car when Su Wei handed him the bear-shaped cookies, the warm scene still vivid in his mind, causing the corners of his mouth to lift involuntarily. Su Wei, unable to contain her excitement, asked, "Dr. Wang, where is our Xiao Wei?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to see the adorable kitten. Su Wei's gaze was filled with tenderness and concern, as if Xiao Wei was her most precious treasure, and every piece of news about the kitten tugged at her heartstrings. Lin Yu swallowed the rice in his mouth, pointed towards the innermost room, and said, "It's over there, but this little guy is quite mischievous. You need to keep an eye on it." A hint of a helpless smile appeared on his face, as if reminiscing about Xiao Wei's naughty antics. He remembered how yesterday Xiao Wei scattered a ball of yarn all over the hospital, and it took him a long time to clean up. He couldn't help but shake his head. Ling Chen and Su Wei walked towards the room, and before they even entered, they heard the sound of a little kitten meowing from inside. The meows were clear and lively, as if expressing its happiness. Pushing the door open, they saw Xiao Wei just crawling out of the cage, pouncing towards another little kitten, looking like a little bully. Its eyes were wide open, ears perked up, and its fur slightly bristled with excitement, as if declaring its sovereignty to the world. "Oh dear, this Su Wei is bullying the other kittens again," Su Wei said somewhat helplessly. Her voice held a hint of reproach, but was filled with affection for Su Wei. Looking at Su Wei, Su Wei felt both amused and a bit exasperated. She let out a gentle sigh, filled with tolerance for the little kitten. Ling Chen stepped forward, picked up Su Wei, and explained, "It used to be a stray cat surviving on its own outside, so it has a strong sense of aggression and territory. Just need to teach it gradually." He gently stroked Su Wei's back, and after struggling a bit in his arms, the kitten settled down. Ling Chen's hands were broad and warm, and his touch seemed to possess a magical power, allowing Su Wei to feel safe and comfortable. Su Wei gently patted Su Wei's head. Su Wei, nestled in her arms, nuzzled against her in a docile manner, a stark contrast to its earlier mischievous self. I hope it can get along well with other little animals in the future," Su Wei said, looking at Su Wei with tenderness in her eyes. Her fingers lightly brushed over Su Wei's head, as if transferring a warm energy. Filled with anticipation, Su Wei imagined a scene where Su Wei harmoniously interacted with other small animals, causing her lips to involuntarily curl into a smile. Feeling Su Wei's soft fur, she said with satisfaction, "It seems like it has been taken care of well here. It looks much better and its fur is healthier. Dr. Wang, how much is the medical fee? I'll pay for it." Her gaze revealed determination, as she wanted to take on the responsibility of caring for Su Wei. Su Wei's voice was firm. She felt that since she had decided to adopt Su Wei, she should be responsible for everything related to it. Wang Linyu smiled and said, "Teacher Su, Chen Yu has already paid." A teasing smile appeared on his face as he looked at Su Wei and Ling Chen. Wang Linyu observed their interaction and thought to himself that the bond between these two seemed to be growing deeper without them even realizing it. Su Wei turned to Ling Chen and playfully scolded, "Why did you have to jump the gun again? It feels a bit embarrassing." A slight blush spread across her cheeks, as if she were touched by Ling Chen's gesture. There was a hint of shyness in Su Wei's gaze as she gently bit her lower lip, making her look exceptionally cute. Ling Chen teased, "Last time you helped me snag concert tickets, and I haven't asked you for the money yet, so this medical fee is nothing." His voice carried a light-hearted tone, trying to ease Su Wei's embarrassment. Ling Chen recalled how Su Wei had eagerly waited in front of her computer to help him grab concert tickets, her fingers flying across the keyboard, and he found her focused expression moving. Su Wei huffed lightly and smiled. "All right, Boss Jiang, you're generous. I'll prepare to buy some things according to the cat care guide later. I can't keep letting you spend money." A glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes, as if she were playfully bantering with Ling Chen. The corners of Su Wei's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a cheeky smile full of liveliness and playfulness. Ling Chen smiled mysteriously and said, "No need. I've already prepared a beginner's cat care gift package, and I guarantee it has everything you need." A proud smile appeared on his face, as if he were showcasing a precious treasure. Ling Chen remembered how he had gone to several pet stores to carefully select various cat supplies for this gift package, hoping to surprise Su Wei and Su Wei. "Really? You're so thoughtful," Su Wei exclaimed in surprise, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her voice was filled with joy, feeling immensely warmed by Ling Chen's attentiveness. Su Wei's eyes widened in surprise and emotion, and her face radiated a happy smile, as if the entire world had become more beautiful because of Ling Chen's words. They chatted with Wang Linyu for a while longer, enjoying the amusing stories about Su Wei in hospital. Wang Linyu recounted how Su Wei had treated a small toy in the hospital as its prey, relentlessly chasing and playing with it, resulting in a messy surrounding. Ling Chen and Su Wei listened, bursting into laughter from time to time, their laughter echoing in the hospital, filled with joy and warmth. After a while, Ling Chen and Su Wei prepared to leave, holding Su Wei in their arms. They stepped out of the pet hospital, The sun was still blazing, but their spirits were exceptionally bright. Su Wei curiously looked around in Su Wei's arms, its eyes sparkling with curiosity and a desire to explore the world. As they walked, Ling Chen and Su Wei discussed how to care for Su Wei, their voices filled with anticipation for the future and love for the little cat. Their figures gradually faded into the distance under the sunlight, as if they were walking toward a future filled with love and warmth. Half an hour later, Ling Chen's car slowly stopped in front of the family area of Chen Yu No. 1 Elementary School. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, resembling a carefully painted canvas by nature. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft melody. Su Wei unbuckled her seatbelt, turned to Ling Chen, and said, "Ling Chen, let's go upstairs for a glass of water. It's so hot today, you must be feeling it." Her eyes were filled with concern as she looked at Ling Chen's forehead, soaked in sweat. Under the sunlight, the beads of sweat glistened like tiny pearls. Ling Chen hesitated for a moment. He actually wanted to go, but he was nervous about meeting Su Wei's parents. Various scenarios of meeting them flashed through his mind, imagining their scrutinizing gazes, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. Are your parents at home?" he asked tentatively. His fingers unconsciously tightened around the gift bag, the knuckles turning slightly pale from the grip. A hint of unease flickered in his eyes, like dark clouds looming over his heart. Su Wei shook her head and said, "They went out for errands and aren't home. Don't make excuses. It's so hot outside, and I don't want you to get heat stroke." There was a touch of coaxing in her voice as she tried to persuade Ling Chen. She pouted slightly, resembling a cute little girl, her eyes filled with anticipation, hoping Ling Chen would accept her invitation. Hearing Su Wei's words, Ling Chen found an excuse. "All right then, I really am afraid of getting heat stroke, so I'll bother you for a bit." A slight smile appeared on his face, attempting to mask his nervousness. The smile felt a bit stiff and awkward, his heart still racing with uncertainty about what would happen once they went upstairs. Ling Chen took the large gift bag from the trunk and followed Su Wei upstairs. This was an old apartment building without an elevator, and the stairwell felt stifling like a steam room. The wall paint was peeling, revealing the cement beneath, as if telling the story of the passage of time. The stair railing was also worn, bearing the marks left by time. Carrying the heavy gift bag, Ling Chen broke into a sweat after just a few steps. Sweat dripped continuously from his forehead onto the stairs, quickly absorbed by the dry surface. His clothes were damp with sweat, clinging tightly to him, making him look quite disheveled. His breathing became rapid, and every step felt somewhat laborious. Yet he still closely followed Su Wei, as if she was his only focus at that moment. "Look at you, sweating so much," Su Wei said with concern. She took out a pack of wet wipes from her bag and, noticing that both of his hands were occupied, hesitated for a moment before reaching out to help him wipe the sweat away. Her fingers gently touched Ling Chen's forehead, the sensation as soft as a feather, her movements careful as if afraid of hurting him. Her gaze was filled with tenderness, that warmth reminiscent of the sun in spring, warming Ling Chen's heart. Ling Chen felt an electric current spreading from his forehead throughout his body. His heart raced, and a flush crept onto his face. This was their first intimate gesture towards each other, and the world around them seemed to quiet down, leaving only their hurried breaths. A hint of panic flickered in his eyes, like a startled deer darting around, yet there was also a glimmer of hope, wishing this intimacy could continue. His gaze unconsciously fell on Su Wei's face. Watching her focused expression, and a different kind of feeling surged in his heart. Ling Chen looked at Su Wei. Her eyes sparkled with a gentle light, and a faint blush colored her cheeks from the heat and nervousness. Her hair was slightly disheveled, sticking to her face, but it added a touch of charm. The loose strands danced like threads in the wind, giving her a unique allure. Su Wei also lifted her head, their eyes meeting. In that moment, it felt like sparks were jumping in the air, and the atmosphere became ambiguous and passionate. Their gazes intertwined, as if speaking the unvoiced emotions in their hearts, and all the words they had previously shared seemed to be conveyed through this silent exchange of looks. Su Wei was the first to snap back to reality. She hurriedly averted her gaze, her face and neck flushing even deeper. She lowered her head, pretending to tidy up the wet wipes in her hand, and softly said, "All right, it's all clean now." Her voice trembled slightly, as if she were still immersed in the atmosphere from just moments ago. Her fingers were trembling, a sign of her inner turmoil. She dared not look directly into Ling Chen's eyes, fearing that her thoughts would be exposed. Ling Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and softly said, "Thank you, Su Wei." His voice carried a hint of gratitude, but also an undeniable flutter of emotion. It came out slightly hoarse, a result of his excitement. He attempted to regain his composure, but found it incredibly difficult. Su Wei, trying to appear calm in front of Xiao Wei, replied, "You're welcome." Xiao Wei seemed to sense Su Wei's emotional shift. It moved in her arms and meowed softly. Though it didn't understand the peculiar emotions between humans, it could feel the different aura emanating from Su Wei, an emotion humans refer to as dopamine. Xiao Wei's meow broke the awkward silence, easing the atmosphere a bit. They continued to ascend the stairs, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the corridor, each step seeming to resonate with the rhythm of their heartbeats. Ling Chen's gaze occasionally fell on Su Wei, her figure becoming clearer and more profound in his eyes. His heart was filled with complex emotions, nervousness, anticipation, and an indescribable flutter. Finally, they arrived at Su Wei's doorstep. She opened the door, and a cool breeze rushed out, as if inviting them into another world. Ling Chen followed Su Wei inside, his eyes scanning the room, still feeling somewhat anxious. The decor inside was warm and tidy, with every piece of furniture arranged neatly. Photos hung on the walls, documenting Su Wei's growth over the years. Su Wei asked Ling Chen to sit down and then went into the kitchen to pour him a glass of water. Her heart was still racing, and the scene from earlier in the corridor replayed in her mind. She tried to calm herself down as she picked up the kettle, but her hand trembled slightly, nearly spilling the water. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she finally carried the glass out. "Here you go, drink some water," Su Wei said, handing the glass to Ling Chen, her gaze still darting away, unable to meet his eyes directly. Ling Chen took the glass, sipping the cool water. The refreshing sensation spread through his body, helping him relax a little. He looked at Su Wei, wanting to say something, but he didn't know where to start. The atmosphere between them was slightly delicate, a feeling both familiar and unfamiliar, as if there were a thin layer of paper that could be pierced at any moment. Xiao Wei jumped down from Su Wei's arms and began to scurry around the room, its antics breaking the silence. Su Wei watched Xiao Wei and smiled, saying, "This little guy is so excited to be home." Her smile held a hint of embarrassment, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Ling Chen chuckled softly, replying, "Yeah, it looks like it really likes this place." His smile carried a warmth, and as he watched Xiao Wei's lively antics, his nervousness gradually dissipated. They began to talk about Xiao Wei, sharing amusing stories about raising a cat, and the atmosphere slowly became more relaxed. Ling Chen's gaze never left Su Wei. He watched her smile and listened to her voice, feeling his emotions intensifying. He knew that from this moment on, the relationship between him and Su Wei had quietly begun to change. The two continued their ascent up the stairs, their footsteps unconsciously slowing down, as if time itself had also begun to linger in this moment. The distance between them seemed to shrink a little, and the air was filled with a subtle, indescribable tension. The hallway was extremely quiet. The only sounds were their footsteps and faint breaths, each breath seemingly narrating the fluttering of their hearts. Su Wei's heartbeat was still racing, echoing in her chest like a rapid drumbeat. Her cheeks were still flushed, as if scorched by the summer sun. Stealing a glance at Ling Chen, she noticed he also appeared a bit flustered, his slightly reddened cheeks and unnatural gaze stirring a different feeling within her. Ling Chen's mind was still lingering on the image of Su Wei wiping the sweat from his brow earlier. That gentle touch seemed to linger on his forehead, and his heartbeat remained agitated. His fingers unconsciously brushed against the spot where Su Wei had touched him, as if trying to hold onto that moment's warmth. He attempted to find a topic to break the awkward atmosphere and asked, "What do you usually like to do at home?" His voice was somewhat tense, tinged with a slight tremor that revealed his inner unease. Su Wei paused for a moment, as if jolted back to reality by the sudden question, and then responded, "I like reading and sometimes listening to music. What about you?" Her voice carried a hint of shyness as she stole another glance at Ling Chen, her gaze resembling that of a startled deer, timid yet filled with curiosity. She gently tugged at the hem of her shirt, applying slight pressure to reveal her inner tension. Ling Chen smiled, his expression carrying a hint of bashfulness as he replied, "I like finance, like I mentioned before, trading stocks online." A flicker of pride shone in his eyes, as if sharing his most cherished hobby. He recalled the late nights spent alone in front of his computer screen, typing away as he executed trades. Each keystroke felt like an extension of his inner world, with every story carrying his dreams and emotions. "Really? I haven't seen you trade stocks before. You must let me watch sometime," Su Wei said, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, clearly interested in Ling Chen's endeavors. She imagined him sitting in front of his computer, focused and engaged, deepening her understanding of him. The corners of her mouth curled into a slight smile, as if anticipating a wonderful journey through his stories. Ling Chen scratched his head shyly, the gesture carrying a childlike charm, and said, "My results aren't good enough yet. Once I'm satisfied, I'll be sure to share it with you right away." A look of eager anticipation graced his face, as if he was looking forward to Su Wei's evaluation of his achievements. Deep down, he resolved to achieve even better results, wanting Su Wei to see his efforts and talents. As they continued their conversation, they slowly made their way upstairs. With each step, the distance between them seemed to close a little more, and that subtle emotion gradually heated up. Sunlight streamed through the hallway windows, casting golden rays, and the dust danced in the beams, as if accompanying their exchange with a graceful performance. They discussed their favorite books. Su Wei mentioned her beloved essay collection, captivated by its delicate prose and profound emotions. Ling Chen shared the sources of inspiration behind his stock trading, how small moments in life transformed into exciting stories under his operations. Their voices echoed in the hallway, weaving together a beautiful melody. When they finally reached Su Wei's doorstep, both were slightly out of breath. Their panting conveyed not only the fatigue of climbing stairs, but also the lingering excitement within. Su Wei's hair was a bit disheveled, a few strands sticking to her slightly flushed cheeks, adding to her charm. Sweat beads appeared on Ling Chen's forehead, shimmering with a crystalline glow under the sunlight. Su Wei opened the door and said, "Come in, don't just stand at the door." Her voice carried a hint of excitement, mixed with nervousness. Her heart raced again at the thought of Ling Chen stepping into her personal space. She felt both anticipation and a bit of unease. She gently pushed the door open, as if it were an entrance to a deeper relationship between them. Ling Chen walked into the room, which was warmly and neatly decorated. On the walls hung several photos showcasing snapshots of Su Wei's life. There was a family portrait where she beamed with a radiant smile, exuding happiness. There were also pictures from her travels with friends, filled with beautiful scenery and joyful smiles, telling beautiful stories. Ling Chen's gaze lingered on these photos, trying to understand Su Wei's life and her emotions more deeply. Su Wei walked into the kitchen, poured 2 glasses of water, and handed one to Ling Chen, saying, "Drink some water to quench your thirst." Her eyes were filled with concern as she watched Ling Chen drink. Her fingers lightly brushed against his, and in that moment of contact, both of them felt a slight jolt, as if a current was passing between them. Su Wei's cheeks flushed again. She lowered her head, pretending to adjust her hair to hide her shyness. Ling Chen took the glass, sipped the cool water, and felt the heat dissipate. He looked at Su Wei, and warmth surged within him. His gaze rested on her face, taking in her slightly flushed cheeks and her doe-like, lively eyes, making his heart race again. A sudden thought crossed his mind. He wished time could freeze at this moment, allowing him to fully savor this warmth and excitement. They sat on the sofa, continuing to chat. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting patches of golden light upon them. Su Wei darted around their feet, occasionally letting out a few crisp barks, adding a lively touch to the warm atmosphere. Ling Chen and Su Wei's conversation began with shared interests and gradually extended to tidbits of life. Su Wei shared amusing anecdotes about her interactions with students at school, describing the mischievous and adorable children who filled her life with laughter and emotion. Ling Chen enjoyed recounting some interesting people and events he encountered in life, with those marvelous experiences keeping Su Wei thoroughly engaged. Their laughter echoed in the room, as if the entire world had become more beautiful. Their eyes occasionally met, and each exchange felt like a collision of souls, allowing that subtle emotion to spread between them. They seemed to forget the passage of time, immersed in this beautiful exchange, enjoying each other's company. The summer sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves, casting patches of golden light in Su Wei's small courtyard, resembling fallen stars on earth. The grass in the yard appeared vibrant under the sun, with dew droplets glistening on the tender green leaves, gently swaying in the breeze while releasing a refreshing fragrance. After a busy day of home inspections the day before, Su Wei's father went out at noon to purchase inspection tools, leaving Su Ning behind in the school classroom, quietly reading and reviewing, with no one home for the moment. Su Wei brought Ling Chen to her home, with Su Wei following them, curiously exploring the unfamiliar yet exciting environment. Its little paws softly tapped on the floor, making faint sounds, occasionally tilting its head to survey this strange yet captivating space, looking incredibly adorable. As soon as Su Wei entered the house, she quickly walked to the electric fan, her steps light and hurried, as if driven by the summer heat. Her hair fluttered with her movements, a few strands sticking to her slightly flushed cheeks, adding a touch of charm to her appearance. Her fingers swiftly pressed the switch, and a cool breeze immediately brushed against her, dispersing the fine beads of sweat on her forehead. "It's really hot today. Come sit down and enjoy the fan," Su Wei said with a smile to Ling Chen, her face radiating warmth, her smile like blooming flowers in summer, bright and captivating. Her eyes curved into crescent shapes, sparkling with gentle light, as if welcoming Ling Chen into her world. Then she turned and walked into the kitchen, which was filled with various fresh ingredients, the aroma of fruits wafting through the air. On the countertop were several green porcelain plates, holding freshly washed fruits, red apples, yellow pears, and green grapes. Su Wei skillfully picked up a watermelon, placing it on the cutting board before gently slicing it open. The juice flowed down the knife, dripping onto the board with a crisp sound. Before long, Su Wei emerged with a plate of cut watermelon and 2 glasses of cool water. The watermelon was cut into even small pieces, each chunk plump and juicy, glistening enticingly in the sunlight. The red pulp of the watermelon was as vibrant as rubies, making it hard to resist. "Here, have some watermelon to cool down," Su Wei said, placing the watermelon and water on the coffee table. Among the pieces, one was from the very center, the sweetest part of the watermelon, which she had set aside for Ling Chen. Ling Chen looked at that special piece of watermelon, feeling a warmth surge within him, spreading from his heart throughout his body, causing him to feel slightly flushed. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily, as if a little deer were bounding in his chest. A gentle smile appeared on his face, radiating warmth like the sun in spring, soft and comforting. His gaze was filled with gratitude and affection as he looked at Su Wei, as if she were the most precious treasure in the world. He reached out and rearranged the pieces of watermelon with a tender and natural motion, picking up the sweetest piece and offering it to Su Wei, saying, "You go first, ladies first." His voice was deep and soft, tinged with a hint of shyness, reminiscent of flowers in spring, just about to bloom. Su Wei was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of emotion crossing her eyes, like stars twinkling in the night sky, bright and moving. Her cheeks turned slightly red, resembling the beautiful blush of the evening glow, enchanting and shy. With gentle fingers, she accepted the watermelon, her fingertips brushing against Ling Chen's. In that brief moment of contact, both were slightly startled, as if a current of electricity passed between them. She took a gentle bite of the watermelon, the sweet juice spreading in her mouth. The delightful taste instantly dispelled the summer heat, lifting her spirits and making her feel particularly refreshed. She squinted slightly, her eyes narrowing, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face, as if she were savoring the most beautiful moment in this space. The two of them sat on the sofa, which was soft and comfortable, gently enveloping them. The fabric of the sofa was made of soft cotton and linen, feeling very pleasant to the touch, and it was embroidered with exquisite floral patterns, each stitch and line showcasing its quality. As they enjoyed the breeze from the fan and ate watermelon, they chatted casually, the air filled with a warm and cozy atmosphere. A gentle breeze brushed against their faces, carrying the sweet scent of watermelon and the laziness of summer. They talked about their childhood memories. Su Wei reminisced about playing hide-and-seek in the yard with her friends and accidentally falling into a muddy pit, getting completely dirty. Her cute yet awkward appearance made Ling Chen unable to hold back his laughter. Ling Chen shared his own childhood adventure of secretly climbing a tree to raid a bird's nest, resulting in a thrilling experience of being chased by the bird's mother. The tense yet exciting scene captivated Su Wei's attention. Their laughter echoed in the room, as if the entire world had become a better place. Their gazes occasionally met, and each connection felt like a collision of souls, allowing that subtle emotion to spread continuously between them. They seemed to forget the passage of time, immersing themselves in this delightful exchange and enjoying the moments spent together. Su Wei also ran over, jumping onto the sofa and rubbing against their feet, occasionally letting out a few crisp chirps as if cheering for their happiness. Su Wei looked at Su Wei and smiled, saying, "Look, it seems like enjoys being here too." Her voice was gentle, laced with a hint of affection, as if Su Wei were her most cherished treasure. Ling Chen nodded and said, "Yes, it must be happy here." A tender smile appeared on his face as he watched Su Wei's lively demeanor, filling his heart with joy. They then began to discuss their future plans. Su Wei mentioned wanting to plant various flowers in the yard to create her own little garden, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as if she could already envision the garden bursting with blossoms. Ling Chen shared his desire to write a book about life experiences, hoping to convey his thoughts and experiences to more people. His determined tone conveyed his passionate pursuit of dreams. As time passed, the evening sun's rays streamed through the window, draping them in a golden glow. In that picturesque evening, the sunset resembled a kind-hearted elder, gently caressing the earth with its warm, soft light. Amidst the intoxicating afterglow, their silhouettes quietly emerged. The man was tall and upright, while the woman was graceful and elegant. They walked side by side, resembling a flowing painting. The golden red rays of the sunset illuminated them, outlining their distinct facial features and slender figures. The man's face radiated a happy smile, his eyes filled with tenderness and love. The woman slightly tilted her head back, her beautiful face tinted with a faint blush from the evening glow. Her gaze met the man's, revealing endless sweetness and affection. Their steps were light and slow, as if they were afraid to break this tranquility and beauty. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting the woman's hair and making it dance in the air. Occasionally, a falling leaf landed on the woman's shoulder, and the man carefully removed it, his movements gentle as if he were cherishing a precious treasure. At that moment, their figures intertwined and merged under the sunset's glow, creating an incredibly warm and romantic scene that captivated and inspired longing in others. They knew that the time spent on this day would become a cherished memory in their hearts, and that sweet interaction and warm atmosphere would forever remain within them. Ling Chen, can you fix computers? Su Wei suddenly asked, her face showing a hint of expectation. Her eyes were wide open, sparkling with a desire that seemed to suggest that Ling Chen was her savior. As long as he intervened, the computer problem would be easily resolved. My laptop has been particularly sluggish lately. It takes forever to open a file, she added, her voice tinged with a mix of helplessness and anxiety. The slight furrow in her brow revealed her frustration with the computer malfunction. This laptop contained many important files for her, including meticulously crafted teaching materials. The sluggish performance had significantly impacted her work and studies. Ling Chen nodded and confidently replied, "No problem, I'll take a look." His voice was firm and assured, as if promising Su Wei that this issue would be a piece of cake for him. Ling Chen had always had a strong interest in computers and a knack for understanding them. Whenever friends or family encountered computer issues, they would turn to him for help, and over time, he had accumulated a wealth of experience. Su Wei stood up and led Ling Chen into her bedroom. This was the first time Ling Chen had entered a girl's bedroom, aside from his sister's. He couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, his heart racing uncontrollably. The pounding in his ears echoed as if trying to break through his chest. His gaze became a bit awkward, shifting around without knowing where to look, while his hands unconsciously clenched slightly at his sides, tiny beads of sweat forming in his palms. Su Wei's bedroom was adorned in a warm and inviting manner, neat and orderly. The light pink curtains fluttered gently with the breeze, resembling soft ribbons dancing in the air, adding a touch of softness to the entire room. The bed was neatly made, exuding a faint fragrance. Su Wei's unique scent mixed with the aroma of laundry detergent, causing Ling Chen's heart to flutter slightly. Several exquisite paintings hung on the walls, some of which were watercolor pieces created by Su Wei herself, vibrant with artistic flair. Others were travel photos she had brought back, capturing her beautiful memories. Ling Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and focused on the computer. He approached the desk, which was spotless, with a few books that Su Wei liked displayed on it, some educational texts and a few classic literature works, along with some elegant stationery. A fountain pen lay quietly on the pen holder beside a small notebook filled with dense notes. He gently sat down and powered on Su Wei's computer. As soon as the computer booted up, the screen was filled with pop-up ads and a cluttered array of desktop icons, causing Ling Chen to frown. After a thorough check, he discovered that the computer was running slowly due to an excessive number of unwanted software installations. With practiced ease, he uninstalled the unnecessary programs, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he swiftly deleted the clutter, the sounds echoing like a victorious melody. He cleared the system junk, sweeping away the mountain of temporary files and cache data, which instantly lightened the computer's load. He also reorganized the hard drive partitions, planning the storage space more efficiently to ensure better data management. His gaze was focused and serious, intent on the screen, not missing any detail. Tiny beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, glimmering under the sunlight. "Okay, try restarting it now," Ling Chen said, a satisfied smile spreading across his face, tinged with a hint of pride as if showcasing his masterpiece. Although this series of tasks was not particularly complex for him, he still relished the sense of accomplishment that came with helping others solve their problems. Su Wei pressed the restart button, and in no time, the computer booted up quickly, its operating speed noticeably improved. "Wow, that's amazing. You're truly a jack of all trades," Su Wei exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration for Ling Chen. The gleam in her eyes radiated awe, as if Ling Chen were an all-powerful hero. She originally thought the computer problem would be quite complicated, but she didn't expect Ling Chen to resolve it so easily. Her admiration for him increased a few notches. Ling Chen smiled and asked, "Do you play games often? If you're in a large-scale games, you might need to upgrade the computer specs a bit." His voice carried a hint of concern as he tried to learn more about Su Wei's interests. He believed that understanding each other's hobbies could bring them closer together. Su Wei shook her head and said, "I only play some casual games occasionally, like Little Crocodile Loves Bathing and similar ones." As she spoke, she opened the game interface. The game interface was vibrant and colorful, featuring an adorable little crocodile that jumped right off the screen. Its round eyes and innocent expression made it impossible not to feel affection for it. Surrounding it were various whimsical scenes, with green water plants, golden sand, and bubbling lava, creating a fantastical world. Ling Chen looked at the game interface and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had completed this game back in elementary school. However, he pretended not to know anything about it and said, "How do you play this game? I've never tried it before." A look of curiosity appeared on his face, as if he was genuinely clueless about the game. He did this just to spend more time with Su Wei and enjoy the fun of playing together. Su Wei's eyes lit up, and she enthusiastically said, "I'll teach you. It's really simple. You see, you have to find a way to guide the water to the little crocodile, and you mustn't let it touch the lava." As she spoke, she picked up the mouse and began demonstrating for Ling Chen. Her movements were skilled and fluid. Her eyes focused on the screen as she continuously explained the key points of the game. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, full of energy, each word like a happy note dancing in the room. A smile radiated from her face, bright and captivating like flowers blooming in spring. Ling Chen listened attentively to Su Wei's explanation, nodding from time to time, pretending to understand everything. Under her guidance, he started trying to play the game. He deliberately acted as if he wasn't very skilled, making small mistakes that caused the little crocodile to touch the lava, which made Su Wei burst into laughter. Su Wei laughed so hard she leaned forward and backward, her eyes squinting into slits, her dimples appearing and disappearing, her laughter ringing clear and melodious like the most beautiful music in the world. "Oh dear, why are you so clumsy? Watch me," she said, laughing as she took the mouse back and demonstrated again for Ling Chen. Her fingers deftly maneuvered the mouse, drawing graceful arcs across the screen, quickly helping the little crocodile bathe smoothly. A proud smile appeared on her face as she turned to look at Ling Chen, her eyes sparkling with triumph. Ling Chen looked at Su Wei and couldn't help but smile back. Seeing her so happy filled his heart with warmth and happiness. He felt that this moment was incredibly precious, wishing time could stay still right here. They continued playing the game, the room overflowing with laughter and joy, the cheerful atmosphere seeming to spill out and affect everything around them. As they played, their shoulders would occasionally brush against each other, each touch feeling like a spark that made their hearts race slightly faster. Their gazes would occasionally meet, each exchange feeling like a soulful conversation, sharing their happiness and warmth. They were immersed in the world of the game, forgetting everything around them, as if the entire world consisted only of the two of them and the joyful game they were playing. Just as Su Wei was preparing to teach Ling Chen how to play the game step by step, a sudden, rapid knocking sound came from outside. The knocking was like a quick drumbeat, shattering the warm and joyful atmosphere in the room. The room, which had been filled with a relaxed and happy vibe, was instantly dispelled by this unexpected noise. Next, Su Wei heard her grandparents' voices. "Little Wei, we're here." Their voices carried the warmth and enthusiasm typical of elders, resonating in the air, but it made Su Wei and Ling Chen's hearts tighten instantly. Su Wei's expression changed slightly, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. She looked like a startled little deer, filled with anxiety and tension. She hurriedly said to Ling Chen, "It's my grandparents. They usually live in the countryside and often bring fresh vegetables over." There was a trace of nervousness and urgency in her voice, and her speech was noticeably faster than usual. She unconsciously tugged at the hem of her clothes, a subtle gesture that revealed her inner turmoil. She knew her grandparents held traditional views, and if they saw Ling Chen in her bedroom, it would inevitably lead to misunderstandings and trouble. Hearing this, Ling Chen also felt a bit nervous. His heart raced, the pounding feeling almost breaking through his chest. Various awkward scenarios flashed through his mind, imagining the embarrassment of being caught by Su Wei's grandparents, leaving him feeling a bit at a loss. His eyes showed a hint of confusion as he didn't know how to handle this sudden situation. "You should hide in the room. If they see you, it might cause some trouble," Su Wei said nervously, her eyes carrying a hint of apology. Her gaze was filled with worry, as if she feared Ling Chen would feel dissatisfied with this request. She knew it was a bit abrupt, but at that moment, she couldn't think of a better solution. Ling Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a situation to arise suddenly. Looking at Su Wei's anxious demeanor, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll hide for now." His voice carried a hint of helplessness and understanding, and he forced a smile, trying to reassure Su Wei. He knew Su Wei was also in a difficult position and didn't want to put her in an awkward spot because of himself. Ling Chen stood up and quickly hurried to the wardrobe. His steps were hurried and panicked, and he almost tripped over a chair. His movements were a bit frantic, his hands trembling slightly as he opened the wardrobe door, revealing a variety of Su Wei's clothes inside, giving off a faint scent of laundry detergent. The fragrance mixed with Su Wei's unique presence, unexpectedly stirring a different feeling in Ling Chen's heart during this tense moment. He carefully squeezed himself inside, trying to curl up his body and make no sound. In the cramped space, he could clearly hear his own heartbeat and breathing, which sounded especially loud in the silence of the wardrobe. Meanwhile, Su Wei hurriedly tidied up the quilt on the bed. Her movements were swift and anxious, her hands quickly smoothing out the wrinkles in the quilt, with each action revealing her urgency. She cleaned up the traces left from when they had eaten watermelon earlier, throwing the watermelon rind and paper into the trash can, and wiped down the coffee table with a cloth, her actions skillful yet hurried, afraid of leaving any trace behind. Her eyes quickly scanned the room, confirming that there were no abnormalities. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and walked toward the door. Her heart was still racing, the pounding echoing in her ears, but she tried hard to make her expression appear calm and natural, preparing to greet her grandparents. She opened the door, wearing a bright smile, and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, why are you here? You didn't say you were coming." Her voice was filled with surprise, making an effort to conceal the earlier panic. Grandpa and Grandma walked in with smiles, carrying a basket full of fresh vegetables. The basket was filled with vibrant green leafy vegetables, tender cucumbers, and bright red tomatoes, each exuding a fresh aroma. "We brought you some fresh vegetables. We grew them ourselves. They're very healthy," Grandma said with a smile, her face, lined with wrinkles, radiating affection for her granddaughter. "Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. Please come in and sit down." Su Wei greeted them warmly, ushering them into the living room. She occasionally glanced towards her bedroom, worried that Ling Chen might accidentally make a noise. Grandpa and Grandma settled onto the sofa and began chatting with Su Wei, inquiring about her recent life and work situation. As Su Wei responded, she kept an ear on the bedroom, silently praying that Ling Chen wouldn't be discovered. Her fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the armrest of the sofa, revealing her inner tension. Meanwhile, in the closet of the bedroom, Ling Chen curled up in the cramped space, afraid to move. His legs were somewhat numb from being curled for so long, but he gritted his teeth and endured, not daring to make a sound. He listened to the voices outside and couldn't help but chuckle to himself, never expecting to be interacting with Su Wei's family in such a way. Images of Su Wei kept flashing through his mind, and he thought about how she was acting outside, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily lift. The conversation outside continued as Grandpa and Grandma shared amusing stories from the countryside, while Su Wei responded with laughter, occasionally bursting into giggles. However, A part of her mind remained focused on Ling Chen in the closet. She worried that he might feel uncomfortable and also feared that her grandparents might suddenly walk into the bedroom. A hint of anxiety revealed itself in her eyes, but she desperately tried to remain calm. After a while, Grandpa suddenly said, "Su Wei, let's go take a look at your room. I heard you got a new computer." Su Wei's expression slightly changed, but she quickly regained her composure and replied, "Grandpa, the computer is still being set up. It's a bit messy. I'll show you when it's all ready." Her voice carried a hint of urgency as she attempted to prevent Grandpa from entering the bedroom. Grandpa nodded, not insisting any further. Su Wei secretly sighed in relief, knowing she needed to think of a way to get her grandparents to leave quickly so Ling Chen could come out of the closet. She began discussing topics that would interest her grandparents, trying to divert their attention. After a while, Su Wei checked the time and said, "Grandpa and Grandma, it's getting late, so please be careful on your way back." Her tone was tinged with reluctance, but more so with a desire for her grandparents to leave soon. Grandpa and Grandma stood up to say their goodbyes. Su Wei accompanied them to the door, watching their figures gradually fade away before finally breathing a sigh of relief. She closed the door, quickly walked back into the bedroom, and opened the closet door, saying, "Ling Chen, they've gone. You can come out now." Ling Chen emerged from the closet, his legs feeling somewhat numb, and he stumbled, nearly falling. Su Wei quickly supported him, and their eyes met, causing them to burst into laughter. This unexpected chaos had somehow brought them closer together. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun painted the entire city in a warm orange hue. The clouds on the horizon resembled a stunning masterpiece, layered and unfolding beautifully. The orange-red light illuminated the skyscrapers, draping them in a veil of golden gauze. Even the trees lining the roads were tinged with warm colors by this fading light, each leaf sparkling with delicate glimmers. Ling Chen drove slowly toward the station. It was rush hour, and the streets were bustling with cars flowing like a tide. Vehicles surged forward, horns honking in a chaotic symphony of city sounds. Electric scooters maneuvered skillfully between the cars, the ringing of bicycle bells occasionally punctuating the noise, while pedestrians hurriedly rushed in every direction. Ling Chen held the steering wheel firmly, glancing out the window, searching for his parents' figures in the crowded streets, his eyes filled with anticipation and anxiety. He hadn't seen his parents in several months, and his longing surged like a tidal wave in his heart. He wondered what their expressions would be when they saw him. Would they smile joyfully, as usual, or would they appear slightly worn from their journey? His fingers lightly tapped the steering wheel, and as time passed, the rhythm of his tapping quickened, reflecting the growing intensity of his anticipation. Finally, he spotted the familiar figures at the station entrance. Ling Chen's eyes lit up instantly, and a delighted smile spread across his face. His eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky. His lips curled upward, revealing his white teeth, and his smile bloomed like flowers in spring, radiant and warm. He quickly found a suitable spot to park, unbuckled his seatbelt, pushed open the car door, and hurried toward his parents. Beside them were two bulging burlap sacks. The seams of the sacks revealed the green skin of winter melons, the golden outline of pumpkins, and the round shape of watermelons, all filled with fresh fruits and vegetables grown by Grandma. Each item carried the warmth of home and the care of loved ones. "Dad, Mom, you finally made it," Ling Chen exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy, his smile radiant like flowers blooming in spring. His voice rang out loudly in the bustling station entrance, drawing the attention of those around him. He rushed to his parents, opened his arms, and enveloped them in a big hug, inhaling their familiar scent, and his longing was instantly soothed. "Chener, you're finally here. We've been so exhausted on this trip," said Chen Yu, wiping the sweat from her forehead as she spoke. Her face bore the fatigue of travel, but the moment she saw her son, her eyes sparkled with gratification. Her hair was slightly disheveled, with a few strands sticking to her slightly flushed cheeks. The wrinkles on her face seemed to have deepened since their last meeting, a testament to the passage of time and the labor for the family. Seeing his parents' tiredness tugged at Ling Chen's heart. He bent slightly, grasped the handles of the burlap sacks firmly, and with a strong lift, balanced the two heavy sacks on his shoulders. The fruits and vegetables inside clinked softly against each other, making faint sounds. He trudged step by step toward the car, his steps a bit heavy, but his face still wore a smile, as if telling his parents that he had grown up and could shield them from the wind and rain. The sacks weighed heavily on his shoulders, causing slight pain, but he gritted his teeth, enduring it without wanting his parents to notice his struggle. After placing the sacks in the trunk, Ling Chen quickly retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water from the car. His movements were swift and natural, as if he had done this countless times before. He twisted off the cap of one bottle and handed it to his father, then offered the other to his mother, saying, "Dad, Mom, have some water to quench your thirst." As he spoke, he opened his own bottle and gulped down the water, the sound of it sliding down his throat echoing in the air. The cool water flowed down, easing the dryness in his mouth and alleviating the tension in his heart. "Child, why do you always drink water so hastily? Aren't you afraid of choking?" Chen Yu looked at Ling Chen and couldn't help but nag. Her eyes were filled with concern, and her nagging sounded like a warm lullaby, expressing the depth of a mother's love. She gently patted Ling Chen's shoulder, her gaze full of tenderness, as if she were scolding a child who didn't know better. Ling Chen chuckled and was about to speak when he noticed his father, Ling Xiaoyun, also drinking water beside him in the same hurried manner. His eyes widened in surprise, and he couldn't help but laugh. He pointed at his father and said with a smile, "Dad, look at you. You're just like me, drinking water so quickly." His laughter was bright and clear, echoing in the parking lot of the station. Chen Yu noticed too and shook her head helplessly. "You two really are cut from the same cloth, with the same drinking habits. Forget it. I won't say more. You won't listen anyway." Her voice carried a hint of helplessness, but mostly it was filled with love for her family. A smile appeared on her face, radiating happiness and contentment as she looked at the father-son duo, making her feel that all her fatigue had vanished. Ling Chen settled into the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and started the car. The vehicle slowly roared to life, emitting a soft rumble. Ling Xiaoyun sat in the passenger seat, leaning slightly forward to observe the road ahead. He reminded, "Chener, it's rush hour now. There are a lot of cars and people. Drive slowly and pay attention to safety." His voice was steady and strong, filled with concern for his son. His eyes were fixed ahead, revealing a hint of worry, as if he were safeguarding his son's driving. "Got it, Dad. You can rest assured," Ling Chen replied, attentively watching the road ahead, his hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, his gaze determined and confident. Warmth filled his heart as he looked at his parents beside him, feeling like the happiest person in the world. He drove carefully, moving slowly through the crowded streets, occasionally chatting with his parents, asking about family matters, and relishing the little moments of life in the city. His parents responded happily, and the car was filled with laughter and joy, the warm atmosphere seemingly spilling out and affecting everything around them. Along the way, the setting sun's rays streamed through the car window, draping them in a golden hue. Ling Chen listened to his parents talk about trivial matters at home, his grandmother's health, and new happenings in the village, filling his heart with nostalgia for home. He remembered the days spent in his hometown during childhood, working in the fields with his parents and playing in the meadows with friends. Those carefree times felt just like yesterday. Now, he was striving hard in the city. Although life was busy, home remained his warmest harbor, and his parents' love was always his driving force. As the car drove on, the city's lights gradually brightened, and the neon lights on the streets flickered with a colorful glow. Ling Chen gazed at the night scene outside the car window, feeling a surge of emotions. He knew that no matter how bustling the city was, home would always be the most precious place in his heart. At this moment, he was driving his parents toward home, the destination of love, the place of happiness. The car moved slowly, carefully weaving through the congested traffic. Chen Yu sat in the back seat, her body gently swaying with the motion of the car. Outside the window, the city's noise surged like a tide, the sounds of honking horns and car alarms intertwining to create a cacophony. Bored, Chen Yu glanced around, her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. She watched the tall buildings lining the streets and the hurried pedestrians, marveling at the city's hustle and bustle. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the car mat, where a long strand of hair stood out prominently against the light-colored fabric. "Chener, why is there a long hair in this car?" Chen Yu asked in confusion, a hint of surprise in her voice, as well as a glimmer of expectation. Her eyes widened slightly as she stared at the hair, seemingly waiting for her son to provide an interesting answer. Ling Chen instinctively glanced at his own seat and, to his surprise, discovered another long hair on the passenger seat. His eyes widened with surprise, and various speculations flashed through his mind. Could it be that his son really liked someone? He exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Yu, their eyes communicating the same thought. Then he turned to Ling Chen. "Chener, are you in a relationship?" His voice carried a note of inquiry, along with a touch of joy. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing an expectant smile, as if he could hardly wait to hear good news from his son. Ling Chen, focused on driving, was momentarily taken aback by his father's question. He gave a slight jolt, causing the steering wheel to shake a bit. At that moment, they happened to hit a red light, and he pressed the brake, bringing the car to a gentle stop. His heart raced, and a flush crept across his face, like a ripe apple. He turned to his father, a shy smile breaking out on his face as he said, "Dad, Mom, actually, I have a girl I really like. Her name is Su Wei, and she's a teacher." His voice carried a hint of sweetness, and the smile was as warm and charming as the spring sun. His eyes sparkled with happiness, as if he was reminiscing about the little moments he shared with Su Wei. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's face lit up with joy, her eyes crinkling into a narrow line, radiating happiness. "Really? Chener, you need to be proactive and pursue that girl." Saying this, she quickly took out her phone, her fingers tapping rapidly on the screen. "I'll transfer you 20,000 yuan right now. Use it as dating funds, and don't be stingy when it comes to spending on her." Her voice was filled with enthusiasm and anticipation, as if she had already envisioned her son's happiness. In her mind, she pictured her son and Su Wei walking hand in hand, her heart brimming with joy. "Mom, this..." Ling Chen was a bit surprised, not expecting his mother to be so straightforward. His eyes widened in astonishment, his expression a mix of surprise and gratitude. He felt a warm current flowing through him, knowing that his parents were wholeheartedly supporting him in pursuing his happiness. "What? Is that not enough?" Chen Yu feigned annoyance, the corners of her mouth curving up into a sly smile. Her eyes sparkled with affection as she watched her son's shocked expression, finding it utterly adorable. "No, Mom, that's not what I meant," Ling Chen quickly explained, his voice tinged with urgency, afraid that his mother might misunderstand. His hands waved in the air, trying to express his gratitude and confusion. "All right, it's settled. Your mom is making the decision for your dad," Chen Yu said as she transferred the money. Her actions were decisive and resolute, as if she were announcing an important decision. She looked at her phone, watching the transfer confirmation, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Ling Chen was somewhat surprised by his wife's unilateral decision, but seeing their son's happy face made him nod in agreement with a smile. "Sure, your mom is right. Just go ahead and pursue her. If you need anything, just let us know. By the way, join me for a drink tonight, and we'll have a good chat, just the two of us." His voice carried a hint of boldness, along with support and encouragement for his son. He patted Ling Chen's shoulder, his strong hand conveying a father's love. Ling Chen looked at his father, feeling deeply touched. He nodded and said, "Okay, Dad, I'll join you for a drink tonight." His tone was firm, and his eyes were filled with respect and gratitude for his father. He imagined the scene of drinking and chatting with his father that evening, his heart full of anticipation. Chen Yu, smiling from the side, added, "All right, you two can drink, but don't overdo it. Everything in moderation." Her voice carried a hint of concern, and her gaze was filled with affection for her family. Her eyes darted back and forth between her husband and son, reflecting on her son's growth. As the car continued forward, Ling Chen's emotions remained stirred. He recalled the first time he met Su Wei. It was a sunny afternoon, and she wore a light yellow dress, her radiant smile brightening his world. Since then, they had spent many beautiful moments together, watching movies, dining, and strolling through the streets. He could still remember the dimples on Su Wei's face when she smiled and the gentle tone of her voice. Every detail was deeply engraved in his mind. He knew that Su Wei was a kind, gentle, independent, and strong girl. She was passionate about her education career and always approached each student with enthusiasm. Her optimism and positivity deeply influenced Ling Chen, helping him maintain a hopeful attitude when facing life's challenges. Thinking of Su Wei, a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. He quietly vowed to cherish this relationship and strive to make Su Wei happy. He understood that the path to pursuing love might be filled with obstacles, but with his father's support, he felt full of courage and strength. Meanwhile, Chen Yu and Ling Xiaoyan sat in the car, quietly discussing. Chen Yu excitedly shared her expectations for her future daughter-in-law, imagining Su Wei's appearance and guessing her personality. Ling Xiaoyan listened with a smile, occasionally sharing his opinions. They were both happy about their son's romantic endeavors and looked forward to meeting Su Wei soon, eager to see what kind of girl had captured their son's heart. The car slowly headed home in the glow of the sunset, filling the cabin with a sense of happiness and warmth. Ling Chen knew that his life was about to enter a new chapter, all because of that special girl, Su Wei. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Ling Chen finally drove home. The sunset in the sky was like a magnificent oil painting, painting the entire horizon in shades of orange and red. The afterglow spread over the earth, wrapping everything in a layer of golden gauze. After parking the car, he and his parents unloaded the burlap sacks from the trunk. The sacks were filled with fresh fruits and vegetables grown by his grandmother, each one carrying the fragrance of soil and the warmth of home. As soon as he entered the house, Ling Chen headed straight for the kitchen. Having prepared the ingredients in advance, he skillfully tied on an apron and began bustling about in the kitchen. The kitchen wasn't large, but it was tidy and organized with various kitchen utensils neatly arranged. Ling Chen picked up a knife and started chopping vegetables. The knife danced up and down in his hands, making a rhythmic tap-tap sound. His movements were practiced and smooth, chopping, stir-frying, and simmering soup. Each step was orderly and methodical. Before long, the aroma of the food filled the kitchen, a scent that seemed to pull his parents into the room. Ling Xiaoyan looked at the beautifully presented dishes on the dining table, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. "Chener, your cooking skills have really improved. It's even better than your mom's," he remarked, his voice laced with praise and his smile radiant like the sunshine in spring. His eyes sparkled with pride as he watched his son busy in the kitchen, reminiscent of the time when his son would follow him around, learning to cook. "Of course, just look at who taught him," Chen Yu teased, her face beaming with happiness, filled with pride and joy for her son. She gently patted Ling Xiaoyun's shoulder, her gaze full of love. She walked into the kitchen to help Ling Chen set the table, chattering, "Today we're in for a treat. Let's taste my son's cooking." The family gathered around the dining table, enjoying a warm dinner. The table was filled with delicious dishes: braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a steaming pot of fish soup. The braised pork was shiny and bright red, the glistening pieces of meat exuding an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water at the sight. The sweet and sour ribs were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a tangy sauce enveloping each piece, making a satisfying crunch when bitten into. The stir-fried vegetables were a vibrant green, preserving the freshest essence of the produce. The fish soup was milky white, fragrant, and inviting, making one yearn to have another sip. Ling Xiaoyan took out a bottle of homemade rice wine from the wine cabinet. The rice wine was in a clear glass bottle, through which the golden liquid shimmered, emanating a faint scent of alcohol. He found 2 disposable cups and poured a cup for both Ling Chen and himself. "Here, Chen, try the rice wine Dad made," he said, his voice filled with anticipation, as if presenting a precious treasure. He gently swirled the cup, watching the wine ripple inside, a satisfied smile on his face. Ling Chen raised the cup to his lips and took a small sip, finding the rice wine smooth and slightly sweet, almost imperceptible in alcohol content. "Dad, this rice wine tastes great, almost like a drink," Ling Chen said with a smile, his face radiating satisfaction, like flowers blooming in spring, brilliant and beautiful. He took another sip, savoring the sweet aroma of the rice wine that filled his mouth, warmth spreading through him. "Haha, although this rice wine doesn't seem strong, it is quite a kick, so don't drink too much," Ling Xiaoyan reminded him, his voice tinged with concern, his eyes full of care for his son. He looked at Ling Chen, a hint of worry in his gaze, fearing that his son might drink too much and feel unwell. However, Ling Chen did not take his father's words to heart. After taking a few more sips, he felt a warm sensation all over his body, which was quite pleasant. His eyes became somewhat dazed, and his smile grew increasingly radiant. He began to share bits and pieces of his life with his parents, recounting interesting stories from work while they listened with smiles, occasionally offering their own opinions. Before he knew it, he had already drunk half of the wine. At this point, the effects of the alcohol finally hit him. He felt his head growing heavy and wanted to sleep. His cheeks turned bright red. His gaze became a bit unfocused, and his speech became slurred. "Dad, Mom, I think I've had a bit too much to drink. I'm going back to my room to rest," Ling Chen said as he swayed unsteadily while standing up. His body rocked from side to side, and his steps were somewhat unsteady. He didn't even bother to clear the dishes and headed toward his room, his swaying figure carrying a hint of drunkenness, yet filled with happiness. He fumbled along the wall, trying to find support, and took slow steps toward his room. As soon as he lay down, Ling Chen's phone rang. It was a video call from Su Wei, indicated by a green bubble. Ling Chen groggily answered the call and saw a fluffy little head on the screen, Su Wei, with its round, big eyes curiously staring at the camera. Ling Chen thought he might have drunk too much and was hallucinating, so he rubbed his eyes. It was then that Su Wei's face appeared on the screen. Noticing Ling Chen's flushed face, she couldn't help but ask nervously, "Ling Chen, what's wrong? How much have you had to drink?" Her voice carried a hint of concern, and her eyes were filled with worry. Her brows knitted slightly, revealing a sense of urgency as she looked at Ling Chen's drunken state, feeling quite distressed. Ling Chen smiled at Su Wei and said, somewhat slurred, "I didn't drink much, just a little bit." His voice had a hint of drunkenness, and his smile was warm and charming, like the sun on a spring day. He tried to sit up but ended up falling heavily back onto the bed, almost dropping his phone on the floor. Seeing his condition, Su Wei knew he had definitely overindulged. She shook her head helplessly. "You still say you didn't drink much, but your face is so red. How long did you drink for?" Her voice held a teasing tone, mixed with genuine concern for him. Her fingers gently brushed the screen, as if she wanted to touch him and feel his warmth. Ling Chen tilted his head and thought for a moment, then replied, "I drank for about an hour, I guess." His voice was a bit dazed, and his eyes were filled with drunkenness. With half-closed eyes, he wore a silly smile, as if he were admiring a precious piece of art. Su Wei listened and felt both amused and exasperated. "You really make me worry. All right, you should get some rest. I'll call you again tomorrow." Her voice carried a hint of helplessness, but also a sense of indulgence toward Ling Chen. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked at him, filled with both concern and affection. "Yeah, I'm going to sleep. Su Wei, good night," Ling Chen mumbled, and then hung up the phone. Before long, he drifted off to sleep. A smile graced his face, as if he could feel the warmth of home and the sweetness of love even in his dreams. In his dreams, he and Su Wei walked hand in hand along a beautiful beach, the sunlight shining down on them, surrounded by an aura of happiness. Ling Chen drowsily ended the video call with Su Wei, his head heavy and muddled, as if shrouded in a thick fog. He felt as if he were wrapped in a soft cotton cloud, weak and powerless, his consciousness becoming increasingly unclear. The dim, yellowish light in the room swayed in his vision, resembling flickering shadows in the deep sea. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead, making it impossible for him to lift them, yet he still strained to do so. The image of Su Wei's worried expression when she saw him drunk kept surfacing in his mind, and a wave of guilt washed over him, completely engulfing him. Su Wei, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have drunk so much and made you worry. Ling Chen mumbled to the air, his voice weak and indistinct, his tongue feeling tied, making each word painfully difficult to articulate. He tried to let Su Wei hear his apology, but the world around him spun, and he could barely make out his own voice. He struggled to sit up, but lost his balance and fell heavily back onto the bed with a dull thud. On the other end of the line, Su Wei looked at Ling Chen's flushed face and drunken state on the screen, feeling heartbroken. Her eyes were filled with concern and worry, her brows tightly knitted together, forming a shallow, Chan shape. Memories of Ling Chen's usual sunny and cheerful demeanor flooded her mind, and seeing him in such a pitiful state caused her heart to ache. She quickly ended the call and rushed to the kitchen. This foolish guy, he really doesn't know how to take care of himself, Su Wei muttered to herself as she expertly gathered the ingredients for a hangover soup. Her movements were swift and efficient as she took out pots and pans from the cabinet and fresh ingredient from the fridge, slicing ginger, boiling water, and adding herbs, each step methodical. All she thought about was getting the hangover soup ready quickly so that Ling Chen could feel a bit better. The kitchen was brightly lit and warm, casting a glow on Su Wei's busy figure. Her hair was casually tied back, with a few strands falling beside her cheeks, adding a touch of softness to her appearance. She focused intently on the bubbling soup in the pot, her eyes revealing determination and dedication. She knew that after drinking so much, Ling Chen would definitely have a splitting headache the next day, and this hangover soup might help ease his discomfort. In his haze, Ling Chen struggled to open his eyes, as if his eyelids were glued shut. After much effort, he finally managed to pry them open just a slit. He looked at his phone screen, where Su Wei's photo appeared particularly gentle under the light. He spoke to the phone screen. Su Wei, don't worry. I promise I won't drink so much again. Please don't be mad, okay? His voice was thick with drunkenness, and his words were somewhat slurred, like a ghost floating in a fog. With a weak hand, he held the phone, his fingers gently sliding across the screen, trying to find Su Wei's contact information to talk to her properly. As if she heard his promise, Su Wei's voice came through the phone. You know you're in the wrong. If you drink this much again, just wait until I get my hands on you. Although her tone carried a hint of reproach, it was mostly filled with concern. Her voice was like the warm sun in spring, penetrating the fog in Ling Chen's mind and bringing him a touch of warmth. Ling Chen's lips curled into a silly smile, even though it looked somewhat comical on his drunken face. I promise, there definitely won't be a next time, he nodded vigorously, even though Su Wei couldn't see him. His head spun from the motion, and he had to close his eyes again. Memories of the moments he shared with Su Wei filled his mind. Walking together in the park, watching movies, savoring delicious food, each scene brimming with sweetness and happiness. He regretted drinking so much today, ruining the wonderful feeling. Ling Chen slipped back into a state between dreams and wakefulness. His body gently rose and fell with each breath, his brows sometimes furrowed, sometimes relaxed, as if he were lamenting his drunkenness even in his sleep. In his dream, he saw Su Wei angrily turn and leave. No matter how much he called out, Su Wei did not look back. He desperately chased after her, but could never catch up, his heart filled with fear and despair. Suddenly, he woke up from the dream, gasping for breath, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Su Wei. Ling Chen weakly called out her name, his voice echoing in the quiet room. He picked up his phone, wanting to call Su Wei again, but found that the battery was low. Struggling to get up, he tried to find a charger, but accidentally knocked over a cup on the table, which fell to the ground with a loud crash and shattered into pieces. In the kitchen, Su Wei heard the sound of the cup breaking and was startled, thinking something had happened to Ling Chen. She hurriedly left the pot of soup and rushed to the living room. When she saw Ling Chen sitting on the floor, looking dazed, her worry instantly turned into heartache. How could you be so careless? Su Wei quickly approached Ling Chen, crouched down, and checked to see if he was hurt. Ling Chen looked at Su Wei's anxious expression and felt a wave of emotion. "I'm fine. I just accidentally knocked over the cup," he said softly, a hint of guilt in his voice. He looked at Su Wei, his eyes filled with regret. "Su Wei, I'm really sorry for making you worry." Seeing Ling Chen like this, all her complaints vanished without a trace. She sighed gently and said, "It's okay as long as you're fine. Get up first. I made some soup for you to help you feel better." Su Wei helped Ling Chen up and guided him to sit on the sofa. Then she went back to the kitchen and brought out the freshly made soup, still steaming and giving off a faint aroma. Su Wei sat beside Ling Chen, scooped a spoonful of the soup, blew on it gently, and brought it to his lips. "Here, take a sip," Su Wei said tenderly. Ling Chen looked at her, feeling deeply moved. He opened his mouth and drank the soup. It flowed down his throat, warming his stomach and his heart. "Su Wei, thank you," Ling Chen said sincerely as he looked at her. Su Wei smiled slightly and replied, "There's no need to be so polite with me, but you must promise not to drink so much in the future, okay?" Ling Chen nodded vigorously, saying, "I understand. I promise I won't let you worry again." Su Wei looked at Ling Chen's serious expression, feeling a sense of relief. She gently leaned on his shoulder and said, "As long as you're okay, that's all that matters." The room was filled with the aroma of the soup, warm and sweet. Ling Chen and Su Wei quietly leaned against each other, savoring this moment of peace. In this moment, they only had each other in their hearts, and all their troubles and worries vanished into thin air. Not knowing how much time had passed, Ling Chen's phone rang again, the sharp sound pulling him out of his daze. He struggled to open his eyes, feeling groggy as if his head were wrapped in a heavy layer of gauze, his consciousness lingering between dreams and reality. He hazily glanced at his phone. Su Wei's name was flashing on the screen. At that moment, it felt as if a beam of light had instantly pierced through his chaotic world. "Hello, Su Wei." Ling Chen's voice still carried a hint of sleepiness, sounding lazy and muddled. His throat felt dry, and each word seemed to be squeezed out from a hoarse voice. "Ling Chen, I'm outside your apartment complex, bringing you some hangover soup." Su Wei's voice was particularly clear in the nighttime air, like twinkling stars in the dark sky, illuminating Ling Chen's chaotic world. Her voice was soft and warm, tinged with urgency, as if she were conveying to Ling Chen that she was not far away, filled with concern. "Huh, you're outside? I'll be right down." Ling Chen instantly became much more alert. His eyes widened, sparkling with surprise. He quickly got out of bed, his movements a bit frantic, almost tripping over shoes by the bedside. His heart began to race at the thought of Su Wei waiting for him just outside the complex. A joy that was hard to describe surged in his chest. He tidied himself up quickly, ruffled his hair with his hands in an attempt to look less disheveled, patted down his clothes, and headed towards the door. As he passed through the living room, his mother, Chen Yu, was sitting on the sofa, engrossed in a short drama. The characters on the television were laughing and arguing, and Chen Yu was clearly enjoying it. Noticing Ling Chen's hurried appearance, she turned her head and asked, "Chen'er, it's so late. Where are you going?" There was a hint of confusion in her eyes, and the smile from watching television still lingered on her lips. To her, it seemed that her son rushing out at this hour must have something special going on. Ling Chen stopped in his tracks and said, "Mom, Su Wei is outside bringing me some hangover soup. I'm going out for a bit." His face was beaming with happiness, and his eyes sparkled as if he had seen light in the darkness. Mentioning Su Wei made his voice unconsciously take on a gentle tone, a love he couldn't hide. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu smiled. "Oh, this girl is really thoughtful. You should invite her over for some water and to eat some watermelon. I put the watermelon in the fridge to chill. It's so sweet." Her voice was filled with enthusiasm, and her eyes were full of affection for Su Wei, as if she already considered her a daughter-in-law. Chen Yu had always hoped her son would find a good girl, and Su Wei's appearance made her extremely satisfied. She looked forward to getting along well with this future daughter-in-law. Ling Chen nodded. "Okay, Mom, I'll ask her when I see her." With that, he hurried out of the house, heading towards the entrance of the community. His steps were quick and hurried, his heart filled with longing and anticipation for Su Wei. He imagined the scene when he would see her, his heart brimming with sweetness. Ling Chen quickly walked out of the complex and immediately spotted Su Wei sitting on a bench. Around them, older men and women were happily dancing to square dance music, the sound deafening, their faces beaming with smiles, their steps lively and strong. In stark contrast to the surrounding excitement, Su Wei sat there, her gaze gentle and serene, quietly waiting for Ling Chen. Her hair fluttered lightly in the breeze, a few strands falling beside her cheeks, adding to her softness. She wore a simple dress, looking especially beautiful and charming under the lights. "Su Wei," Ling Chen shouted, running towards her. His voice stood out amidst the noisy square, catching the attention of many. His steps were light and hurried, as if he were chasing his own happiness. A bright smile illuminated his face, and his eyes were filled only with the figure of Su Wei. Su Wei looked up and smiled when she saw Ling Chen. She stood up and handed him the hangover soup, saying, "Here, drink this quickly. It's for your hangover." Her voice was soft and warm, filled with concern. Looking at Ling Chen, her eyes were full of love, as if he were the most important person in the world. Ling Chen took the hangover soup from her, looking at the full cup, and said, "Wow, that's a lot." "Su Wei, actually, there's a reason I drank. I was thinking that if I were to drink with your uncle in the future, I need to be able to keep up with him, so I'm practicing my drinking capacity in advance." His eyes held a hint of shyness, and his voice was soft, as if he were sharing a secret. He slightly lowered his head, afraid to meet Su Wei's gaze, worried that she would laugh at his seemingly ridiculous reason. Hearing this, Su Wei felt a warmth in her heart. She looked at Ling Chen and said seriously, "You don't have to worry about that. In the future, I will protect you and won't let my uncle pressure you into drinking." Her gaze was firm yet gentle, as if she were making an eternal promise to Ling Chen. She gently took Ling Chen's hand, which was warm and soft, conveying her affection and care. Ling Chen looked at Su Wei, feeling deeply moved. Under Su Wei's encouragement, he picked up the cup and gulped down the sobriety soup in one go. It was somewhat bitter, but he found it incredibly sweet because it came from Su Wei's concern for him. After finishing the soup, he set down the cup and gazed at Su Wei, feeling 1,000 words in his heart, but unsure where to start. The two stood quietly together, oblivious to the noise around them. Ling Chen looked at Su Wei, mustered his courage, and said, "Su Wei, I actually wanted to tell you that I really like you. Ever since we first met, I've been drawn to you. Your kindness, your gentleness, your smile, they all make my heart race. I want to be with you, to take care of you and protect you." His voice trembled, a mix of nervousness and excitement. His eyes were filled with anticipation, waiting for Su Wei's response. Upon hearing Ling Chen's confession, Su Wei's face turned slightly red, and her eyes sparkled with happiness. She looked at Ling Chen and softly said, "Ling Chen, I like you too. I actually sensed your feelings a long time ago. I just never said it out loud. I want to walk through every day of the future with you." Her voice was gentle yet firm, as if declaring a beautiful vow. Ling Chen felt immense joy in response to Su Wei's words. He gently embraced Su Wei, and she held him tightly. In that moment, it felt as if they had the whole world and all worries and troubles vanished. The older folks around them seemed to notice the sweetness of the couple and cast them blessings with their looks. The music from the square dance continued, and the cheerful rhythm seemed to cheer for their love. On this beautiful night, Ling Chen and Su Wei's relationship deepened. In each other's embrace, they felt each other's heartbeat and affection. They knew that the road ahead was long, but as long as they were together, nothing could hinder their steps forward. After a while, Ling Chen recalled his mother's words and said to Su Wei, "Su Wei, my mom asked you to come over to our house for a visit and have some chilled watermelon." Su Wei smiled and nodded. "Sure, I want to meet your mom too." So, they walked hand in hand toward Ling Chen's home. Along the way, they chatted and laughed, sharing their feelings and thoughts. Their figures appeared particularly sweet and warm under the lights. When they entered Ling Chen's house, Chen Yu greeted them warmly. She looked at Su Wei, her face beaming with a smile. "Su Wei, come in and sit down. Annie has cut some watermelon for you." Su Wei smiled and said, "Thank you, Auntie. I'm sorry for the trouble." Chen Yu quickly replied, "No trouble at all. I'm so happy you could come." The three of them sat in the living room, eating watermelon and chatting. The room was filled with laughter and joy, and the warm atmosphere brought immense happiness. On this loving night, Ling Chen and Su Wei not only confirmed their feelings for each other, but also received their family's blessings. After finishing the hangover soup, Su Wei let out a gentle sigh. Watching Ling Chen's cheeks gradually regain some color, her worries began to ease. She smiled and said, "All right, you've had the hangover soup, so you should feel much better now. I should head back." There was a hint of reluctance in her eyes, but more importantly, she felt reassured about Ling Chen. In her view, after drinking the hangover soup, he should be able to get through the night comfortably, and it was time for her to return to her own routine. However, deep down, she found herself quietly hoping to spend a little more time with Ling Chen. This conflicting emotion caused a fleeting look of entanglement in her gaze. Su Wei furrowed her brow, feeling a bit awkward, and took out her phone to open a voice message from her aunt, Chen Yu. "Wei Wei, you must be home by 10 o'clock tonight. Don't forget the family rules." Su Wei smiled helplessly. "You see, my aunt is urging me, and it's getting late." Her voice carried a trace of apology, and her eyes were filled with regret. She genuinely wanted to interact more with Ling Chen's family and get to know his life better, but her aunt's family rules felt like an invisible shackle, forcing her to abandon that desire. Seeing the disappointment in Ling Chen's eyes, she felt a pang of discomfort in her heart, thinking that she might have let him down. Ling Chen looked at Su Wei, and although he felt disappointed, he quickly thought of another solution and insisted, "Then let me drive you back to school. I need to pick up Chen Yu from study hall soon anyway. It's on the way." His gaze was firm and unyielding, as if to tell Su Wei that he was determined to take her back. He thought that even if he couldn't take Su Wei home, spending a bit more time with her would still be good. Besides, he really did need to pick up Chen Yu, making this arrangement reasonable. He believed Su Wei wouldn't refuse. Unable to resist Ling Chen's persistence, Su Wei agreed. The two of them walked to the roadside where there weren't many cars on the street at night. Occasionally, a few vehicles sped by, creating a light breeze. They stood under a street lamp, the dim yellow light stretching their shadows long and intertwining. Su Wei's hair gently danced in the breeze, and as Ling Chen looked at her profile, a wave of indescribable tenderness surged in his heart. After a while, a taxi slowly came to a stop. Ling Chen swiftly opened the door, politely letting Su Wei enter first before getting in himself. The taxi was filled with a faint scent of leather mixed with the essence of a summer night, creating a unique atmosphere in the small space. Once inside the taxi, Su Wei rolled down the window. The gentle night wind flowed in, playfully stirring her hair. The strands floated in the breeze like soft ribbons. Ling Chen gazed at Su Wei, his heart filled with warmth. His eyes were full of affection as he quietly watched her, as if time had frozen in that moment. The taxi slowly drove through the city streets, the light and shadows constantly changing around them, sometimes illuminated by streetlights, other times engulfed in darkness. Yet, the warmth between them never dissipated. Most of the shops on either side of the street had already closed, with only a few still lit, the dim light spilling onto the pavement, forming patches of light. Occasionally, a few pedestrians hurried by, their figures appearing somewhat blurred in the night. Su Wei turned to Ling Chen and said, "You scared me today when you got drunk. You can't do that again." Her voice carried a hint of reproach, yet was filled with concern. Remembering how Ling Chen had looked when he was drunk still sent a shiver down her spine, worrying about the potential harm to his health. Ling Chen nodded, saying, "I understand. It won't happen again. I'm sorry for worrying you today." He spoke with a hint of guilt in his voice, and his eyes were filled with remorse. He recalled his embarrassing behavior while drunk and felt deep regret, believing he shouldn't have made Su Wei worry about him. He silently vowed to pay more attention to his actions in the future and not let Su Wei be concerned because of him. The two of them chatted quietly, discussing everything from the trivialities of life to their mutual interests and even their aspirations for the future. They discovered that there were many common topics between them. Each exchange brought them closer together, deepening their feelings for one another without them even realizing it. The taxi navigated through the city streets, heading towards a school. At an intersection, the taxi encountered a red light and came to a slow stop. Ling Chen looked out the window and suddenly spotted a flower shop, where the flowers inside glowed vibrantly under the lights. He felt a spark of inspiration and said to Su Wei, "Su Wei, wait for me a moment." With that, he opened the car door and quickly walked toward the flower shop. Su Wei looked at Ling Chen's back, puzzled about what he was going to do. After a short while, Ling Chen returned, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers. He got back in the car and handed the flowers to Su Wei, shyly saying, "These are for you. Thank you for caring about me today." It was a bouquet of pink roses, the petals delicate and exuding a faint fragrance. Su Wei took the flowers, her face flushed with surprise and emotion. She looked at Ling Chen and softly said, "Thank you, Ling Chen. These flowers are beautiful." She gently cradled the bouquet in her arms, inhaling the subtle floral scent, feeling a wave of happiness wash over her. The taxi continued on its way and soon arrived at the school entrance. Su Wei got out of the car, and Ling Chen followed her. He looked at Su Wei and said, "You should head back now. Be careful on your way." His gaze was filled with reluctance, but he also knew that Su Wei needed to return to rest. Su Wei nodded and replied, "You should go pick up Chen Yu soon. Thank you for bringing me back today." Her eyes were similarly filled with reluctance as she turned and headed toward the school. Ling Chen stood quietly in place, his eyes closely following Su Wei's diminishing figure. Her silhouette was like a light, fluffy cloud, slowly drifting into the depths of the campus until it finally blended into the lush greenery, completely disappearing from his sight. At that moment, the sunlight fell on Ling Chen, outlining his somewhat lonely figure. A gentle breeze brushed past, tousling his hair, but he was oblivious, still gazing blankly in the direction Su Wei had left, as if there was something incredibly precious there that he couldn't let go of. His heart was filled with sweetness and anticipation for the future. He knew that their relationship had taken another step forward on this summer night. After a while, Ling Chen turned to leave, heading towards Chen Yu school. His steps were light, and his heart was filled with joy. On this beautiful summer night, his relationship with Su Wei was quietly warming under the gentle protection they shared. The sunlight gently spilled over the campus of Chen Primary School, draping it in a layer of golden gossamer. On the paths of the campus, the green trees provided shade, the grass was lush, and little birds sang joyfully in the branches, seemingly celebrating this special day. Today is Teacher's Day, and a warm and joyful atmosphere filled the campus. The faces of the students were radiant with innocent smiles as they held carefully prepared gifts and walked briskly towards their classrooms. In Class 1's classroom, the students arrived early at school. They gathered together, whispering excitedly, their eyes filled with anticipation. Some were organizing the banners in their hands, carefully smoothing out the wrinkles as if they were handling a priceless treasure. Others were checking the greeting cards they had written, reading each word slowly to avoid any mistakes. Still, others were secretly practicing what they wanted to say to the teacher, their lips moving slightly, their faces showing a shy yet eager expression. The moment Su Wei entered the classroom, the students immediately surrounded her, their faces beaming with excitement. They held a bright banner, which shone brilliantly under the sunlight. The red of the banner resembled a burning flame, and the yellow threads embroidered with words sparkled. "Happy Teacher's Day, Ms. Su!" The students shouted in unison, their voices loud and full of enthusiasm, as if they wanted to break through the roof and reach every corner of the campus. This sound was filled with the students' affection and respect for Su Wei, echoing in the classroom for a long time. Su Wei looked at the scene before her, her eyes filled with surprise and emotion. She instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, tears of joy sparkling in her eyes. She had not expected the students to prepare such a thoughtful gift, and a warm current surged in her heart. She accepted the banner from the students and slowly unfolded it, revealing the words, "Most beautiful teacher," written in large letters. These 5 words were like 5 beams of warm sunlight, illuminating Su Wei's heart. "Thank you, everyone. This is the best Teacher's Day gift I have ever received," Su Wei said, her voice slightly choked with emotion, but her face radiated a happy smile, as beautiful and brilliant as flowers blooming in spring. Seeing Su Wei's joyful expression, the students also laughed happily. "Ms. Su, you are always so good to us. This is what we should do," one student said, his face beaming with a sincere smile, his eyes filled with admiration for Su Wei. He recalled how patiently she had explained difficult problems to him, and his heart was full of gratitude. Su Wei nodded and said, "To thank you all, I will discuss with the other subject teachers to see if we can cancel today's homework, so you can enjoy a relaxed Teacher's Day." Yay! Upon hearing this news, the students cheered with excitement. Some jumped up, waving their hands in the air. Others hugged each other, their faces filled with joy. Still, others excitedly patted the tables, filling the classroom with laughter and cheers. The laughter and cheer resonated in the classroom like beautiful music. Then, Su Wei began the language lesson, and today's subject was the rain alley. Standing at the podium, she held herself tall, her face radiating confidence. She wore a light blue dress, as clear and natural as the sky, with her long, glossy black hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her voice was clear and melodious, like a spring flowing through the mountains, gently flowing into the ears of the students. Her gaze was focused and gentle, sometimes looking at the textbook and sometimes at the students, as if she was engaging in a spiritual exchange with them. "Students, today we will delve into Dai Wangshu's Rain Alley together and experience its unique artistic conception." Su Wei's voice softly rang out as she slowly opened the textbook and began to read aloud. "With an oiled paper umbrella, wandering alone in the long, long and lonely rain alley." Her reading had a rhythmic cadence, full of emotion, and the students seemed to truly see that long, lonely rain alley and the girl holding the oiled paper umbrella. Under her guidance, the students felt as if they had entered that long and lonely rain alley, witnessing the girl holding the oiled paper umbrella, who was as sorrowful as lilacs, and they sensed the poet Dai Wangshu's subtle melancholy and yearning for beautiful love. The students were immersed in Su Wei's explanation, actively answering questions, creating a lively atmosphere in the classroom. "Xiaoyin, please share your understanding of the girl's image in this poem." Su Wei smiled as she called on student. Xiaoyin stood up, nervously cleared her throat, and said, "I think this girl is like a beautiful dream. She is both beautiful and sorrowful. The poet seeks her in the rain alley, just as one searches for beauty within oneself." Su Wei nodded, her eyes full of approval. Xiaowen expressed it very well. Does anyone else have a different perspective? At that moment, Xiao Hong raised her hand and confidently said, I think the rain alley symbolizes the path of life. The girl's appearance and disappearance represent the beauty and losses we encounter in life. Su Wei encouraged her. Xiao Hong's interpretation is unique. It offers a different perspective on this poem. Everyone should think actively like Xiao Hong. The students exchanged thoughts about the poem, their ideas sparking off one another in the classroom. Some students stood up and read the verses aloud with varying tones and rhythms, as if they were the poet wandering in the rain alley. Others raised their hands to share their insights, displaying quick thinking and sharp viewpoints. Some students engaged in quiet discussions with their desk mates, their eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge as they exchanged thoughts and explored the mysteries of the poem together. During the discussions, Su Wei would timely guide the students to pay attention to the imagery, rhythm, and emotional expression in the poem. She explained in detail the symbolic meanings of each image, helping the students to gain a deeper understanding of the poem's essence. Students, the lilac in the poem is not just a beautiful flower. It also symbolizes sorrow, lamentation, and nobility. The poet uses the lilac to describe the girl, endowing her with a unique temperament. Time quietly passed amidst the students' enthusiastic discussions, and before they knew it, the bell rang to signal the end of class. Yet, the students seemed still immersed in the world of Rain Alley, unwilling to leave. Su Wei looked at the students' eager eyes, filled with a sense of fulfillment. She knew that this lesson not only imparted knowledge to the students, but also allowed them to feel the charm of poetry, igniting their love for literature. All right, students, this concludes our class for today. I hope everyone will take some time to savor Rain Alley after class and appreciate the beauty of the poem, Su Wei said with a smile. The students reluctantly organized their textbooks and exited the classroom. Their faces still radiated excitement, and they continued discussing the content from class. Su Wei watched their departing figures, feeling a myriad of emotions in her heart. She understood that as a teacher, witnessing her students thrive in the ocean of knowledge and soar in the sky of thought was the greatest happiness. The banner proclaiming her as the most beautiful teacher was not only a recognition from her students, but also a source of motivation, inspiring her to continue on the path of education, bringing more knowledge and warmth to her students. As the school bell rang, its clear sound echoed throughout the campus, announcing the end of the class. Su Wei walked briskly to the teacher's office, sunlight streaming through the windows and casting a warm glow on her face, which was adorned with a bright smile. She first sought out her fellow subject teachers to discuss canceling the homework for one class that day. The teachers sat together, their faces displaying kind smiles as they listened attentively to Su Wei's request. The office was neatly organized, filled with lesson plans, assignments, and various teaching materials. On the walls hung teaching progress charts and students' outstanding works, showcasing the strong educational atmosphere present. Teacher Su, that's a great idea. Today is Teacher's Day, so let's give the students a chance to relax, said a seasoned math teacher, adjusting his glasses and smiling. His eyes were filled with understanding and support. Having taught at this school for many years, he was well aware of the pressure students faced and recognized the importance of allowing them some downtime on special occasions. Su Wei gratefully replied, "Thank you, everyone. I appreciate all of your help." Her face radiated with gratitude, and her eyes sparkled with appreciation for her colleagues. She slightly bowed her head to express her thanks to the surrounding teachers, feeling fortunate to have such understanding colleagues. Returning to her workstation, Su Wei noticed a large gift box tied with a red satin bow placed on her chair. The beautifully wrapped box shimmered under the light, as if it were trying to convey a message to her. She paused for a moment, filled with curiosity. This workstation was where she prepared lessons and graded assignments daily, usually cluttered with her usual books and stationery, making the sudden appearance of this gift box feel particularly out of place. At that moment, her colleague, Teacher Liang, approached with a mysterious smile on her face. Teacher Liang was an outgoing and cheerful instructor who had a close relationship with Su Wei and often enjoyed joking with her. "Teacher Su, you're really lucky. Your boyfriend sent you a gift," Liang teased, her eyes sparkling with playful mockery and envy. She leaned closer to Su Wei, emphasizing the words boyfriend with a smirk. Su Wei's face instantly turned red. She instinctively touched her cheek, as if trying to hide her embarrassment. Thoughts of Ling Chen filled her mind, causing her heart to race. "Teacher Liang, don't say that. We're not even officially a couple yet," Su Wei whispered, her voice barely audible, but her face was flushed with happiness. Memories of their time together flooded her mind, leaving her feeling sweetly nervous. Liang chuckled and said, "You're blushing. If he's not your boyfriend, how could he be so thoughtful? Come on, open it and see what the gift is." She wore an expectant smile, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Leaning slightly forward, she eagerly anticipated what was inside the gift box. Su Wei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reached out to unwrap the box. Her hands trembled slightly, filled with anticipation. Other teachers in the office also turned to watch with intrigued expressions, and the previously quiet atmosphere in the office buzzed with excitement. The first layer revealed a mix of nectarines and honey plums. Seeing the fruits, Su Wei felt a rush of emotion, understanding that they symbolized the idea of a teacher's influence spreading far and wide. "This guy is quite thoughtful," Su Wei said softly, a smile creeping on her lips, her face glowing with sweetness and her heart touched by the gesture. She gently picked up a nectarine, feeling its smooth surface, as if she could sense Ling Chen's intentions behind this gift. As she continued to dig deeper, the next layer contained hand cream and throat lozenges. Su Wei often had to grade a large number of assignments, which made her hands dry, and long hours of teaching often left her throat uncomfortable. Seeing these items warmed her heart. Though not expensive, they were practical gifts that catered to her daily needs. Ling Chen's thoughtfulness moved her. She delicately caressed the hand cream and throat lozenges, as if she could feel his warmth and care. She imagined Ling Chen's earnest expression as he selected these gifts, her heart filled with sweetness. When she opened the third layer and saw a milky white scented candle, her heart raced. The lines of Li Shangyin's love poem Untitled immediately floated into her mind. The spring silkworms die only when their silk is exhausted. The wax torch turns to ash only when its tears have dried. Candles often symbolize deep affection in love poetry. She couldn't help but feel a ripple of emotion within her, wondering if Ling Chen was using this as a way to confess his feelings to her. Torn between responding to this sentiment and pretending she was oblivious, her eyes were filled with confusion and uncertainty. Her fingers gently stroked the scented candle, as if searching for answers. Thoughts swirled in her mind. On one hand, she was hopeful about Ling Chen's intentions, while on the other, she worried that her assumptions might be wrong. At that moment, Teacher Chen walked over and saw Su Wei receiving her gifts, a look of envy in his eyes. "Su teacher, your gifts are really impressive," Teacher Chen remarked, his voice filled with admiration and envy. Teacher Chen was an experienced veteran teacher who usually appeared serious, but at that moment, he couldn't help but show an envious expression as he looked at Su Wei's gifts. Su Wei smiled and asked, "What gifts did you receive, Teacher Chen?" Her face wore a curious smile, and her eyes sparkled with interest. She temporarily set the gift box aside and turned to face Teacher Chen, eager to hear about the special gifts he had received. With a smile, Teacher Chen took out an exquisite small box and said, "Look, this is a hearing aid that my students gave me." He had a helpless smile on his face, but there was a hint of fondness in his eyes. He opened the box to reveal the small hearing aid inside, his expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. Su Wei was slightly taken aback, looking at Teacher Chen with confusion. Teacher Chen explained with a wry smile, "Sigh, this is my students' way of hinting that I tend to go overtime in class. They're all tired of listening." His voice held a touch of self-deprecation, yet it was filled with love for his students. He recalled the scenes in his classroom and realized that he often lost track of time while explaining concepts. Unable to help herself, Su Wei laughed. "Teacher Chen, your students are quite funny." Her laughter was clear and melodious, echoing in the office like silver bells. She imagined the scene when the students gave this gift, finding it both amusing and heartwarming. Teacher Chen chuckled and then said, "Su teacher, we're having a lunch gathering in the office today. Why not join us? This is the third time I'm inviting you, and you can't refuse again." His face was lit up with an expectant smile, his eyes full of sincerity. He genuinely appreciated Su Wei's teaching abilities and character and hoped to deepen their understanding of each other through this gathering. Su Wei hesitated for a moment, thinking that everyone usually got along well, then nodded and said, "Sure, Teacher Chen, I'll definitely go this time." Her face radiated happiness, and her eyes were filled with anticipation. She looked forward to spending a pleasant lunchtime with her colleagues, enhancing their relationships. The office returned to its usual busy rhythm, with teachers continuing to grade assignments and prepare lessons. But Su Wei's heart was still filled with thoughts of that gift and the upcoming gathering. She carefully organized the gifts, setting them aside, then sat down to open her lesson plans, preparing for the next class. Yet, her thoughts drifted back to that special gift and Ling Chen, causing a smile to unconsciously appear on her face. She knew that this Teacher's Day would become an unforgettable memory for her. After Su Wei accepted Teacher Chen's invitation to the gathering, she felt both excited and a bit nervous. She began to tidy up her desk, arranging lesson plans and materials neatly. Her fingers gently glided over the surface of the desk, as if she were organizing her own emotions. At that moment, she sat quietly by the window, her gaze somewhat dreamy as she looked into the distance, but her thoughts had already drifted deep into her memories. Scenes of Ling Chen giving her gifts played in her mind like a movie. She remembered one time when Ling Chen approached her with a bouquet of stunning red roses, a gentle smile on his face. He handed her the flowers and said, "My dear, this bouquet represents my deep love for you." At that moment, she joyfully accepted the bouquet, feeling the sweetness and warmth it brought. On another occasion, Ling Chen mysteriously placed a beautifully crafted small box in her hands, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. When she opened the box, a dazzling necklace appeared before her, the embedded gems radiating a captivating glow. Ling Chen carefully put the necklace around her neck and softly said, "It will accompany you just like my love." At that moment, her heart felt like it was melting. These beautiful memories flowed like a warm current from the depths of her heart, gradually spreading to every corner of her being, filling her with indescribable happiness and satisfaction. At that time, the other teachers in the office were also discussing the gifts they received for Teacher's Day. Some teachers received handmade cards from their students, filled with heartfelt wishes. Others received flowers, the fragrance wafting through the entire office. Some teachers received snacks, and everyone shared them while exchanging amusing stories about their students, creating a warm atmosphere in the office. "Miss Su, did you know? Teacher Wang from the class next door received a gigantic stuffed toy from her students, almost filling up her desk," one teacher said with a laugh, her eyes sparkling with joy. Su Wei chuckled and replied, "The students are just too adorable. Their intentions are the most precious." Her voice was filled with love and gratitude for her students. The teachers chatted back and forth, their laughter echoing in the room. Su Wei listened quietly, occasionally chiming in with a few words, her face always radiating a happy smile. On this special day, she felt the warmth and camaraderie among her colleagues, as well as the happiness and fulfillment of being a teacher. Soon it was noon, and Su Wei and the other teachers headed to the restaurant for the gathering. Along the way, sunlight poured over them, and a gentle breeze brought a touch of coolness. The teachers walked and chatted, discussing various aspects of their teaching, sharing their experiences and insights. "Miss Su, your class has made such great progress this semester. Do you have any teaching secrets?" one teacher curiously asked. Su Wei pondered for a moment and replied, I think the most important thing is to pay attention to each student's characteristics, tailor the teaching materials to their needs, and spark their interest in learning. Also, it's essential to communicate with the students more to understand their thoughts and needs. Her eyes reflected her passion and dedication to the field of education. The other teachers nodded in agreement, and a lively discussion about teaching methods ensued. In the discussion, Su Wei learned many new teaching philosophies and methods, which further solidified her educational beliefs. After arriving at the restaurant, everyone gathered around the dining table. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes, and the aroma was irresistible. Teacher Chen smiled and said, Today, let's celebrate Teacher's Day and thank everyone for their hard work over the past year. Everyone raised their glasses and exchanged blessings. Su Wei also lifted her glass, her face glowing with a happy smile. At that moment, her phone suddenly vibrated. She took it out and saw that Ling Chen had replied with a green bubble message. I'm glad to know you like me. Have fun today. His message was brief, but full of care. Su Wei looked at her phone screen, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. She thought for a moment and replied, With your gift, I will definitely be super happy today. How about you? How's your day going? After sending the message, her eyes were filled with anticipation as her fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the phone screen. Before long, Ling Chen replied, Today is pretty good, but I miss you a bit. Seeing this message, Su Wei's heart raced, and her face turned red again. She secretly glanced at the surrounding teachers, noticing that everyone was happily chatting and no one was paying attention to her. She gently bit her lip, feeling both shy and sweet inside. Su teacher, why is your face so red? Have you been drinking? Teacher Liang asked with a smile. Su Wei quickly shook her head and said, No, it might just be a bit warm. Her voice was slightly flustered as she tried to hide her shyness. Teacher Liang winked knowingly, seeming to guess something, and didn't press further. Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief, put her phone aside, and rejoined the conversation with the teachers. However, even though the surrounding scene was like a colorful painting, filled with dazzling sights and intricate relationships, her pure heart was deeply occupied by one name, Ling Chen. This name seemed to possess a magical power that could penetrate the noisy chaos and reach the most secret place deep within her heart. He was like a brilliant ray of sunshine that effortlessly pierced through layers of gloom with its dazzling light. This sunlight shone without hesitation or hindrance, accurately landing in the softest, most sensitive, and fragile corner of her heart. In an instant, the originally dim corner was illuminated, radiating a warm and gentle glow. Whenever her thoughts unintentionally drifted to the times spent with Ling Chen, warm and sweet images surged in her mind like a powerful tide. These images were so vivid and clear, as if they had just happened. They walked side by side along a path adorned with flowers, the gentle breeze brushing against their hair, or they sat facing each other by a tranquil lake, sharing their joys and sorrows. Or under a starry night sky, they leaned against each other, listening to the whispers of the night. Each moment was so beautiful that it left her entranced. This sweet feeling was like flowers blooming in spring, exuding an enchanting fragrance that gradually spread throughout her heart and body, enveloping every cell. It seemed to carry a magical power that could dispel all worries and troubles, leaving only joy and a beautiful longing for the future. The afternoon sun was scorching, almost excessively so. The sky was a deep blue, like a precious gemstone, without a single cloud to obstruct the light. The sunlight poured down unreservedly, mercilessly baking the earth, as if it intended to melt the entire world away. On the streets, the asphalt was softening under the heat, and with every step, it felt as if the soles of shoes were sticking to the ground. Pedestrians hurried by, their foreheads dotted with beads of sweat as they eagerly sought out any shade. The trees along the roadside drooped weakly, while cicadas tirelessly sang from the branches, seemingly complaining about the sweltering weather. Inside the restaurant, The air conditioner hummed as it tirelessly produced a cool breeze. Su Wei and her colleagues sat together, the dining table laden with a sumptuous spread. There was fragrant red braised pork, its glossy red color showcasing pieces that were perfectly marbled, emanating an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. There were also refreshing cucumber salads, with vibrant green cucumbers paired with red chili and minced garlic, drizzled with fragrant vinegar and sesame oil. Just the smell of that fresh dish was enough to stimulate one's appetite. A steaming plate of steamed fish was presented, with gashes cut into the fish's body, garnished with shredded scallions and ginger. The tender fish became even more delectable under the influence of the steam. Additionally, there was a tangy and appetizing tomato and scrambled egg dish, where golden eggs and bright red tomatoes melded together, filling the air with their sweet and sour aroma. Laughter and chatter filled the room as everyone enjoyed the delicious food and shared amusing stories from work and life, creating a harmonious atmosphere. A male colleague wearing glasses shared a funny mishap he had in class. He had intended to draw a globe on the blackboard, but ended up sketching a lopsided oval, causing the students to burst into laughter, and he couldn't help but join in. Everyone laughed heartily, and the restaurant was filled with a joyful ambience. Su Lauscher, how have things been with that guy lately? A female colleague asked playfully, her eyes squinting with curiosity as she leaned forward slightly, eager to catch every change in Su Wei's expression. Holding her chopsticks mid-air, she completely forgot to pick up food, her heart full of anticipation for Su Wei's response. Su Wei's face flushed slightly, the redness spreading like the evening glow in the sky, quickly reaching her ears. She softly replied, "Well, it's still the same, just ordinary friends." Her voice was gentle, laced with a hint of shyness, and after speaking, she instinctively brushed her hair behind her ear. Her gaze became somewhat evasive, avoiding her colleague's eyes, yet the figure of Ling Chen involuntarily surfaced in her mind. "Oh, Su Lauscher, don't be shy. We can all tell he's definitely interested in you." Another colleague chimed in, her face beaming with a smile as she playfully nudged Su Wei with her elbow. Her eyes sparkled, as if she had uncovered a huge secret, eager to share it with everyone. Su Wei chuckled, but remained silent. Deep down, she knew that her relationship with Ling Chen seemed to be undergoing some subtle changes, but she was also unsure. This feeling left her both excited and a bit anxious. Her fingers gently tapped on the table, her gaze wandering as her thoughts drifted back to the moments spent with Ling Chen. They strolled together in the park, sunlight filtering through the leaves to cast golden patches of light on them. They watched movies together, sitting in the darkened theater close enough to hear each other's breathing. They sampled delicious food, sharing their joys and sorrows. These beautiful memories made the corners of Su Wei's mouth involuntarily lift into a smile. Just at that moment, Su Wei's phone suddenly rang. The crisp ringtone broke the lively atmosphere of the restaurant, drawing everyone's attention to her. She glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Ling Chen calling. "Excuse me, I need to take this call," Su Wei said as she stood up and walked out of the restaurant with her phone in hand. Her steps were light and a bit hurried, as if she were chasing after something. Her heart raced. A wave of inexplicable excitement surged within her, and she couldn't wait to hear Ling Chen's voice. "Hello, Ling Chen, what's up?" Su Wei's voice was soft yet filled with anticipation. She stood in the corridor outside the restaurant, sunlight streaming through the windows and illuminating her beautiful silhouette. She tilted her body slightly to avoid the glaring sunlight, her eyes gazing into the distance, as if she could see Ling Chen through the air. "Su Wei, have you finished your gathering? I'm outside the restaurant. You can see me if you come out." Ling Chen's voice came through the phone, laced with a hint of laughter. That laughter seemed to have a magical effect, instantly lifting Su Wei's spirits. She could imagine the smile on Ling Chen's face at that moment, a warm and friendly smile that made her feel incredibly at ease. After hanging up, Su Wei was filled with curiosity. She stepped out of the restaurant. A wave of heat hit her face as the bustling outside world enveloped her. The sounds of car horns and chatter merged into a cacophony, contrasting sharply with the calmness inside the restaurant. Yet, for some reason, Su Wei felt particularly relaxed at that moment. A smile appeared at the corners of her mouth, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she began searching the crowd for Ling Chen. Her gaze moved through the crowd, not wanting to miss a single corner, silently wondering what kind of clothes Ling Chen would be wearing and how he would appear before her. The sun was still blazing, shining down on Su Wei, yet she felt no discomfort from the heat. Her mind was focused solely on one thought: to see Ling Chen as soon as possible. She quickened her pace, the sound of her high heels clicking against the ground like a cheerful melody. Everything around her blurred. Her eyes only held onto the figure she was about to meet. Finally, she spotted Ling Chen standing under a large tree, wearing a white t-shirt and blue jeans. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on him. He wore a smile, his gaze filled with tenderness, quietly watching Su Wei as if they were the only two people in the world. Su Wei felt as if her heart had been tightly gripped by an invisible hand, beating wildly like a drum. She involuntarily took a deep breath, as if trying to draw in all her nervousness and excitement deeply into her lungs. Then, she lifted her head slightly, her gaze firm and filled with expectation as she looked towards a figure in the distance that made her heart flutter: Ling Chen. With graceful steps, Su Wei began to walk slowly towards Ling Chen. With each step, her joy increased, and that feeling of happiness flowed through her like a warm current, making her already beautiful face radiate an enchanting glow. The corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted, forming a captivating arc. The sunlight fell upon her, as if draping her in a layer of golden veil, making her appear like a fairy stepping out from a painting, beautiful and enchanting. The sunlight poured generously onto the streets, coating everything with a layer of golden brilliance. Just then, a bright-colored sedan slowly drove in front of Su Wei, its wheels rolling on the ground and making a faint rustling sound. The car window rolled down, revealing Ling Chen's face adorned with a brilliant smile. His smile was as warm as the sun, illuminating Su Wei's heart. "Beautiful lady, need a ride?" "Authentic deity, safe and comfortable," Ling Chen said in a deliberately humorous tone, his eyes squinting into crescent moons, a playful look on his face like a child who had just pulled off a prank. Su Wei couldn't help but laugh, playing along with his act. "Oh, what a coincidence. How did you—" "The deity driver, and up here." Her voice carried a teasing tone, and her eyes sparkled with laughter, as if she were engaging in an amusing game with Ling Chen. She tilted her head slightly, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth, resembling a blooming flower in spring, vibrant and enchanting. "I've been waiting just for you. Get in. I promise to safely take you to your destination," Ling Chen said with a smile, his grin becoming even brighter, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. A gentle light sparkled in his eyes, as if to say that with him by her side, Su Wei would always feel at ease. Su Wei walked around to the other side of the car, opened the door, and slid inside. The interior was filled with a faint fragrance, the kind of refreshing lemon scent that Ling Chen liked. This aroma made Su Wei feel particularly relaxed, as if she were immersed in a sea of lemon blossoms. "Well, what do you need me for?" she asked, trying to sound serious, although her eyes secretly glanced at Ling Chen, with a barely noticeable smile playing on her lips. Her fingers lightly tapped on the seat, seemingly absent-minded, yet her heart was filled with anticipation. Ling Chen mysteriously pulled out a delicate box from the back seat and handed it to Su Wei. "Look, I brought you a gift. Brown sugar, glutinous rice balls, just made and still warm." His voice was filled with eagerness, his eyes fixed intently on Su Wei, as if waiting for her reaction. He leaned slightly forward, cradling the box in his hands like it was an immensely precious treasure. Su Wei took the box, opened it, and inside were golden, crispy brown sugar rice balls, emitting an enticing aroma. The scent instantly filled the car, causing Su Wei's eyes to light up. Wow, brown sugar rice balls. I love these. Saying this, she picked one up and popped it in her mouth, the sweet flavor immediately spreading across her palate. She closed her eyes slightly, a satisfied expression crossing her face, as if she were savoring a feast of delicacies. A bit of brown sugar stuck to the corner of her mouth, making her look particularly adorable. This tastes great. Where did you buy these? They must be from a Sichuan hot pot restaurant, right? Su Wei asked while eating, her words slightly muffled as her mouth was still full of rice balls. Her eyes curiously searched Ling Chen's face, trying to find the answer there. Ling Chen shook his head, a proud smile on his face. These aren't store-bought. I made them myself. Plus, I upgraded the recipe a bit. Try it again and see if it's different from the usual brown sugar rice balls. His face beamed with pride, his eyes full of expectation, hoping Su Wei would notice the effort he had put in. His fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel, and he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Su Wei took another bite, savoring it carefully, and found that the glutinous rice balls had a richer osmanthus fragrance and included more crushed nuts, making the texture even more delightful. Wow, you really made these? What did you learn to make this? Su Wei looked at Ling Chen in surprise, her eyes wide open, filled with confusion and admiration. Her hand instinctively covered her mouth, as if she couldn't believe the reality before her. Ling Chen smiled and said, I've put in a lot of effort to make these recently. I've been experimenting with brown sugar rice balls every day, and it took many tries before I succeeded. He spoke with a hint of fatigue in his voice, but more than that, there was a sense of accomplishment. His eyes revealed a deep concern and affection for Su Wei, as if saying, as long as you like it, everything is worth it. He reminisced about those failed attempts, when the glutinous rice wasn't cooked properly, the rice cakes were burnt, and the brown sugar syrup was too thin. Yet, he never gave up, all for the sake of giving Su Wei a perfect surprise. Hearing this, Su Wei felt a warm surge in her heart. She looked at Ling Chen, her eyes filled with emotion. Thank you, Ling Chen. You're so kind to me, she said softly, her voice laced with gratitude. In that moment, she felt like the happiest person in the world. Her fingers gently touched Ling Chen's hand, conveying the warmth within her. Ling Chen looked at Su Wei and said earnestly, If you like it, I can make it for you often in the future. By the way, I can teach you how to make it, so you can cook it whenever you want. His eyes sparkled with expectation, hoping to share the little moments of life with Su Wei. He imagined the two of them busy in the kitchen, playfully teasing each other while making delicious brown sugar rice cakes. Su Wei huffed playfully, I don't want to learn. It's too much trouble. You can just make it for me. A playful smile crossed her face, but her eyes revealed her dependence on Ling Chen. She slightly pouted, looking so adorable that it was hard not to cherish her. Ling Chen smiled and nodded. All right, I'll make it for you. His voice was firm yet gentle, as if making an eternal promise. His eyes were filled with affection, looking at Su Wei as if she were the most precious treasure in the world. As Su Wei enjoyed the brown sugar rice cakes, she curiously asked, How did you make it? Tell me more. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she leaned forward attentively, her eyes filled with countless questions. Ling Chen enthusiastically described the process of making brown sugar rice cakes, from soaking the glutinous rice and steaming it, to kneading and frying the rice cakes, and finally making the brown sugar syrup. He detailed each step with great enthusiasm, gesturing with his hands, his eyes shining with excitement, as if he were reenacting the scene of making the brown sugar rice cakes. He described the clear water when the glutinous rice was soaked, the soft and fragrant aroma when it was steamed, the texture when kneading it, the sizzling sound while frying, and the sweetness of the syrup when it was cooked. Su Wei listened intently, her admiration for Ling Chen growing deeper. She stared at him, occasionally nodding, her face revealing surprise and admiration. She imagined Ling Chen's busy figure in the kitchen, her heart filled with emotion. After finishing the brown sugar rice cakes, Su Wei leaned back in her seat contentedly sighing, "So delicious. I feel like I'm getting fat from all your cooking." A happy smile illuminated her face, and there was a hint of laziness in her eyes. She gently rubbed her belly, her smile radiating satisfaction. Ling Chen chuckled and said, "A little extra weight is good. It's cute." His voice carried a hint of affection, and his gaze at Su Wei was filled with love. He gently patted her head, his touch tender and natural. The sunlight poured through the car window, casting a warm glow around them and creating a heartwarming, sweet scene. In this beautiful afternoon, Su Wei and Ling Chen were immersed in each other's affection, enjoying this simple yet pure happiness. Their laughter echoed in the car, as if time had stopped for them. In that moment, it felt like the whole world consisted only of the two of them and their overflowing sweetness. The sunlight spilled over the streets of the city, enveloping everything in a warm golden veil. Ling Chen held the steering wheel steadily, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. He noticed that the traffic light in front was about to turn red, so he gently pressed the brake, gradually slowing down the car. He slightly turned his head to look at Su Wei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and asked, "Su Wei, do you have any plans for this afternoon? If we turn left at the upcoming intersection, we'll reach Chen Yu Primary School, and if we go straight, we'll head to the city center." His eyes revealed a hint of anticipation as he lightly tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, producing a rhythmic sound, as if playing a melody filled with expectation, waiting for Su Wei's response, an answer that would determine the direction of their outing. Su Wei leaned back in her seat. Usually, at this time, she would likely choose to go home and enjoy a peaceful afternoon. However, today she felt different. A voice inside her quietly urged her to spend a little more time with Ling Chen. This thought surprised her, yet the desire felt so genuine. So, instead of answering Ling Chen's question, she countered with her own. "What about you? Where do you want to go?" A glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, revealing a charming smile as if she was eagerly awaiting Ling Chen's answer. That answer might open up a different kind of afternoon for them. Hearing Su Wei's question, Ling Chen's eyes lit up instantly, like twinkling stars in the night sky. He excitedly replied, "Me? I want to go to an escape room. I heard from Wang Linyu that the escape room in the city center is really interesting. He wants to go back for a second time after trying it once. I think it would be even more fun if we went together. It would be a great deal." His voice was filled with excitement, each word like a jumping note, his face radiating with a smile of anticipation, eyes sparkling as if he could already envision them solving puzzles and laughing together in the escape room. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, trying to convey his enthusiasm more clearly to Su Wei. Su Wei listened to Ling Chen and pictured the escape room in the city center. She had passed by there before and seen the promotional posters at the entrance. The terrifying images and eerie atmosphere had made her hesitate. In truth, she wasn't particularly interested in horror-themed escape rooms. The tense and thrilling atmosphere often made her feel uneasy. But at this moment, looking at Ling Chen's expectant eyes, filled with longing for this outing and a desire to spend time with her, she felt reluctant to refuse. Inside, she began to struggle. On one hand, she was worried about the unknown, terrifying scenes. On the other hand, she didn't want to let Ling Chen down. After hesitating for a moment, she gently bit her lip and said, "All right, then let's go to the escape room, but you better not laugh at me for being scared." Her voice carried a hint of worry. After all, she truly feared she would be caught off guard in the escape room, but her eyes revealed a trace of determination, a willingness to try for Ling Chen's sake. Ling Chen laughed joyfully, his laughter bright and warm, as if it could dispel any gloom. "Don't worry, with me around, you definitely won't be scared." With that, he signaled at the traffic light intersection and decisively turned on the indicator, heading in the direction of the city center. His face was beaming with joy, and his eyes sparkled with confidence, as if declaring to Su Wei that she didn't need to worry at all. He would be like a brave knight, guarding her side. His hands firmly gripped the steering wheel, his movements smooth and confident, as if telling Su Wei he was ready to embark on a wonderful adventure with her. The car sped down the road, the engine roaring with a deep and powerful sound, as if cheering for their adventure. The scenery on both sides flashed by like a slideshow. Tall buildings, green trees, colorful flowers, pedestrians, and vehicles all quickly passed in their line of sight. Su Wei gazed out the window, her heart racing with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. She didn't know what kind of experience the upcoming escape room would bring her. The unknown puzzles, eerie scenes, and possible scares made her heart race slightly. But she knew that as long as she was with Ling Chen, everything would become beautiful. She secretly glanced at Ling Chen. He was focused on driving, and his profile looked exceptionally handsome in the sunlight. Occasionally, he turned his head to look at Su Wei, his eyes filled with tenderness and love. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, his heart filled with joy as he looked forward to spending an unforgettable afternoon with Su Wei. During the drive, Ling Chen began to chat with Su Wei about escape room strategies to ease her nervousness. He explained in detail how to observe details, solve puzzles, and cooperate with teammates, like an experienced escape room expert. His voice was steady and powerful, gradually helping Su Wei relax. Su Wei listened intently, occasionally asking questions, which Ling Chen patiently answered. Their conversation echoed in the car, filled with warmth and happiness. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the escape room center. Ling Chen skillfully found a parking spot. After parking the car, he turned to Su Wei and said, "We're here. Are you ready to take on the challenge?" Su Wei took a deep breath and nodded. Although she was still a bit nervous, looking into Ling Chen's determined eyes gave her a sense of strength. They got out of the car and walked towards the escape room shop. Along the way, Su Wei's heart raced faster and faster. She tightly grasped Ling Chen's arm, as if that would provide her with more security. Ling Chen noticed her tension, gently patting her hand and comforting her. "Don't be afraid. I will always be by your side." Su Wei looked up at Ling Chen, warmth flooding her heart. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the escape room shop. Ling Chen walked in, communicated with the staff, and booked a theme escape room suitable for them. The staff introduced them to the background story of the escape room and important notes. Su Wei listened, feeling a bit anxious, her palms slightly sweating. Ling Chen listened attentively, nodding occasionally, and asked the staff a few questions. Once everything was ready, the staff led them to the entrance of the escape room. Ling Chen looked at Su Wei and encouraged her. "Let's go in. I believe we can get through this smoothly." Su Wei took a deep breath and walked into the escape room with Ling Chen. The doors slowly closed behind them, marking the official start of their adventure. The dim lighting, eerie sound effects, and realistic scenes in the escape room made Su Wei's heart race. But looking at Ling Chen beside her filled her with courage. Ling Chen held her hand tightly and whispered, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." With Ling Chen's company, Su Wei began her escape room adventure. Together, they searched for clues in the dark, solved puzzles, and faced various challenges. Each time they solved a puzzle, they cheered happily. Whenever they encountered a scare, Ling Chen would protect Su Wei closely. In that small escape room, their feelings for each other grew warmer, and they spent an unforgettable afternoon together. Sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves of the trees, casting patches of golden light on the ground, as if laying a layer of crushed gold over the earth. A gentle breeze brushed by, causing the leaves to rustle, like they were playing a cheerful melody. Ling Chen and Su Wei walked side by side along the street, heading to the escape room shop. The shops on both sides of the street were filled with an array of goods, and pedestrians came and went, creating a lively atmosphere. The nearby milk tea shop wafted sweet aromas, drawing the attention of passers-by. The windows of a clothing store displayed the latest trendy outfits, with models striking various fashionable poses. There was also a small flower shop where vibrant blossoms competed for attention, exuding a captivating fragrance. Su Wei felt particularly relaxed, her lips slightly curved upward into a sweet smile. A gentle breeze played with her hair, and she couldn't help but hum a little tune. Her clear and melodious voice flowed like a mountain spring, trickling into Ling Chen's ears. She wore a light blue dress that swayed gently with her steps, resembling a blooming flower. Her hair was casually tied back in a ponytail, with a few strands falling beside her cheeks, adding a touch of playfulness. "Seeing you so happy, are you eager to try the escape room?" Ling Chen asked with a smile, his eyes narrowing into slits filled with affection. He tilted his head slightly to look at Su Wei, his focused gaze seeming to suggest that the entire world revolved around her. He was dressed in a white t-shirt and blue jeans, simple yet refreshing. The sunlight illuminated him, outlining his tall figure. Su Wei turned to him and playfully said, "Of course, I've dedicated this afternoon to you, so you better make it fun for me." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, her cheeks slightly flushed with excitement, resembling a ripe apple. She gently tugged at Ling Chen's arm, swaying it slightly, her coy demeanor making it hard for anyone not to feel a flutter in their heart. "Don't worry, I've got this," Ling Chen said confidently, patting his chest. His voice was loud and steady, as if making a wonderful promise to Su Wei. He straightened up, a confident smile beaming from his face, as if to tell her that with him around, she had nothing to worry about. He held Su Wei's hand tightly, transmitting his strength and warmth. Before long, they arrived at the escape room shop. As soon as they pushed open the door, they were greeted by a lively scene. The lobby was bustling with people. Some players had just emerged from the escape room, still bearing looks of shock and excitement, sweat beading on their foreheads, their eyes still reflecting fear. Other players were animatedly discussing the adventure about to begin, their faces lit up with eager smiles, gesturing excitedly as if they were already inside the escape room. The walls of the lobby were adorned with various escape room theme posters. Eerie castles, mysterious ancient tombs, and bizarre asylums, each poster exuding a sense of mystery that made one curious to explore further. "Welcome. Is this your first time playing an escape room?" A staff member dressed in a Grim Reaper costume approached them enthusiastically. His face was painted a ghastly white with bright red lips, and his black robe billowed in the wind, a professional smile on his face. His presence added a touch of mystery to the entire lobby, making hearts race. Ling Chen nodded and said, "Yes, it's our first time. Do you have any recommendations?" His eyes revealed curiosity and anticipation as he leaned slightly forward, listening attentively to the staff member's introduction. He studied the staff member's outfit, trying to glean some secrets about the escape room. The staff member sized them up and said, "If it's your first time, I recommend choosing a light horror difficulty scenario for 2 people. It won't be too scary, and you'll still get to experience the fun of the escape room. Our shop's asylum scenario is quite good. Many players enjoy it." As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, his face breaking into a confident smile, as if he were recommending a precious treasure. He elaborated on the background story of the escape room, the mysterious plot captivating both Ling Chen and Su Wei. Ling Chen frowned slightly, a hint of skepticism in his voice as he asked, "Light horror? Nothing too scary will jump out, right? I'm worried my friend might get frightened." He glanced at Su Wei, concern evident in his eyes. He gently held Su Wei's hand, as if that could give her strength. He was worried that Su Wei might feel uncomfortable from excessive fright, his heart filled with concern. Su Wei quickly said, "I'm not that timid, but still, it's better to be cautious. I wouldn't want to get so scared that something happens to me." A hint of stubbornness appeared on her face as she slightly raised her chin, but her eyes still revealed a trace of nervousness. Although she was trying to act tough, deep down she was a bit scared. After all, this was her first time playing an escape room, and her fear of the unknown made her heart race slightly faster. The staff member quickly explained, "Don't worry, it's really light on the scares and very friendly to new players. The frightening elements inside are gradual. It won't be overwhelmingly scary right away. Plus, our staff will be nearby to ensure everyone's safety." His voice was gentle and patient, with a reassuring smile as he tried to ease their concerns. He detailed the safety measures and emergency procedures of the escape room, which made Ling Chen and Su Wei feel more at ease. Hearing the staff member's words, Ling Chen nodded and said, "All right, let's go with this one." After that, he took out his phone and redeemed the group coupon. His fingers gently swiped across the screen to complete the payment, and then he put his phone back in his pocket, turning to look at Su Wei with a relaxed smile. His eyes were filled with anticipation as he imagined the scene of solving puzzles with Su Wei in the escape room. The staff led them to the waiting area, which had several comfortable sofas in a deep brown color that looked very soft. There were also some games for players to enjoy, such as Ludo and Werewolf. In the waiting area, they could occasionally hear screams coming from the haunted house, which made Su Wei feel both nervous and excited. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes shining with excitement as she tightly held onto Ling Chen's hand. "Do you think we'll scream a lot too?" Su Wei joked to Ling Chen, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. She leaned a little closer to him, as if that would provide her with more security. Her heartbeat echoed in her ears, and her anxious emotions made her breathing a bit rapid. Ling Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, "No way. I'm here. I'll protect you." His voice was firm and strong as he gently patted Su Wei's shoulder, giving her an encouraging look. His gaze was filled with confidence and determination, as if to tell Su Wei that no matter what difficulties they faced, he would be by her side. He gently stroked her hair, trying to help her relax. At that moment, the staff member approached and said, "You too. It's your turn. Please follow me." His voice broke the tranquility of the waiting area. Su Wei and Ling Chen stood up, ready to face the upcoming challenge. Su Wei took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, her eyes revealing a mix of nervousness and excitement. Ling Chen stood up and moved to Su Wei's side, gently protecting her as he said, "Let's go. We're going in." His arm bent slightly, shielding Su Wei behind him, as if building a solid defense for her. His gaze was determined as he looked ahead, filled with courage and resolve. Su Wei looked at Ling Chen, warmth flooding her heart, and she smiled, saying, "Then I'll rely on you to guide me through, my great hero." After saying that, she playfully called him a special nickname that only the two of them understood. Her face radiated a happy smile, and her eyes were full of reliance and trust in Ling Chen. She tightly held onto his hand, as if it were her only support in the darkness. Ling Chen was momentarily taken aback by the nickname, but a happy smile broke out on his face. Before he could respond, Su Wei pulled him into the escape room. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, his heart filled with sweetness and joy as he allowed Su Wei to lead him into that world full of uncertainty. The door to the escape room slowly closed, separating them from the noise of the outside world, and an exciting and tense adventure was about to begin. As soon as they entered the dimly lit corridor of the secret room, a sense of foreboding immediately enveloped them. The corridor twisted and turned like a serpentine python, lurking in the darkness. The walls were covered in various chilling messages, the handwriting twisted and jagged, as if written in blood. Each stroke seemed to tell a tale of past horrors, sending shivers down their spines. A damp, moldy odor hung in the air, mixed with a faint metallic scent, as if years of fear and despair had crystallized. Ling Chen took a deep breath, his chest tightening with anxiety as he held onto Su Wei's hand tightly. His palm was slightly sweaty, but he gripped her hand even harder, saying, "Don't be afraid, just follow me." His voice was deep and steady, attempting to convey strength and courage to Su Wei, but the slight tremor in his tone betrayed his own nervousness. Su Wei nodded, her heart racing, filled more with excitement and anticipation than fear. Her eyes widened as she curiously surveyed their surroundings, a mix of trepidation and a strong desire to explore the unknown. There was a sparkle in her gaze, a clear yearning for adventure, as if to say to the eerie secret room that she was not afraid. They ventured deeper into the mental hospital's secret room that Ling Chen had chosen, which contained a total of 10 rooms where they needed to find clues to unlock the exit. Each room was fraught with unknown dangers that made their hearts race. An ancient, musty smell filled the rooms, as if no one had set foot there for years. The dilapidated hospital beds were haphazardly arranged, with sheets stained and marked by blood, sending chills down their spines. A medical record hung on the wall. The paper yellowed and the writing faded, as if recounting the painful past of the patients. The lighting in the secret room was very dim, illuminated only by a few purple lights that cast a weak glow. The floors and walls were stained with dried blood, making it feel as though they were truly in a real mental hospital. Occasional chilling screams echoed from the speakers, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. Su Wei's body trembled slightly as she clung closely to Ling Chen, her eyes warily scanning their surroundings. Unconsciously, her fingers tightened around the hem of Ling Chen's shirt, as if it were her only support in the dark. Ling Chen cautiously moved forward, his hand firmly grasping Su Wei's, as if that could give her strength. He lifted his feet softly, then placed them down gently, afraid of disturbing something lurking in the shadows. His eyes were fixed ahead, not missing any detail, aware that every corner might hide danger or a clue to escape. Just as they were about to enter the next room, suddenly, a frightening NPC jumped out from around the corner, lunging at them with outstretched claws. He wore a grotesque mask, with hollow, terrifying eyes that seemed to pierce through one's soul. Dressed in a tattered patient gown filled with patches and bloodstains, he wielded a chainsaw that buzzed ominously, like the roar of a demon. "Ah!" Ling Chen and Su Wei screamed in unison, and instinctively, Ling Chen took a step back. In his panic, he grabbed the hand of the person behind him and turned to run. He thought he was holding Su Wei's hand, while reassuring her, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." His voice trembled slightly, but he tried to remain calm. His heart raced uncontrollably, feeling as though it might leap out of his throat, and his legs ran as if they had a mind of their own. However, as he ran, Ling Chen began to feel something was off. He noticed that the hand he was holding felt strange, and the person behind him made no sound. At that moment, he heard Su Wei's voice. "Ling Chen, why are you running? Whose hand are you holding?" Her voice was laced with confusion and surprise as she stood still, watching Ling Chen and the NPC he was holding. Her face was a portrait of shock, her eyes wide open, as if she couldn't believe the scene before her. Ling Chen finally realized what was happening. He quickly stopped in his tracks and turned around, only to find that the hand he was holding belonged to a bandaged NPC. He was so startled that he immediately let go of the NPC's hand, his face turning red with embarrassment. His cheeks flushed deep crimson, from the base of his ears to his neck, his eyes filled with awkwardness and shyness, like a child who had done something wrong. He waved his hands in the air in a flustered manner, trying to dispel the embarrassment and fear he had just experienced. "Ha ha ha! Ling Chen, you actually held hand with an NPC. Did you mistake him for me?" Su Wei couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her laughter echoed in the dimly lit room, breaking the previously tense atmosphere. Her eyes squinted into slits, and her face radiated joy as she pointed at Ling Chen, laughing so hard she nearly doubled over. Her laughter was crisp and bright, like a ray of sunshine piercing through the darkness of the room. Ling Chen's face turned even redder. He hurriedly explained, I didn't mean to do that. I was just so nervous. I just wanted to protect you." His voice carried a hint of panic, and his eyes were filled with guilt as he tried to make Su Wei believe his explanation. He scratched the back of his head, his face still flushed. Seeing Ling Chen's embarrassed expression, Su Wei found him incredibly cute. She smiled and said, "All right, I know you were trying to protect me. Now let me protect you." With that, she reached out her hand and took hold of Ling Chen's. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and affection as she gently held his hand, as if giving him strength. Her fingers were delicate and soft, tightly grasping Ling Chen's hand, conveying warmth and comfort. Feeling Su Wei's soft hand, a wave of warmth surged through Ling Chen's heart. He held her hand tightly and said, Then I'll rely on you to protect me." His voice carried a teasing tone, and a happy smile spread across his face as he allowed Su Wei to lead him, continuing their exploration of the room. The embarrassment and fear he had felt earlier dissipated, replaced by a sense of sweetness and happiness. Su Wei playfully shot him a glance and said, "You're still holding on so tightly. Are you afraid I'll run away?" A playful smile appeared on her face, her eyes filled with affection as she gently squeezed Ling Chen's hand. A mischievous sparkle flickered in her eyes, as if she were playing a fun game with him. Ling Chen chuckled. "This way, it'll be harder for us to get separated if we need to escape." His voice held a hint of humor, and his face was adorned with a relaxed smile, as if the earlier awkwardness had never happened. His laughter rang out joyfully, echoing in every corner of the room. Although Su Wei pretended to complain, she allowed Ling Chen to hold her hand. In this dim and dangerous environment, holding hands made her feel incredibly safe. She suddenly thought that this room didn't seem so terrifying after all. Her mood gradually relaxed as she and Ling Chen searched for clues to solve the mystery, enjoying this unique adventure together. They moved cautiously through the room, each area filled with unknowns and challenges. They meticulously searched every corner, leaving no potential hiding place for clues unchecked. Sometimes they would get excited over a tiny clue. At other times, they would fall into deep thought when faced with difficulties. But no matter what they encountered, they held hands tightly, encouraging and supporting each other. In this eerie room, their love was quietly blooming. Under Su Wei's warm and steadfast encouragement, Ling Chen gradually regained his composure from the earlier panic. The two held each other's hands tightly, as if grasping each other's courage, and continued to explore the eerie and knowledge-filled secret room. They entered what appeared to be an ordinary hospital room, which was permeated with a pungent smell of disinfectant mixed with a faint odor of decay, causing them to wrinkle their noses involuntarily. In the center of the room stood a dilapidated hospital bed, lonely and forlorn, with the sheets covered in dried bloodstains, resembling a series of grotesque, blooming flowers. On the walls hung various medical records and x-rays, the content of which was twisted and horrifying, as if narrating the tales of tortured souls, sending shivers down their spines. "Ling Chen, look here," Su Wei said, pointing to a certain word on the medical record, her voice trembling slightly due to tension. "It says that this patient's symptoms are very strange, as if they are possessed by something." A hint of fear flickered in her eyes, but more than that was curiosity and a desire to explore, as if she were searching for the spark of light in the darkness. Ling Chen leaned in for a closer look, his brows furrowing into a deep line as he contemplated for a moment before speaking. Could this be the key to solving the mystery? Let's keep looking. There might be other clues. His eyes were filled with focus, his expression intent as if he were trying to see through the entire hospital room. He began to search every corner, not overlooking even the most inconspicuous places. Just then, the door to the hospital room slammed shut with a loud bang, the sound reverberating in the enclosed space and sending chills down their spines. Immediately after, the lights began to flicker wildly, like ghostly flames dancing in the darkness, accompanied by a strange, eerie laughter that pierced the air, a sound that seemed to mock them from hell. Su Wei instinctively moved closer to Ling Chen, her body trembling slightly, while he held her hand tightly, offering comfort. "Don't be afraid. This must be a mechanism. We will definitely find a way out." His voice was steadfast and strong, trying to dispel Su Wei's fear and help her calm down. They began to frantically search for clues in the hospital room, with Ling Chen carefully examining each medical record, leaving no detail overlooked. Every symbol, every word could hide crucial information. Meanwhile, Su Wei rummaged through the corner for any potentially useful items, her hands navigating through the old cabinet and clutter, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, Su Wei discovered a hidden compartment in the wall, covered by a layer of dust, which would have been impossible to find had she not observed it closely. she exclaimed excitedly. "Ling Chen, come look at this." Her voice was filled with surprise and anticipation. Ling Chen hurried over, and together they studied the compartment. The compartment had a combination lock, with some strange symbols inscribed beside it. The symbols were crooked, resembling an ancient, mysterious language. Ling Chen carefully observed these symbols, and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Could these symbols be related to the content of the medical records? A glimmer of intelligence shone in his eyes as he began to recall the medical records he had just seen. The obscure words and bizarre descriptions kept surfacing in his mind. Su Wei suddenly had a moment of realization, her eyes lighting up as she said, "That's right. Maybe we need to crack the code based on the clues in the medical records." An excited smile appeared on her face, like a ray of sunshine breaking through the darkness, and she began to carefully study the clues with Ling Chen. They furrowed their brows in thought and whispered to each other, with every guess and attempt filled with tension and anticipation. After a lot of brainstorming, they finally discovered the pattern of the code and successfully opened the hidden compartment. Inside the compartment lay a key, engraved with strange patterns and emanating a mysterious aura. Ling Chen picked up the key and, feeling a sense of relief, said, "It seems this is the key to the ward door." A satisfied smile spread across his face, filled with a sense of accomplishment, as if all their efforts had finally paid off. Just as they were about to go open the door, a shadow suddenly appeared in the corner of the ward. The shadow moved slowly from the darkness, like a mass of dark energy, gradually coalescing and creeping closer to them. Su Wei screamed in fright, pressing her body tightly against Ling Chen's back, while he quickly shielded her, his eyes revealing vigilance and determination, like a warrior guarding a precious treasure. As the shadow drew nearer, they realized it was an NPC wearing a white patient gown. A peculiar smile adorned its face, as if it could see through their inner fears, mumbling incomprehensible words in a low, hoarse voice that sounded like a curse coming from the depths of hell. Ling Chen gripped the key tightly, his fingers turning pale with exertion, ready to face any danger that might arise. Just as the NPC was about to approach them, Ling Chen suddenly had an idea. He waved the key in front of the NPC and said, "Look, what is this?" The NPC seemed to be drawn in by the motion, stopping in its tracks, its hollow eyes fixated on the key as if held by an invisible force. Taking advantage of the moment, Ling Chen pulled Su Wei and quickly ran to the door, using the key to unlock it, and the two rushed outside. They ran desperately down the hallway, their footsteps echoing in the empty corridor, with the sound of the NPC's shouts and pursuing footsteps behind them, like the roar of a demon urging them to quicken their pace. Finally, they reached the next room, and Ling Chen hurriedly shut the door, leaning against it and gasping for breath. His chest heaved violently, and sweat soaked his back. Su Wei was equally exhausted, her legs feeling weak as she struggled to remain standing. She looked at Ling Chen and said with a smile, "That was close. We almost got caught." Though her face showed signs of fatigue, it radiated a joy of victory, her smile blooming like a flower, particularly captivating in the tense atmosphere. Ling Chen looked at Su Wei, a wave of affection swelling in his heart. He smiled and said, "Yes, but we escaped, didn't we? It seems we worked quite well together." His eyes were filled with love and pride as he gently wiped the sweat from Su Wei's forehead, the action tender and delicate. Su Wei nodded and said, "Yeah, let's keep it up. We can definitely make it through." Her eyes were filled with determination and confidence, as if they could pierce through the darkness to see the dawn of victory. She took Ling Chen's hand again, and they walked toward the next unknown room. In this room, filled with dangers and excitement, their feelings for each other unknowingly deepened, with each adventure leaving a profound mark on their hearts. The sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves, casting patches of golden light that danced and flickered on the ground like scattered bits of gold. A gentle breeze brushed past, and the leaves rustled softly, playing a delicate melody. Ling Chen and Su Wei walked side by side out of the cat cafe, the afternoon breeze carrying a hint of languor as it caressed their faces. Inside the cat cafe, they had spent an incredibly pleasant afternoon with a group of adorable cats. Those fluffy little creatures either lazily sprawled on their laps, enjoying warm strokes, or playfully chased after the cat teaser, jumping around and bringing them endless joy. I really had so much fun this afternoon. Thank you for accompanying me to the cat cafe. Su Wei turned her head to look at Ling Chen, her eyes sparkling with warmth. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a sweet smile that blossomed like flowers in spring, radiant and captivating. Her cheeks flushed with excitement and happiness, and a few strands of hair were blown onto her face, adding a touch of playfulness. Ling Chen smiled back and said, "I'm happy to. If you want to come again in the future, just call me anytime." His gaze was filled with affection, as if he would unhesitatingly comply with any request from Su Wei. He tilted his head slightly, gazing at her, and in that moment, the whole world seemed to become quiet and beautiful. In his heart, he thought that as long as he could see Su Wei's smile, he would be willing to do anything. The two of them reached Ling Chen's car. He quickly stepped forward and opened the door for Su Wei. His movements were skilled and gentlemanly, bending slightly as he extended his hand to invite her to get in. Su Wei nodded slightly and softly said, "Thank you," before sitting in the car and fastening her seatbelt. Her actions were gentle and elegant, resembling a butterfly dancing gracefully. Ling Chen walked around to the driver's seat, got in, started the engine, and drove towards Su Wei's home. Along the way, they chatted and laughed, sharing amusing moments from their time at the cat cafe. They reminisced about a chubby orange cat that always chased its tail, its adorable antics making them burst into laughter each time it spun in circles. There was also a little white cat that loved to crawl in and out of cardboard box, having a great time. Laughter occasionally echoed in the car, filling it with warmth and happiness. Before long, they arrived at the parking area of Su Wei's residential complex. Su Wei unbuckled her seatbelt and turned to Ling Chen, saying, "Tomorrow our class will have a student council election and a seating arrangement activity. Do you want to come? As a parent representative, you could help take some pictures and document the event." Her eyes were filled with anticipation, as if waiting for an important answer. The thought of seeing Ling Chen in class tomorrow filled her with an inexplicable joy. Ling Chen nodded without hesitation and replied, "Sure, I will definitely be there tomorrow." His voice was firm and powerful, as if he was making a solemn promise to Su Wei. A warm smile spread across his face, giving Su Wei a sense of reassurance. In his heart, he silently thought that this was Su Wei's invitation, and no matter what, he would not miss it. Su Wei laughed joyfully, then it settled. "I'll wait for you in the classroom during the big break tomorrow." With that, she opened the car door and got out. Her steps were light and lively, like a happy little deer. As she walked away, she turned her head to wave at Ling Chen, her smile brightening her face until she reached the entrance of the building. Ling Chen watched Su Wei's figure until she disappeared into the hallway, then started the car to prepare to leave. Just then, his phone rang. It was a green bubble message from Chen Yu. "Uncle, guess what I did with your game account? I got 10 double yellows." Chen Yu's message was followed by a series of excited emojis. The lively emojis seemed to convey Chen Yu's animated gestures on the other end of the phone. Chen Yu is usually full of enthusiasm for games and always pesters Ling Chen to share interesting stories from them. Ling Chen was slightly taken aback and replied, "You little girl, don't joke around with your uncle. What exactly is going on?" He quickly tapped his fingers on the screen, but couldn't suppress a slight smile, as if he had already guessed Chen Yu's little trick. He knew Chen Yu too well. This little rascal must have some quirky idea in mind. Actually, I want you to help me pick up a package from the Clumsy Bird station. The code is 7232. Chen Yu sent a playful emoji. The expression was so vivid that it felt as if Chen Yu was right in front of him, making a silly face. Chen Yu always had a fun way of making requests that left people both exasperated and amused. Ling Chen chuckled helplessly and replied, "You little rascal, fine. I'll go get it for you." He shook his head, but his eyes were filled with affection. He was already used to Chen Yu's quirky antics. He started the car and drove towards the clumsy bird station, thinking to himself how this little girl really knows how to keep him on his toes. Yet, a smile remained on his lips because he knew that although Chen Yu was mischievous, she brought much joy into his life. Upon arriving at the clumsy bird station, Ling Chen successfully retrieved the package using the code Chen Yu provided. Looking at the package in his hand, he couldn't help but smile at the thought of Chen Yu's happy expression when she received it. He placed the package on the passenger seat, started the car again, and headed home. Once home, Ling Chen placed the package on Chen Yu's desk and then sat on the sofa in the living room, reflecting on the little moments he had shared with Su Wei at the cat cafe. The adorable cats and Su Wei's cheerful smile filled him with immense happiness. He thought about how he would see Su Wei again tomorrow, and his heart was filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Su Wei, after arriving home, was sitting in her room thinking about the class officer elections and the seating arrangement activities happening tomorrow. She felt warm inside at the thought of Ling Chen taking photos of her at the event, capturing those important moments. She began to look forward to tomorrow, eager to spend another beautiful time with Ling Chen. That night, under the starry sky, both Ling Chen and Su Wei entered a sweet dreamland filled with expectations for the next day. They were completely unaware that a day filled with unknowns and excitement in the school life was about to unfold. What awaited them was not only the seemingly ordinary class officer elections and seating arrangement activities, but also a series of unexpected surprises and delightful sweetness quietly approaching. On this sunny day, students walked into the classroom with their own thoughts. Some were nervously preparing their speeches for the class officer elections, hoping to showcase their talents. Others excitedly discussed the changes that new seating would bring, dreaming of sitting next to their crushes. However, they had no idea that this was just the beginning. As the first ray of morning light shone through the window, the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom with a smile, holding a stack of mysterious envelopes. The students curiously watched the teacher, secretly guessing what could be inside those envelopes. As the teacher distributed the envelopes one by one, the classroom erupted in a chorus of surprised exclamations. Each envelope contained a special gift. This gift could be a warm greeting card filled with praise and encouragement for a particular student. Or it could be a piece of exquisite chocolate that made their taste buds indulge in sweetness. But that wasn't all. The teacher then announced that a unique class party would be held that day, complete with delicious cakes, exciting performances, and fun games for everyone to join. The entire morning was filled with a joyful atmosphere in the classroom. Students tasted delicious food while enjoying the carefully prepared programs, with laughter and applause echoing throughout. Behind this lively scene, subtle emotions were quietly beginning to blossom. Ling Chen followed the address given by Chen Yu and arrived at the clumsy bird post station. The sunlight streamed through the slightly dirty windows of the station, illuminating the shelves piled high with packages and creating patches of mottled light and shadow on the floor. The station was bustling with people coming and going. Customers were weaving between the shelves to collect their packages while the staff busily organized everything. As Ling Chen entered the station, he was greeted by the mixed odors of various courier packaging that hit him like a wave. He wrinkled his nose and waved his hand lightly, trying to disperse the not-so-pleasant smell, and then made his way to the front desk. Reaching the front desk, he spoke to a staff member. "Hello, I'm here to pick up a package. The code is 7232. The staff member skillfully operated the computer, quickly scanning the screen before starting to search through the shelves. Before long, the staff member found Chen Yu's package. It was a medium-sized cardboard box, and the shipping label on it was somewhat crumpled, indicating it had encountered quite a few bumps during transit. The staff handed the package to Ling Chen, who accepted it with a thank you and turned to leave the post station. He drove back home, and as soon as he opened the door, his cat, Tang Yuan, came running over happily as usual, rubbing against his feet. Tang Yuan was an orange and white cat with a round body and fluffy paws. Every step it took made the flesh on its belly jiggle adorably. Ling Chen looked at Tang Yuan, but felt a bit guilty since he had spent the afternoon at a cat cafe playing with other cats. Tang Yuan, Uncle went out to have fun today and didn't bring you along. You're not mad at Uncle, are you? Ling Chen said softly. His voice was gentle and deep, as if he were chatting with an old friend. He squatted down and gently patted Tang Yuan's head. Tang Yuan comfortably squinted its eyes and purred, producing a soothing rumbling sound in its throat. It seemed to understand his words, letting out a meow, before continuing to circle around his feet. Ling Chen smiled and decided to make it up to Tang Yuan by opening 2 cans of cat food for it. He walked into the kitchen, opened the cabinet, and took out the 2 cans, which featured cute little fish designs on their packaging. He carefully opened the cans with a can opener and poured the cat food into a bowl, placing it in front of Tang Yuan. Go ahead, eat up. Consider this a little compensation from Uncle, Ling Chen said, watching Tang Yuan eat with great enthusiasm, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He sat on a small stool nearby, quietly observing Tang Yuan, feeling warm inside. Tang Yuan devoured the food voraciously, and soon the bowl was completely empty. Still wanting more, it licked the bowl clean and then looked up at Ling Chen, meowing as if to say it hadn't had enough. Afterward, Ling Chen went into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and warm water cascaded down from the shower head, drenching him. He closed his eyes, feeling the water wash over him, as the weariness of the day seemed to gradually wash away with it. He began to hum a cheerful tune in the bathroom. It was a lively folk song, and his voice echoed off the walls. After showering, he changed into clean clothes, a loose-fitting white t-shirt and deep blue sweatpants, making him look fresh and relaxed. He dried his hair with a towel, then walked over to the computer, sat down, and began his daily writing work. Perhaps because he had a delightful time with Su Wei earlier, inspiration flowed like a spring. Various wonderful plots and vivid images kept surfacing in his mind. His fingers flew across the keyboard, producing crisp sounds as if he were playing a beautiful melody. Before long, he efficiently completed his stock trading for the day. At this moment, Wang Linyu sent a message. Brother Chen, I went to have my fortune told today, and the master said I have a calamity in my life. Do you think it could be something serious? Wang Linyu's message was filled with concern, and a series of question marks seemed to convey the frown on his face. Ling Chen looked at the message and couldn't help but shake his head, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Ling Chen replied, Don't scare yourself. It might just be a Porsche calamity. A luxury car could be coming your way soon. Or it could be a romantic calamity, with beautiful girls coming to find you. His reply carried a hint of teasing, trying to help Wang Linyu relax. He leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, waiting for Wang Linyu's response. Really? I actually hope it's a romantic calamity. It would be great if a girl came to surprise me. Wang Linyu sent an excited emoji. The expression exaggerated his desire. His big eyes and drooling face were hard to resist. All right, stop daydreaming. Want to play a game? Let's go for a brawl. Ling Chen sent an invitation emoji. He typed on the keyboard, excitement shining in his eyes, as if he could already see the intense battle scenes in the game. Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? Wang Linyu replied. The two entered the game, and as soon as Wang Linyu joined the public chat, he typed, Those who hide during the brawl will definitely get hemorrhoids. His forceful statement seemed to set the rules for the game, each word carrying an undeniable weight. Ling Chen looked at the screen and couldn't help but laugh, replying, With that kind of talk, aren't you hiding from rolling the dice yourself? His laughter echoed in the room, breaking the night's tranquility. As he laughed, he controlled his game character, preparing for battle. I really feel like I have hemorrhoids now. It hurts so much. Wang Linyu sent a pained emoji. The expression vividly showed his discomfort, with a furrowed brow and beads of sweat seemingly right before him. Ling Chen laughed even harder. What are you even talking about? Hurry up and play the game. He wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, adjusted his sitting posture, and immersed himself in the game. In that fantastical world of endless possibilities, Their controlled characters moved like agile cheetahs, swiftly traversing the battlefield filled with smoke and chaos. Each movement stirred up gusts of wind, as if they were tearing the air around them apart. Brilliant, colorful skill effects sparkled in the air from time to time, like meteors streaking across the night sky, dazzling and powerful. Various radiant lights intertwined, forming a breathtaking yet thrilling scene. At the same time, the deafening sounds of battle cries echoed through the air, rising and falling in an unending wave. Each roar was filled with the warriors' anger, courage, and determination, as if they could pierce through layers of clouds and reach the heavens above. This battle cry not only stirred people's hearts, but also heightened the entire battlefield's atmosphere, making it even more tense and intense. Thus, a heart-stopping, gripping, and fierce battle officially began on this virtual land. After Ling Chen completed the task of taking photos and sending them to the group, he was about to leave the classroom when his phone suddenly rang with a ding-dong sound. He quickly pulled out his phone from his pocket, unlocked the screen, and saw a green message bubble from Wang Linyu. Chen Yu, I got injured and I'm in the hospital. Come visit me. Right after that message, there followed a series of sad, crying emojis that evoked a sense of pity. The emojis lined up one after another, resembling a string of crystal-clear teardrops continuously rolling down. They seemed to be the embodiment of Wang Linyu's endless grievances, silently crying out to the world about the injustices and pain he had suffered. Each crying emoji carried his unspeakable sorrow and helplessness, making one want to delve into what had caused this usually strong person to become so fragile and vulnerable. Ling Chen furrowed his brows, his eyebrows tightly knitted together, forming the character Chan, which means river in Chinese, and his eyes were filled with concern. He hurriedly replied, "What happened? How did you get injured?" His fingers tapped quickly on the screen as he secretly speculated about Wang Linyu, who usually seemed careless, and what could have possibly happened this time. This morning when I left the house, I bumped into an aunt who was in a hurry to go to work, and I ended up in the hospital. I told you, that fortune teller was really accurate. I really do have a calamity in my life. Wang Linyu sent a crying emoji, which seemed to portray him looking pitiful in his hospital bed, with his mouth hanging down and his eyes still glistening with tears. Ling Chen couldn't help but smile helplessly. He gently shook his head, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly to show a bitter smile, and replied, "All right, I'll come see you. Which hospital are you in?" His voice carried a hint of helplessness, but more importantly, it was filled with concern for his friend. As he replied, he was already planning the route to the hospital in his mind. Wang Linyu immediately sent the hospital's location and room information, reminding him, "Chen Yu, you must come. I'm so bored here." That message was filled with anticipation, as if he was waiting for a savior to arrive, with every word conveying his urgency. Ling Chen explained the situation to Su Wei, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Her gaze softened with concern as she said, "Be careful on your way. Send me a message when you arrive at the hospital." Her voice was gentle, carrying a warmth that felt like a soft breeze on a spring day, lightly brushing against Ling Chen's heart. Ling Chen nodded and replied, "Okay, I got it." He turned and left the classroom, his steps quickening as he worried about Wang Linyu's injury. He crossed through the bustling campus, exited the school gate, and hailed a taxi to rush to the hospital. When Ling Chen arrived at the hospital, he found Wang Linyu's room. Opening the door, he saw Wang Linyu lying on the hospital bed, his head wrapped in bandages like a mummy. His face bore a hint of grievance, and upon seeing Ling Chen enter, he immediately sat up straight and said, "Chen Yu, you finally came? I thought I was going to suffocate here." His voice was filled with excitement, as if he had seen the dawn after a long darkness. Ling Chen walked to the bedside, looked at Wang Linyu, and smiled as he said, "You, how could you be so careless? You ended up in the hospital just from bumping into an ant." His eyes held a teasing glimmer, but more importantly, they were filled with concern. He pulled over a chair, sat by the bed, and carefully examined Wang Linyu's injuries. Wang Linyu, with a pained expression, said, "Chinga, you don't know, that ant was running so fast I didn't have time to dodge. I bumped my head, and it's still feeling a bit dizzy," he said while rubbing his head, a pained expression on his face as if he was recalling the scene from that moment. Ling Chen sat down and started chatting with Wang Linyu about recent activities. Wang Linyu couldn't stop complaining about the boredom of the hospital and the tasteless food, while Ling Chen patiently listened, occasionally offering him some words of comfort. "Brother Chen, when do you think my injury will heal? I still want to go out and have some fun," Wang Linyu said, looking at Ling Chen with expectation, as if he could provide the answer. His eyes sparkled with desire, like a little bird yearning for freedom. Ling Chen smiled and said, "Just focus on recovering. Once you're better, we'll go out together." He patted Wang Linyu on the shoulder, giving him an encouraging look. His hand was broad and warm, conveying strength and comfort. The two reminisced about the fun times they had spent together, recalling that vacation by the seaside when they chased the waves on the beach, getting soaked but laughing joyfully. They also remembered the camping trip in the mountains when they were suddenly awakened by a thunderstorm in the middle of the night, hurriedly packing up the tent and eventually squeezing into a tiny corner, complaining to each other, yet also comforting one another. Those beautiful memories lightened the atmosphere in the hospital room. "Brother Chen, how have you been with that teacher Su lately?" Wang Linyu suddenly asked with a hint of gossip, a sly smile on his face. Ling Chen was momentarily taken aback, a faint blush appearing on his cheeks as he replied, "Well, it's like that. We're just friends." His gaze was somewhat evasive, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. "Come on, Brother Chen, don't lie to me. You two are just one step away from breaking through that barrier. You better seize the opportunity," Wang Linyu said, nudging Ling Chen's elbow lightly. Ling Chen smiled but didn't respond. Yet in his heart, he was thinking of Su Wei, imagining her smile and her voice, a sweet feeling swelling within him. After chatting for a while, Ling Chen checked the time and said, "I have to go now. You should rest, and if you need anything, just call me anytime." He stood up, straightened his clothes, and prepared to leave. Wang Linyu nodded and said, "All right, Brother Chen, take your time on the way back." His eyes carried a hint of reluctance, but he managed to force a smile. He watched Ling Chen leave, filled with gratitude. In that moment, he truly understood the importance of friendship. As Ling Chen left the hospital and walked down the street, the sunlight poured over him, but his thoughts were still with Wang Linyu. He took out his phone and sent a message to Su Wei. "I just visited Wang Linyu. He's not seriously hurt, so don't worry." His fingers glided gently over the screen, a soft smile on his face. Before long, Su Wei replied, "Good. You should head home and rest early too." Seeing Su Wei's response, Ling Chen's lips curled up slightly, a warm feeling flooding his heart. He put his phone in his pocket, took a deep breath, feeling the warmth of the sun, his heart filled with love for life and anticipation for the future. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight seemed to be carefully sprinkled like golden dust, gently spreading over the city's streets and alleys, covering the entire world with a layer of dreamlike golden gauze. A gentle breeze, like a tender envoy, softly brushed by, bringing a hint of fresh air, an enchanting blend of grass and flower fragrances that lifted one's spirits. On this seemingly ordinary morning, Ling Chen arrived early at Old Su's house. He was wearing a simple light-colored t-shirt, pure and clean like the morning clouds, without a speck of dust. Paired with a pair of deep blue jeans, he appeared full of vitality and particularly refreshing. His face showed a look of concern, and his steps were brisk yet tinged with a hint of urgency as he hurried to the door and gently knocked. After a while, the door slowly opened with a slight creak. Old Su and his wife stood at the entrance. Old Su's face bore a hint of weariness. He had been suffering from severe back pain lately, as if a dull knife were gnawing at him, draining him of his usual spirit and leaving him somewhat listless. His back was slightly hunched, and his hands instinctively supported his waist, a posture that seemed to announce to the world that he was enduring pain, every movement appearing slow and heavy. The old lady's eyes were filled with worry, her brows tightly knitted together as if she were caught in an unsolvable puzzle. Her gaze towards old Su was filled with tenderness, like a warm hand wanting to soothe all his aches. "Ling Chen, you're here. Come in quickly," she warmly beckoned. Although her voice carried a hint of fatigue, her years of hospitality imbued her tone with warmth. She stepped aside to let Ling Chen in, her eyes revealing a sense of comfort, as if his arrival brought a glimmer of hope to this home shrouded in gloom. As Ling Chen entered the house, the air inside seemed heavy with a sense of oppression. He looked at old Su with deep concern, his worry increasingly evident in his eyes. "Grandpa Su, how do you feel today? Let's hurry to the hospital. I've already made an appointment." His eyes conveyed care and urgency. Leaning slightly forward as if eager to understand old Su's condition, his anxious demeanor suggesting that he too was feeling the weight of illness. Old Su nodded, sighed, and said, My back hurts so much that I can't even sleep at night. I can't help but worry that I might have some serious illness." His voice was low and hoarse, as if it were coming from deep within a valley. The wrinkles on his face seemed deeper, filled with worry, each line recording his pain and unease. Ling Chen quickly reassured him. "Grandpa Su, don't think too much. I'm sure it's nothing serious. We'll know once we get to the hospital for a checkup." His voice was firm and strong, trying to dispel the gloom in old Su's heart with his optimism. He gently patted old Su's shoulder, his broad and warm hand offering encouragement, as if to tell him that everything would be all right. On the way to the hospital, old Su's expression was solemn. He gazed out the car window, his eyes somewhat vacant, as if lost in thought. The trees and pedestrians outside swiftly retreated, but he appeared oblivious to it all. The old lady tightly held his hand, her hand trembling slightly, a reflection of her worry that she could not control. Her eyes were filled with concern. From time to time, she turned to look at old Su, as if checking whether he was all right. Each glance was imbued with her deep love and anxiety. Ling Chen focused on driving, his hands firmly gripping the steering wheel. He occasionally glanced at the rearview mirror to observe old Su and the old lady's expressions, silently praying for the examination results to be normal. His brow slightly furrowed, showing traces of worry for old Su. Upon arriving at the hospital, the bustling crowd and the cacophony of sounds seemed like an invisible net enveloping everyone. Ling Chen accompanied old Su to register for the outpatient department. He navigated through the crowd swiftly, his hurried steps resembling a nimble fish swimming through turbulent waters. His gaze was resolute, fixed on the registration window, with only one thought in mind: to complete the registration process as quickly as possible so that old Su could get examined sooner. Soon, he completed the registration process. Following the expert's advice, they proceeded to the MRI examination room for old Su's back. In the examination room, the white walls and cold equipment create an oppressive atmosphere, and the air is filled with the scent of disinfectant, reminding everyone that this is a battlefield against illness. Su Wei lies nervously on the examination table, fear evident in his eyes. His hands grip the edge of the table tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain, a physical manifestation of his inner fear. "Doctor, you don't think I have cancer, do you?" he asks, his voice trembling with fear and anxiety, each word seeming to squeeze out from between his quaking teeth. The doctor smiles reassuringly. "Don't worry, sir. The test results aren't in yet. Don't scare yourself unnecessarily." His voice is gentle and patient, and he wears a comforting smile, trying to ease Su Weishu's tension. His eyes show concern as he gently pats Su Weishu's shoulder, as if conveying a sense of reassurance. Ling Chen and the elderly woman stand to the side, holding their breath, their eyes fixed on the examination equipment. Ling Chen unconsciously clenches his fists, worry and concern filling his gaze as if he is waiting for the judgment of fate. Meanwhile, the elderly woman clasps her hands together, silently praying, her lips quivering slightly as she mutters words asking for peace. Her eyes are filled with sincerity, hoping that heaven will hear her prayers. After a while, the doctor carefully examines the images, and the room is so quiet that only breaths can be heard. Everyone is waiting for the doctor's verdict. Finally, the doctor speaks. "Sir, rest assured, there are no cancer cells on the images. It is not cancer." Su Wei and his wife immediately breathe a sigh of relief, smiles of gratitude spreading across their faces. The elderly woman's eyes glisten with tears of joy. She exclaims, "That's great, as long as it's not cancer." Her face radiates with happiness, as if a heavy weight has finally been lifted from her heart, and her smile shines like the sun, dispelling the gloom of recent days. Su Wei quickly asks, "Then, doctor, what's causing my back pain?" His eyes are filled with confusion, eager to know the answer, as if his gaze is pleading with the doctor to understand his pain and bewilderment. The doctor looks at Su Wei seriously and asks, "How long have you been experiencing this back pain?" The doctor's gaze is attentive and earnest, holding a pen ready to note Su Wei's response. Every aspect of his demeanor reflects professionalism and responsibility. Su Wei recalls and says, "It's been several years. I didn't pay much attention to it before, and I often did heavy work." He slightly furrows his brow, trying to remember when the back pain started, as memories of his younger self working hard for his family flash through his mind. The doctor nods and explains, "This is due to years of neglecting your back combined with heavy labor, which has led to serious compression of the nerves in your lumbar spine. The situation is quite serious, and I recommend you have surgery as soon as possible, or it may affect your daily life in the future." The doctor's tone is serious and sincere, his eyes reflecting concern and worry. Each of his words sounds like a warning bell, awakening Su Wei. Su Wei frowns slightly and asks, "Is the surgery complicated?" His eyes are filled with concern, and his expression is somewhat tense. Surgery is an unknown challenge for him, and his heart is filled with apprehension. The doctor reassures him, "Don't worry, it's a minimally invasive surgery for a herniated disc. The technology is quite mature now, and the risks are low." The doctor's voice is gentle yet firm, trying to put Su Wei at ease. He carefully explains the surgical process and precautions, leaving no detail overlooked, hoping to give Su Wei a clearer understanding of the surgery. Su Wei nods and says, "All right, doctor, I'll follow your advice. Please arrange for the surgery as soon as possible." Though his voice is somewhat weary, it is filled with determination. He knows he must face this surgery bravely for the sake of his future life, and his resolute gaze seems to declare his determination to fight against pain. At 3 p.m, the sun was blazing, and the intense rays poured through the windows of the hospital corridor, casting bright patches of light on the floor. However, this sunlight failed to dispel the oppressive and tense atmosphere at the entrance of the operating room. Old Mr. Su was wheeled into the operating room, and the door slowly closed with a heavy sound, as if sealing in all the worries and anxieties, leaving Ling Chen and the elderly lady outside to wait quietly. The light at the entrance of the operating room was somewhat dim, forming a stark contrast to the brightness outside, as if hinting at the unknown tension and fear within. The elderly lady held her old phone tightly in her trembling hands, unable to control her shaking caused by excessive worry. Her eyes frequently darted to the operating room door, filled with anxiety and unease, as if every passing second was a torment. She glanced at the time, seemingly seeking a semblance of comfort in the passage of time. Her face was etched with concern, her brows furrowed as if filled with sorrow, every wrinkle recording her current state of mind. Ling Chen looked at the elderly lady, feeling a pang of sympathy. He gently shifted closer to her and softly spoke to comfort her. "Grandma, please don't worry too much. This is just a minor surgery, and Grandpa, Su, will be just fine." His voice was soft and warm, like a gentle spring breeze, trying to alleviate the elderly lady's tense emotions. He lightly patted her shoulder with his broad and warm palm, offering her a reassuring smile, as if to tell her that everything would be all right. The elderly lady forced out a faint smile, one tinged with bitterness and helplessness. Ling Chen, I know you're trying to comfort me, but I just can't put my mind at ease. You say it's a minor surgery, but it's still surgery on the body. What if? Her voice caught in her throat, her eyes slightly reddening, revealing deep concern, and the unspoken words were filled with fear of the unknown. In an effort to distract her, Ling Chen pondered for a moment and softly asked, Grandma, does Grandpa Su have any hobbies? When he gets better, we can do something he enjoys together. His gaze revealed care and thoughtfulness as he slightly tilted his head, focusing intently on the elderly lady, trying to lift her spirits. The elderly lady thought for a moment, her gaze becoming somewhat distant, as if lost in memories. He loves playing chess. Whenever he has free time, he finds his old buddies for a game. In the past, they often played chess in the pavilion of our community, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. It was quite lively. When he plays chess, he's so focused, staring intently at the board. Sometimes when he wins, he smiles like a little kid. A smile of reminiscence crossed her face, filled with tenderness and happiness, as if recalling the scene of Grandpa Su and his old friends playing chess. Those images continually surfaced in her mind, allowing her to temporarily forget her current worries. Ling Chen's eyes brightened, and a brilliant smile spread across his face. Then when Grandpa Su gets discharged, I'll buy a set of chess and play some games with him. I've never played chess with him before. Maybe he can teach me a few moves. His voice brimmed with enthusiasm and anticipation as he leaned forward slightly, seemingly eager for a chess match with Grandpa Su. The elderly lady chuckled, a playful glint in her eyes. That old man is picky. He prefers playing with someone more skilled than him. What's your chess level like? Just don't let him wipe the floor with you. Her gaze held a hint of mischief, and her smile was more pronounced. The tense atmosphere seemed to ease a bit due to this light-hearted conversation. Ling Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm just average at chess, but I can use a chess app on my phone to practice and make sure I can give Grandpa Su a good game. I'll even study some strategies in advance to aim for a tie. A cheeky smile appeared on his face, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if he could already envision the joyful scenes of playing chess with Grandpa Su. Time passed second by second, each moment feeling incredibly long. The clock at the entrance of the operating room ticked steadily, its sound seeming to echo in their hearts. Ling Chen and the elderly lady sat quietly, occasionally exchanging a few words to ease the tense atmosphere. People came and went at the entrance of the operating room. Some wore anxious expressions and hurried steps, as if racing against time. Others looked exhausted, their eyes hollow, as if the long wait had drained them of all their energy. Yet, Ling Chen and the elderly lady's gaze never left the closed door of the operating room, which seemed to be their only hope at that moment. Finally, the operating room door slowly opened, the sound breaking the long silence. The doctor stepped out with a smile on his face, a smile like sunlight that dispelled the gloom in their hearts. The doctor said, the operation was very successful, and the old gentleman's condition is good. He can be discharged in 3 days with proper rest. The procedure went smoothly, and we managed the area pressing on the nerves very well. After waking up, the old gentleman will experience significantly reduced pain. The doctor's voice was filled with joy and reassurance as he detailed the operation, his smile bringing them comfort. Ling Chen and the elderly lady felt a huge weight lifted from their hearts. The elderly lady's eyes grew moist once again, this time with tears of joy that rolled down her cheeks and dripped onto the back of her hand. She excitedly stood up, tightly grasping the doctor's hand, saying, "Thank you so much, doctor. You are truly a benefactor to our family. We have been so worried these past few days." Ling Chen also sighed in relief, a happy smile appearing on his face. He quickly asked the doctor about post-operative care for the old gentleman, asking each question with great care, afraid of missing any detail. They entered the hospital room, which was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant. The white sheets and walls gave the place a somewhat cold feeling. The old gentleman was still under anesthesia and not fully awake. He lay quietly on the bed, his face slightly pale, but his breathing steady. Ling Chen and the elderly lady sat quietly by the bedside, waiting for him to wake up. Ling Chen gently tucked the blanket around the old gentleman, his movements soft and careful, as if afraid to disturb him. The elderly lady gently stroked the old gentleman's forehead, her gaze filled with tenderness and love. After a while, the old gentleman slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was somewhat dazed, as if he had not fully awoken from the anesthesia, but gradually he began to regain clarity. His eyes scanned the room and finally landed on the elderly lady's face. She quickly took his hand, her hands warm and strong, as if transmitting strength. She said, "Old man, you're finally awake. The operation was very successful. The doctor said you could be discharged in a few days. Look, Ling Chen is here too, keeping us company." Her voice was filled with joy and excitement as she held the old gentleman's hand tightly, as if afraid he might disappear. The old gentleman nodded slightly, a weary smile appearing on his face. In a weak voice, he said, "That's good, that's good. I worried you all." His eyes revealed a sense of relief and contentment, and his gaze towards the elderly lady was filled with love, as if telling the story of their years of mutual support. The afternoon sun filtered through the slightly mottled windows of the hospital room, casting warm patches of light and shadow on the crisp white sheets. In order to prevent Mr. Su from falling into a state of boredom, the attentive elderly lady was racking her brain for ideas. She carefully recalled Mr. Su's daily preferences and interests, and suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. Of course, Mr. Su had always had a fondness for thrilling war movies. Without a moment's hesitation, the elderly lady busily rummaged through drawers and cabinets until she finally found a few classic war films that Mr. Su loved. She then carefully placed the discs into the player, adjusted the screen to the best setting, and gently pressed the play button. As the familiar and stirring opening theme played, the entire room was instantly enveloped in a strong atmosphere of war. On the television screen, intense battle scenes unfolded continuously, the sounds of gunfire echoing as if one were right in the middle of it all. At that moment, Mr. Su, whose eyes had appeared somewhat dull before, suddenly sparkled with life. He stared intently at the television screen, completely immersed in the gripping plot. However, concerned that the volume might disturb Mr. Su's rest, she turned it down low. The television displayed fierce war scenes, and the sounds of gunfire and battle cries came through at a muted volume, like a distant echo. Yet, Mr. Su seemed somewhat distracted while watching. A hint of fatigue and boredom showed in his eyes, and he occasionally shifted his body, attempting to find a more comfortable position, but the discomfort from his post-surgery state lingered. At that moment, Ling Chen walked into the room carrying a thermal box. A thin layer of condensation had formed on the box, clearly indicating that he had rushed over. Upon seeing that Mr. Su was awake, his eyes brightened immediately, and he hurried over with concern. "Grandpa Su, how are you feeling? Does the wound still hurt?" His voice was filled with warmth and care, and he wore a sunny smile that seemed capable of dispelling the gloom in the hospital room. As he spoke, he gently placed the thermal box on the table beside him and carefully opened it. Inside, the food was neatly arranged, emanating an enticing aroma. There was steamed base, its skin marked with evenly spaced cuts, garnished with tender green scallions and golden ginger strips. There was also a portion of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, their vibrant green color appearing especially fresh under the lights. In addition, there was a pot of carefully brewed porridge, the grains plump and the consistency thick. "Grandpa Su, Grandma, I brought you some food. Since Grandpa Su just had surgery, I made the dishes lighter for easier digestion." As he spoke, Ling Chen served a bowl of porridge for the elderly man. His movements were gentle and practiced, as if he were handling a precious treasure, each gesture filled with care. Mr. Su shook his head and said, "Ling Chen, I'm not hungry right now." His voice was weak, his face showing signs of fatigue, and there was a hint of resistance to food in his gaze. Ling Chen noticed Mr. Su's feelings and thought for a moment before smiling and suggesting, "Grandpa Su, I heard you enjoy playing chess. How about we play a couple of games? It might help stimulate your appetite." His eyes sparkled with a lively glint, and he wore a playful smile, as if extending an amusing invitation to Mr. Su. Upon hearing this, Mr. Su's eyes lit up, and an expression of anticipation appeared on his face. He straightened his body slightly. Although the movement was somewhat laborious, he still made an effort to appear more spirited as he spoke. "Really? You know how to play chess?" There was a hint of excitement and anticipation in his voice, and his eyes revealed a longing for the game, as if playing chess was the thing he looked forward to the most at that moment. Ling Chen smiled and said, "I know a little, but I may not be your match." He took out his phone from his pocket, gently tapped a few times, and opened the chess app, preparing to play against Old Man Su. On the phone screen, a delicate chessboard slowly unfolded, with the pieces arranged neatly. The elderly lady watched them from the side, a look of satisfaction on her face. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she said, "Ling Chen, you're such a thoughtful child, knowing that the old man likes to play chess." Her gaze was full of gratitude and affection, looking at Ling Chen as if he were her own grandson, her eyes brimming with love. Ling Chen and Old Man Su began their game, with Old Man Su's expression focused and serious. His fingers trembled slightly as they gently touched the phone screen, moving the pieces. He contemplated each move for a long time, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, as if studying a profound puzzle. Ling Chen deliberately played slowly, giving Old Man Su enough time to think. From time to time, he chatted with Old Man Su, asking for his opinions, making him feel respected and valued. "Grandpa Su, that move was really brilliant. I almost didn't catch it," Ling Chen said with a smile, his voice full of admiration and respect, his smile genuine and radiant. Old Man Su beamed with pride upon hearing this. "Of course. I've been playing chess for so many years. I have some skills." His voice carried a hint of pride, and his eyes sparkled with confidence, as if he were back in the days of playing chess with his old buddies in the community pavilion. As the game progressed, Ling Chen occasionally reminded Old Man Su to eat something. He brought a bowl of porridge to Old Man Su, gently blowing on it before saying, "Grandpa Su, have some porridge to replenish your strength. I cooked this for a long time. It's really fragrant." His voice was gentle and considerate, filled with concern, as if he were caring for his closest elder. Old Man Su looked at Ling Chen, feeling deeply moved. He accepted the porridge and took a sip. The warm porridge slid down his throat, bringing a sense of warmth. "Ling Chen, you're more caring than my own grandson," he said, his voice slightly choked with emotion, and his eyes conveyed deep gratitude, as if it were about to overflow. Ling Chen smiled and replied, "Grandpa Su, don't say that. I treat you as if you were my own grandfather." His voice was firm and sincere, and his smile was warm and sunny, as if it could dispel all gloom. In the hospital room, the chess game continued, with laughter from Ling Chen and Old Man Su ringing out from time to time. Old Man Su burst into hearty laughter over a clever move, and Ling Chen playfully feigned frustration, making Old Man Su even happier. The elderly lady watched them, her face beaming with a happy smile. Her gaze flitted back and forth between the two, filled with emotion. This small hospital room was filled with warmth and love, as if all pain and troubles had been cast aside. Sunlight poured over them, painting a heartwarming picture that conveyed the truest emotions between people. The sunlight cascaded like golden powder spilled by angels, filtering through the mottled leaves and casting a shower of glimmering light on the ground. The light and shadows danced and flickered, creating a vivid and animated picture. A gentle breeze brushed by, bringing with it the mixed fragrance of earth and grass, an aroma unique to the countryside, rich and pure, as refreshing as a mountain spring. Ling Chen walked slowly along the rural path, his steps light and content. The soles of his shoes made a soft, crunching sound against the dirt road, as if he were having a quiet conversation with the earth. Each breath filled his chest with fresh air, and his heart brimmed with love for the rural life. The air in the countryside is truly wonderful. Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaim, his voice tinged with satisfaction. His eyes sparkled with a sense of ease, as if the entire world had slowed down, leaving just him and the beautiful rural scenery. Before long, Ling Chen arrived at Su Wei and Grandma Yang's home in the countryside. In the courtyard, an ancient tree stood tall and lush, resembling a giant green umbrella, providing a patch of cool shade. Ling Chen settled down under the tree on a stone bench, which felt pleasantly cool to the touch, its rough texture reassuring. He leaned back comfortably, closed his eyes, and savored the moment of tranquility, listening to the rustling leaves in the wind, as if nature were playing a gentle melody. Occasionally, a few small birds perched on the branches, chirping and adding a touch of life to the serene scene. Da Huang, Da Huang. Ling Chen called out to the dog in the yard. Hearing his voice, Da Huang perked up its ears, slowly raising its head from where it had been lying. Its ears stood alert, but it didn't rush over. It cautiously watched Ling Chen, seeming to still remember the recent scolding, its eyes reflecting a hint of wariness and unease. Its tail gave a slight wag before drooping again, as if hesitating whether to approach. "What's wrong, Da Huang? Don't you recognize me?" Ling Chen said with a smile, waving his hand, his face warm with kindness, trying to ease Da Huang's apprehension. His voice was soft, like a gentle spring breeze, hoping to convey his goodwill. Only then did Da Huang slowly trot over, its steps cautious, as if testing the waters. It stopped a few paces away from Ling Chen, watching him warily, its tail wagging just a little, not as lively as before. Its eyes were fixed on Ling Chen's every move, seemingly waiting for his next action. Seeing Da Huang like this, Ling Chen felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "You little rascal, still holding a grudge, huh? Don't worry, I won't hit you again." Ling Chen reached out to pet Da Huang's head, slowly extending his hand, moving gently so as not to scare again. But Da Huang took a step back, avoiding his hand, tilting its head slightly to one side, as if expressing its dissatisfaction. A hint of stubbornness shone in its eyes, as if to say, "I won't forgive you that easily." Ling Chen retracted his hand and suddenly had a playful idea. "How about I introduce you to a pretty girlfriend?" Da Huang seemed to understand, its ears perked up straight, eyes sparkling with expectation. Its previously drooping tail shot up high, wagging joyfully as it took a few steps forward, barking excitedly. Its body leaned slightly forward, as if it couldn't wait to meet its girlfriend. Ling Chen continued, "Or how about we take you for a neutering operation? Then you won't have to worry about finding a girlfriend." As soon as he finished speaking, Da Huang instantly fluffed up its fur, every hair standing on end. It barked loudly and began to circle around Ling Chen, its bark sharp and urgent, as if protesting Ling Chen's threat. Occasionally, it would stop to show its teeth, warning him not to mess around. Its eyes were filled with anger and fear, as if to say, "How could you do this to me? I will never agree to that." At that moment, in the kitchen, Su Wei and Grandma Yang heard the commotion outside. Su Wei, sitting on a small stool helping to prepare vegetables, chuckled and said, "It seems like this man and dog are getting along quite harmoniously." A smile spread across his face, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes easing as he enjoyed the warmth of the scene. Grandma Yang nodded with a smile, rhythmically chopping vegetables in her hands, producing a crisp sound. "These two lively characters are quite interesting," she murmured softly, continuing to busy herself with the tasks at hand, a faint smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. In the kitchen, sunlight streamed through the window, casting patches of light and shadow on the floor. Su Wei sat on a small stool, skillfully selecting vegetables, the tender green leaves gently turning in his hands. His gaze was focused. Every yellowed leaf was carefully picked out, as if he were completing an important task. Grandma Yang stood nearby, her knife dancing up and down on the cutting board, producing crisp sounds like a kitchen symphony. A gentle smile adorned her face as she watched Su Wei's shoe, her eyes filled with affection. Old man, Ling Chen seems to have quite the bond with De Huang, Grandma Yang said as she chopped the vegetables, her voice soft and laced with a hint of laughter. Su Wei Shu nodded with a smile. Yeah, this child has a kind heart. Even De Huang gets all stirred up with him. His voice carried a note of appreciation, and he felt a sense of comfort remembering Ling Chen's various antics. As they chatted and worked, the aroma of the cooking wafted through the kitchen, a familiar and warm scent of home. Meanwhile, in the yard, Ling Chen and De Huang were still engaged in their battle of wits. Ling Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter at De Huang's nervous expression. All right, I was just joking. I won't take you for neutering. His voice was filled with warmth as he tried to soothe De Huang's anxiety. De Huang seemed to understand his words, its fur gradually settling, but it still watched Ling Chen warily, its tail only occasionally swaying gently. It appeared to be hesitating, unsure if what Ling Chen said was true. Ling Chen stood up and began to stroll around the yard, with De Huang cautiously following behind, maintaining a safe distance. Suddenly, Ling Chen stopped, turning around, and De Huang halted as well, its eyes fixed on him. De Huang, look at how beautiful the flowers are in this yard, Ling Chen said, pointing at a few wildflowers. De Huang glanced in the direction of his finger, seemingly uninterested in the flowers, and let out a soft hum. Ling Chen crouched down and picked up a small twig, drawing a circle on the ground, and then said to De Huang, if you can jump into this circle, I'll buy you some tasty treats. De Huang tilted its head, looking at the circle on the ground as if contemplating something. After a moment, it cautiously lifted one paw and placed it inside the circle, then quickly withdrew it, glancing at Ling Chen to observe his reaction. Ling Chen smiled encouragingly. It's okay, De Huang, jump in boldly. Encouraged, De Huang took a tentative step forward, this time jumping entirely into the circle. Ling Chen immediately exclaimed in delight. Good job, De Huang. I'll get you some tasty treats soon. Upon hearing the words, tasty treats, De Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and its tail began to wag joyfully. At that moment, Grandma Yang's voice called from the kitchen. Ling Chen, come help me bring out the dishes. Ling Chen acknowledged and stood up, saying to De Huang, wait here for me. I'll help Grandma and then get you some treats. With that, he headed towards the kitchen. De Huang watched Ling Chen's retreating figure, sitting on the ground, its eyes fixed intently on the kitchen door, seemingly anticipating Ling Chen's quick return with delicious food. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the cheerful voices of Ling Chen, Su Wei Shu, and Grandma Yang continued to fill the air, adding warmth and vitality to the tranquil village courtyard. Sunlight streamed through the cracks in the window like golden threads, gently spilling into the kitchen of the farmhouse. Grandma Yang stood in front of the stove, glancing up at the old-fashioned wall clock. The hour hand had quietly pointed to feeding time. The sunlight fell directly on the stove, forming a bright beam of light, as if it were a gentle mark left by time. Old man, it's time to feed the chickens and ducks, Grandma Yang raised her voice, with a hint of everyday urgency. Su Wei Shu had just undergone surgery and was still in the recovery stage. Hearing Grandma Yang's words, he immediately put down the old newspaper he was flipping through, wanted to stand up to help. However, he got up too quickly, and a wave of dizziness hit him, causing him to sway unsteadily. Grandma Yang was quick to react, stepping forward in a flash to steady him, her face filled with concern. You're still not well. Don't overexert yourself. Just rest, Grandma Yang said, her tone full of care, her eyes revealing deep worry about Su Wei Shu's health. Su Wei Shu forced a smile. With these old bones of mine, I just thought I could help a little. He gently patted Grandma Yang's hand and slowly sat back down in his chair, his eyes reflecting a hint of guilt and reluctance. Grandma Yang opened the door to the chicken and duck pen, and instantly, a cacophony of clucking and quacking rushed out to greet her. A group of chickens and ducks quacked and clucked, bursting forth like joyful notes released from confinement. They flapped their wings, chasing each other toward the feeding trough, creating a lively scene. Some little chicks playfully circled their companions, while some ducks swaggered boldly, as if showing off their majesty. Ling Chen was sitting on a small stool in the yard, enjoying the unique tranquility and leisure of the countryside, when he was captivated by a pure white hen. Its feathers were as white as snow, shimmering softly in the sunlight, as if draped in a sacred feathered cloak. Its eyes were dark and bright, full of life and curiosity, each step it took exuding grace and poise. Ling Chen couldn't help but praise, "This hen is so beautiful." His eyes were full of admiration, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth, his face radiating a look of fondness. Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, Grandma Yang immediately broke into a warm smile. "Do you like it? Then Grandma will prepare it for chicken soup for you." As she spoke, she swiftly grabbed the hen with a practiced hand, her movements adept and smooth, clearly indicating her experience with farm life. The hen flapped its wings and let out a cluck, its voice tinged with a hint of panic. Its little claws flailed in the air, trying to escape Grandma Yang's grasp. Ling Chen instinctively glanced at the big yellow dog, only to see its previously excited expression freeze in an instant. Its eyes widened in fear, and with its tail tucked between its legs, it scurried away, terrified of being the next meal, moving as quickly as the wind. The big yellow dog hid in the corner of the yard, occasionally sneaking glances in this direction, its body trembling slightly, seemingly still haunted by the fear. Ling Chen found the big yellow dog's reaction amusing and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He turned to Grandma Yang and said, "Grandma, let me help you." He stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and his eyes were filled with sincerity. In this vibrant farmhouse courtyard, he wanted to contribute to this warmth. Grandma Yang smiled and said, "Okay, then help me start the fire and bring a basin of water." She pointed to the stove and the water bucket in the corner of the yard, a look of satisfaction on her face. Ling Chen's willingness to help made her feel very warm, as if she were witnessing the growth of her own descendants. Ling Chen skillfully started the fire. He squatted down, took a handful of dry straw, lit it with a lighter, and carefully placed it into the stove, adding some dry wood. Before long, the flames began to dance joyfully, illuminating his face with a warm glow. His gaze was focused and serious as he watched the flames grow larger, a sense of warmth blossoming in his heart. He went to fetch water again. The bucket was heavy, but he stepped steadily and placed it easily beside the stove. All the way, he felt the weight of the bucket, yet he did not waver at all, as if he were shouldering the responsibilities that life had given him. Grandma Yang watched Ling Chen's actions with admiration in her eyes. "This child is really capable," she said, her tone filled with praise. In her eyes, Ling Chen was like her own grandson, thoughtful and hardworking. While they worked, Grandma Yang began to ask Ling Chen various questions. She skillfully handled the black chicken, her hands never stopping while chatting with him. "Child, are you busy with work? Is life treating you well? How are you getting along with that girl, Su Wei?" Each question was filled with her concern for Ling Chen, as if she were a senior inquiring about the little details of a younger person's life. Ling Chen answered earnestly, his voice gentle and patient. "Work is okay, just sometimes a bit busy. Life is pretty good. Don't worry, Grandma. I'm getting along well with Su Wei. She's a very good girl." His every response was filled with sincerity, making Grandma Yang feel his honesty and genuine nature. As she listened to his answers, Grandma Yang nodded repeatedly, her fondness for him steadily growing. That's good. Su Wei has been spoiled since she was little. If she ever acts thoughtlessly, please be more understanding," Grandma Yang said with a smile, her eyes revealing her affection for her granddaughter and her trust in Ling Chen. Ling Chen smiled back. "Don't worry, Grandma. Su Wei is very sensible, and we're happy together." His smile was warm and resolute, as if promising Grandma Yang about their future. The sun gradually tilted in the west, and the aroma of chicken soup filled the kitchen, its rich fragrance wafting throughout the yard, making one's mouth water. Ling Chen and Grandma Yang chatted while busying themselves, the kitchen filled with laughter and joy. Meanwhile, the dog, De Huang, quietly peeked out from a corner, seemingly affected by the warm atmosphere, cautiously approaching and glancing occasionally at the pot simmering with chicken soup, as if anticipating its share of the deliciousness. In this tranquil and harmonious farmhouse courtyard, time seemed to stand still. The warm sunlight, like a golden veil, gently draped down, casting a faint glow over the entire yard. In the distance, the mountain ridges appeared increasingly verdant under the sunlight, resembling a beautiful landscape painting. In one corner of the small yard, several unknown wildflowers quietly bloomed, some red and some purple, exuding a subtle and elegant fragrance that attracted bees and butterflies dancing among the flowers. Beside them stood an old locust tree, its sturdy branches extending outward like a giant green umbrella, shielding people from a scorching sun. Under the shade of the tree sat a worn yet very clean wooden table and a few bamboo chairs, giving a particularly inviting feeling. At this moment, thin wisps of smoke rose from the kitchen chimney, indicating that the housewife was busy cooking delicious dishes. The air was filled with the aroma of food, making one's mouth water. Before long, a table filled with dishes that were both fragrant and visually appealing was brought out, and the family gathered around, laughter and chatter filling the air as they enjoyed their simple yet happy life. The sun resembled a blazing fireball, slowly climbing toward the center of the sky, its rays gradually becoming more intense and dazzling. As time passed, the sun hung higher in the sky, generously bestowing warmth and light upon the earth. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the dense forest, creating beams of golden light. These rays acted like nature's paintbrush, beautifully outlining patches of dappled light and shadow. They cast patterns on the ground, as if a massive mirror had shattered, scattering tiny shards of glimmering gold that dazzled and mesmerized onlookers. As people immersed themselves in this wonderful scene, time quietly slipped away, and before they knew it, it was midday, the time usually referred to as lunchtime. At this moment, whether they were farmers working in the fields or busy pedestrians hurrying through the streets, everyone began to feel the pangs of hunger in their stomachs, thinking about finding a place to sit down and enjoy a delicious and hearty lunch to replenish their energy. In a spacious and bright kitchen, Grandma Yang, wearing an apron adorned with small floral patterns, busily moved between the stove and the dining table with quick and hurried steps. Her hands, wrinkled yet still nimble, skillfully handled spatulas and spoons, as if she were conducting a wonderful culinary symphony. The sound of sizzling came from the pot, accompanied by an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Before long, Grandma Yang smiled as she brought dish after dish of exquisite and fragrant meals to the table. The first dish was a glossy red braised pork, with pieces of meat arranged neatly on the plate, garnished with green scallions that made one's mouth water. Next came a plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, where the tender green leaves glistened with a sheen of oil, exuding a light and refreshing fragrance. Then there was a bowl of golden, crispy fried fish, perfectly crunchy on the outside and tender on the inside, with an incredibly delicious flavor. Finally, Grandma Yang carefully brought out a pot of steaming chicken soup, the broth rich and thick, with the ingredients looking particularly inviting together. Each piece of chicken was cooked to perfection. A gentle bite released the succulent meat, filling the mouth with the rich flavor of chicken, leaving one craving more. Following that was a plate of enticing red-braised fish. The fish was fried to a golden crisp, shimmering under the sunlight like a beautiful work of art, topped with a layer of rich sauce made from soy sauce, brown sugar, and other carefully prepared seasonings, giving off an irresistible aroma that made one salivate. Picking up a piece of fish, the tender meat melted in the mouth, the rich sauce blending perfectly with the fresh flavor of the fish, creating a rich and layered taste. There is also spicy stir-fried pork with chili, with a fresh spiciness of the chili intertwined with the savory depth of the pork, creating a unique flavor. The green chilies were cut into long strips and stir-fried with a mix of fatty and lean pork slices, bringing out the fragrant aroma of the chilies, which complemented the pork perfectly. Each bite was filled with a strong, spicy flavor that whetted the appetite, making it hard to stop eating. Lastly, there was a plate of refreshing greens, bright green and tender, resembling translucent emeralds. These vegetables were grown in Grandma Yang's garden without any pesticides or fertilizers, purely natural and organic. Simply stir-fried, they retained their original flavor, bringing a fresh aroma that added a touch of brightness to this sumptuous lunch. Children, come quickly and try the dishes Grandma made. Grandma Yang enthusiastically called to Ling Chen, her face beaming with a loving smile, her eyes full of anticipation. Her eyes squinted into a narrow slit, and the wrinkles at the corners were filled with affection and concern for Ling Chen. Su Wei, sitting nearby, smiled and said, "Yes, eat more, don't be polite." As he spoke, he picked up a large piece of tender fish and placed it into Ling Chen's bowl, the fish quivering as if it were beckoning Ling Chen to taste it. A warm smile adorned Su Weishu's face, reflecting the love of an elder for a younger one. Ling Chen took a bite of the dish and exclaimed, "Grandma, your cooking is so delicious. It's even better than the fancy meals I have in the city." His mouth was full, making his words somewhat unclear, yet the sincerity in his tone was unmistakable. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with satisfaction. Every bite of food reminded him of the taste of home. Hearing this, Grandma Yang's eyes squinted into a narrow slit, her wrinkles concealing her joy. "If you like it, eat more, don't be shy." She then picked up a stick of green vegetables and added it to Ling Chen's bowl. The vegetables were vibrant green and looked incredibly tempting. After finishing a bowl of rice, Ling Chen said, "Grandma, Grandpa, I'm full." However, Grandma Yang and Su Weishu insisted otherwise. "Eat a bit more. You're at the age where you need to grow," Grandma Yang said as she served him a heaping bowl of rice, the grains piled high like a small mountain. Her eyes were filled with concern, as if she feared Ling Chen wouldn't eat enough. Su Weishu, sitting beside her, added, "This chicken is really tasty. Eat more to nourish yourself." He placed several pieces of chicken into Ling Chen's bowl. Su Weishu's movements were slow and gentle. Each piece of chicken he served was filled with care for Ling Chen. Ling Chen looked at the food before him, feeling a bit helpless. He glanced around, hoping to find a Huang to help share the burden, only to see the Huang lying far away at the door, appearing completely disinterested in worldly desires. Its eyes were fixed on Ling Chen, as if to say, "I don't want to be made into a dish. Don't come looking for me." The Huang was pressed tightly against the ground, its head resting on its front paws, looking indifferent. Its ears occasionally twitched, as if listening to the sounds inside the house, but it clearly didn't want to get involved. Ling Chen could only brace himself and continue eating, each mouthful of food carrying the taste of home, warming his heart. In this tranquil village, he felt a long-lost warmth and care. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if singing for this cozy moment. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warmth over the dining table and enhancing the atmosphere of the meal. Ling Chen looked at the two elderly people before him, filled with gratitude. He knew that this warmth and concern could not be bought with money. It was the most precious treasure in his life. As he ate, he chatted with the two elders, laughter and joy echoing throughout the house, making this afternoon in the village exceptionally warm and beautiful. In the afternoon, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting delicate rays over the small campus of Chen Yu, wrapping the entire area in a layer of golden gossamer. A gentle breeze swept across the land like a pair of tender hands, softly caressing the earth. It silently glided through the forest, awakening the vibrant green leaves, which began to sway slightly. Accompanied by the gentle touch of the breeze, The leaves rubbed against each other, creating a crisp and subtle rustling sound. This sound was like the music of nature, intertwining harmoniously, as if the great outdoors were performing a gentle and soothing melody. Each leaf resembled a lively note, dancing gracefully to the rhythm of the wind, together composing an exquisite piece of music. Listening to this melodious rustling, one could almost feel the tranquil and harmonious breath of nature, lifting spirits and bringing a sense of joy and relaxation. On the playground, classmates were playing joyfully during recess, their laughter echoing in every corner of the campus. On the basketball court, several boys were intensely playing basketball, running, jumping, and shooting, each movement bursting with energy. Meanwhile, the girls skipping rope were in groups, their colorful ropes flying in their hands, weaving beautiful arcs in the air. In the classroom, Su Wei was teaching her class, standing tall at the podium, her voice clear and pleasant, like a mountain spring flowing into her classmates' ears. Her gaze was focused and warm, moving back and forth between the blackboard and the students, as the chalk in her hand left neat lines of writing on the board. She was explaining a beautiful piece of prose, her engaging voice seeming to transport the students into the vivid world depicted in the text. Everyone was enthralled, eyes fixated on Su Wei, afraid to miss any captivating detail. At this moment, Ling Chen was comfortably reclining on his sofa at home, looking at the chat history with Su Wei on his phone, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his face beaming with happiness. He sent a message to Su Wei. "Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together and discuss our road trip destination." His fingers lightly tapped the screen, each word seemingly infused with his anticipation. In his mind, he envisioned Su Wei's expression when she saw the message, his heart swelling with sweetness. After a short while, Su Wei replied, "Sure, I was just thinking about discussing it with you." Seeing this message, Ling Chen's smile became even brighter. He sent another message, "I'll wait for you at the school gate at 6. His eyes sparkled with expectation, as if he could already see Su Wei's reply. He began to imagine their date tonight, picturing the scene of them discussing their road trip destination, filled with longing for the adventures that awaited them. Su Wei responded with a simple "okay," along with a cute emoji. Looking at the emoji, Ling Chen felt a warm rush inside, as if Su Wei were playfully smiling beside him. He held his phone against his chest, closed his eyes, and savored this moment of sweetness. After finishing her class, Su Wei returned to her office, sitting in her chair and stretching. She gently rubbed her temples, feeling a bit fatigued from a day's teaching. However, thinking about her date with Ling Chen tonight, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She glanced at her outfit and suddenly felt it wasn't quite right for the evening date with him. Checking the time, she realized there were still 40 minutes until her next class, so she decided to return to the staff quarters to change. Su Wei hurried back to her quarters, opened her wardrobe, and quickly scanned through her clothes. She picked up one outfit after another, holding them in front of herself with a hesitant expression. The red dress was too flashy, and the black suit was too formal. After lingering in front of the wardrobe for a long time, her gaze finally landed on a light blue dress. The style was simple yet elegant, adorned with delicate floral embroidery, each flower beautifully stitched, as if exuding a faint fragrance. She paired her outfit with a pair of white canvas sneakers, making her look fresh and sweet. Standing in front of the mirror, she carefully tidied her hair, tucking a few loose strands behind her ears. Looking at her reflection, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. "This should be fine," she whispered, her voice tinged with a hint of anticipation and shyness. She leaned closer to the mirror and gently applied a light shade of lipstick. The touch of pink made her lips even more charming. After changing her clothes, Su Wei hurried off to school. The moment she stepped into the classroom, all her classmates' attention was drawn to her. The classroom fell silent for a moment, followed by a chorus of gasps. "Wow, Teacher Su, you look so beautiful today," a girl exclaimed involuntarily, her eyes wide with admiration and envy. Her desk mate nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, Teacher Su, that dress suits you perfectly. Another girl chimed in, smiling at Su Wei with appreciation in her gaze. She even stepped closer to gently touch the embroidery on the dress, showering Su Wei with compliments. A girl in the front row playfully teased, "Teacher Su, are you going on a date?" Her mischievous smile sparkled with curiosity. Her question sparked a wave of laughter among the classmates, who began whispering and speculating about Teacher Su's potential date. Boys in the back row joined in. "Yeah, Teacher Su, is your boyfriend taking you out?" Their voices rose and fell, filling the classroom with joyful laughter. One boy even exaggeratedly mimicked a dating scenario, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Su Wei's face turned slightly red, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks like a ripe apple. She didn't respond to the students' questions, but instead said, all right, no gossiping about the teacher. Now, let's get the multimedia computer set up." Her voice carried a hint of shyness, but also the authority of a teacher. She gently clapped her hands, trying to bring the class to order. At that moment, the class techie, a small boy wearing glasses, rushed to the podium with a multimedia key, his steps light and confident. He skillfully turned on the computer, and the familiar interface quickly appeared on the screen. "Teacher Su, it's on," the boy said with a smile, his face beaming with pride, as if showcasing an important achievement. He even gave Teacher Su a somewhat clumsy salute, making the classmates laugh again. Su Wei nodded and said, "Thank you, Xiao Ming." Her eyes were filled with gratitude, and a gentle smile graced her face. She then began preparing for the next lesson, though her mind still wandered to the date that evening. Occasionally glancing at the time, she felt each minute stretched on endlessly, eagerly awaiting the moment she could meet Ling Chen and spend a beautiful evening together. Ling Chen stared intently at the faintly glowing computer screen, as if his gaze were firmly locked in place, unable to shift even slightly. At that moment, the cursor on the screen danced like a mischievous little sprite, joyfully hopping across the blank document, its rhythm striking Ling Chen's heart like an enthusiastic drumbeat, one beat after another. The hum of the air conditioning and the intermittent chirping of cicadas outside blended together, creating a suffocating backdrop of noise. His fingers hovered above the keyboard, knuckles pale, as if trapped by some invisible force. Outside the glass curtain wall, the neon lights of the city sliced through the night, casting colorful fragments onto the screen, distorting the words "transaction completed" into abstract symbols. This was his third transaction in the stock market. Every time he thought of the moment he exchanged rings, he recalled the faint mark of a ring on Su Wei's ring finger, a reminder of the silver ring he had given her on Valentine's Day, which contrasted amusingly with the red ink stains as she graded papers. At that moment, the sea breeze in the document was lifting the bride's veil, but he felt that something was missing, just like how Su Wei always said that his coffee lacked that perfect touch of froth. Clack! The crisp sound of the coffee cup hitting the table broke his reverie. Ling Chen rubbed his reddened eyes, noticing that the time displayed in the bottom right corner of the screen was 2:17 a.m. The bottom of the cup left a pale brown ring on the wooden table, resembling the sun that Su Wei had drawn on her lesson plan during class. Suddenly, he remembered what Su Wei had said last week. Does summer in stories never end? His fingertips glided over the cool metal of the keys, suddenly encountering a trace of moisture. He didn't know when, but tears had dripped onto the keycaps, refracting a fragmented rainbow onto the RGB backlight. Finally, his fingers fell onto the keyboard, producing a flurry of clicks. The wedding march echoed in his mind as he wrote about how the bride's veil was lifted by the sea breeze and how the groom's vows were drowned in the sound of the waves. When the screen displayed "Transaction completed," dawn light filtered through the gaps in the curtains, stretching his shadow long and thin. That shadow fell at a slant in the corner piled high with instant noodles boxes, intertwining with the shadow of the succulent plant Su Wei had given him. Finally done, Ling Chen murmured to himself, only to find the corners of his eyes slightly damp. He got up and opened the window as the early autumn breeze rushed in, carrying the scent of osmanthus. The faint sounds of a breakfast vendor calling out drifted up from downstairs, intermingling with the sizzling sound of fried dough sticks in the oil and distant car horns. His phone suddenly vibrated, a WeChat message from Su Wei popping up. "Still watching the stock market?" "Just finished," he typed, his hands trembling slightly. "Can we meet tomorrow?" Su Wei's reply was a sun emoji. "I'm in the office grading papers. Come over." The corridor of Chen Primary School was filled with the smell of disinfectant. As Ling Chen passed by classroom holding a stack of draft papers, he heard the math teacher announcing the exam rules. "I'm most at ease with our class. Last time, Chen Yu solved the geometry problems even better than the standard answers." Sunlight streamed through the classroom security window, casting neat grids on the floor, with Chen Yu's figure moving back and forth within them. In the back row, Chen Yu was doodling little figures on her admission ticket with a pencil. Hearing her name, she looked up and made a funny face at Ling Chen. He noticed that half a throat lozenge lay in her pencil case, the one Su Wei had distributed to the whole class yesterday. The candy wrapper shimmered with a rainbow sheen under the sunlight, reminiscent of the tear mole on the female protagonist of a novel. He suddenly recalled that the female protagonist he was writing about was modeled after Su Wei, even down to the exact location of the tear mole. "Attention, candidates. Any electronic devices are prohibited in this exam room." The invigilator's voice came through the intercom. Chen Yu stared at the essay topic wind, flowers, snow, and moon, and suddenly thought of the fragments of novels her uncle had completed on the computer. Compelled by an unknown force, she wrote on the essay paper, "The moonlight, like tears, drips onto the wound of the hyacinth." As the tip of her pen glided across the paper, she seemed to hear the waves roaring in her ears, reminiscent of the endless summer in her uncle's stock market. Ling Chen stood at the office door, looking through the glass window at Su Wei. Her hair was casually tied up with a pencil, and a few stray strands fell around her neck, glimmering gold in the morning light. The bright red pen, vivid as flames, danced like a lively butterfly over the pristine exam paper. It gracefully swept across the surface, leaving behind a series of elegant arcs. At times, it jumped hurriedly, as if racing against time. Finally, when the red pen hovered above the character "excellent," it trembled slightly, as if it had found its home, then suddenly paused and firmly left a striking mark. This mark resembled a brilliant gemstone, embedded on the paper, radiating a dazzling light that was impossible to ignore. As Ling Chen pushed the door open, Su Wei happened to be grading Chen Yu's essay and suddenly laughed. "Look at this child. What has she written?" Ling Chen leaned over and saw the sentence on the essay paper. "The hyacinth's wound blooms into snow lotus flowers under the moonlight, with each petal being a love letter sent by the wind." His fingers trembled suddenly. That was precisely the paragraph he had deleted yesterday. Su Wei looked up at him, the morning light dancing on her eyelashes. "Doesn't this metaphor remind you of a line from your novel?" Outside the window, Chen Yu was putting half a throat lozenge into her pencil case, the candy wrapper shimmering in the sunlight. Ling Chen took out his phone, opened the WeChat chat window, and hovered his fingertip over the send button. Amidst the rustling sound of Su Wei grading papers, he suddenly recalled the final scene of his novel. The bride's veil, pure as snow and light as a feather, floated down like a blooming lotus flower in the air. The groom, nervous, extended his hands, his gaze fixed on the veil, as if it were the most precious treasure of his life. Just as the veil was about to make contact with the ground, the groom caught it perfectly. As he gently lifted the veil, the sea breeze, like a gentle spirit, softly swept across the pristine silk. In an instant, the veil danced in the sea breeze, like twinkling stars in the night sky, dazzling and captivating. Each star radiated an intoxicating brilliance, resembling exquisite gemstones. These lights intertwined and merged, like countless vibrant ribbons swirling in the air. They wove together lightly, creating dreamlike patterns. At times, It seemed as if an invisible giant hand was casually waving, forming a series of unpredictable and marvelous scenes. From a distance, the light emitted by these many stars reflected and complemented each other, collectively forming a magnificent and breathtaking tapestry. That tapestry seemed to be a masterpiece of a universe, showcasing endless mystery and charm, making one fall into reverie, unable to extricate oneself. The guests present were all amazed by this dreamlike scene, applauding and cheering, offering the newlyweds their most sincere blessings. The bride and groom gazed into each other's eyes, seeing only the happiness radiating from one another's faces, as if the whole world had become just the two of them. The electronic screen of the Baoqing Securities Exchange flickered with green numbers as Ling Chen focused on the dynamic candlestick charts displayed on his multi-screen workstation, his fingers swiftly tapping on the mechanical keyboard. It was the 17th minute after the A-share market opened, and he had just completed a large transaction of 3,000 shares. The water stains left on the solid wood tabletop by his coffee cup created an eerie symmetry with the vibrant red and green numbers on his trading software. The MACD indicator is diverging. It's time to close the position, he whispered to the air, while his right hand quickly jotted it down on his phone's memo app. The candlesticks of the stock market are like a chart of fate. We are all gamblers searching for answers between red and green. This was the opening passage of his 3-month-long financial record titled The Red-Green Gamble, which was now flashing on the screen alongside real-time market data. At that very moment, just a wall away in another examination room, 2 boys were quietly communicating using a mysterious and unique method, Morse code. Their glances seemed to cross casually, but in reality, they concealed messages that only each other could understand. Fingers lightly tapping on the desk, or subtly trembling, sent a series of short and long signals into the air. Others might not notice these subtle movements, but for these 2 boys, each gentle touch represented a specific meaning. Their fingers quickly tapped under the desk, transmitting coded messages in rhythm with their heartbeats. Choose B for the 3rd major question. The answer to question 4 in the fill-in-the-blank section is square root 3. The invigilator adjusted his glasses and calmly wrote on the blackboard, "After the exam, students 32 and 47, please come to the office." In that moment, the 2 boys froze as if under a spell, their bodies completely stiffening in place. They widened their eyes, staring in terror ahead, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. At that instant, they realized that the invigilator standing at the podium, scanning the entire examination room with piercing eyes, was a fervent enthusiast of Morse code. This sudden realization made their hearts sink. An unprecedented sense of panic quickly enveloped them. The harsh sound of chalk scraping against the blackboard accompanied Chen Yu's pen scratching on the essay paper. By the time Su Wei reached the 37th exam paper, she had already used eye drops 3 times. The answers to the essay topic wind, flower, snow, moon were all monotonous, to the point where she saw one beginning with "Snow is frozen moonlight, falling on the wound of the wind." "This child," Su Wei murmured in astonishment. She read through it in one breath and discovered that it was, in fact, a cleverly crafted short story. When she flipped to the front of the paper, the name Chen Yu nearly made her spill her red ink. The securities trader in the essay overlapped intriguingly with Ling Chen in reality. The metaphors about candlestick charts reminded her of the bloodshot eyes of her boyfriend during their video call last night and the numbers dancing on the screen. "Chen Yu," she mumbled to herself, suddenly recalling the little girl holding her computer during last week's home visit. "I want to write records like Uncle Ling Chen." At that moment, Ling Chen had been analyzing U.S. stock earnings reports in the living room when he heard this and looked up with a smile, his golden-rimmed glasses glinting mischievously in the light. Writing is like stock trading. Both are games of human nature. When Ling Chen walked in, he saw Su Wei staring blankly at the essay paper. His shirt collar was slightly open, his tie loosely hanging around his neck, showing signs of fatigue from the morning meeting. "What's wrong?" he asked, setting down the milk tea he had brought and placing some throat lozenges beside her. Today's morning meeting mentioned expectations for a Federal Reserve interest rate hike. The Hong Kong stock market might experience significant fluctuations this afternoon. Look at this. Su Wei pushed the essay paper over. It's written by Chen Yu. Ling Chen quickly scanned through the paper, suddenly laughing out loud. This girl has rewritten my red and green game into ancient style. He pointed to a section, saying, "Look here, gentlemen like Jade is clearly adapted from the mulberry on the path that you taught the students." His finger traced over the paragraph about the stock market as chess, and he suddenly recalled the tech stock he cut losses on that morning. The decision and the scene of the main character closing positions were remarkably similar. Su Wei suddenly grabbed his wrist. "Don't you think our story could also be written as a record?" Her fingertips still bore traces of red ink, shimmering like jewels in the morning light. Ling Chen was taken aback. Outside, the sycamore leaves rustled, and sunlight fell perfectly on Su Wei's hair tips. He remembered what he had written in last night's trading diary. All trades have stop-loss and take-profit points, but love never has a closing line. All right, he held Su Wei's hand. In the next diary, let's write our story. The cold sweat from trading still lingered in his palm, but the moment he touched Su Wei, it turned warm. That evening, Ling Chen updated the announcement. The new book, Wind, Snow, and Moon, will be released on October 1st. It's a 10,000-word love letter to a certain girl. The comments section exploded, with longtime readers saying, "Finally, we get to read your autobiography." New readers asked, "Is the female lead Su Lao sure?" Meanwhile, Chen Yu was bent over her desk, writing a sequel. On the cover page of her notebook, Ling Chen's handwriting stood out. Words are the wings of youth. May you fly further than the wind. Moonlight streamed through the curtain onto the paper, blurring the still wet ink into an ink wash painting. Ling Chen sat in the study, watching the U.S. stock market open on multiple screens. He opened a document and typed the beginning of a new chapter. She stood at the podium, chalk dust settling on the lesson plan, much like the volume bars on a candlestick chart. In the trading software, the Dow Jones Index began to dive, yet he chuckled at the screen, his fingers dancing over the keyboard. Love, like the stock market, can never predict the next moment's trend, but it always makes one willingly embrace it. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, Ling Chen pressed the send button. Su Wei's phone vibrated on her pillow. The moment the screen lit up, the electronic display of the Baoqing Securities Exchange was showing. Today's securities market was bustling. The highly anticipated Shanghai Composite Index soared, with an increase of as much as 0.8%. This exhilarating figure undoubtedly brought immense confidence and expectations to investors. Even more astonishing was that the day's trading volume had surpassed 300 billion. Such a massive trading scale clearly demonstrated the enthusiastic participation of market participants and the active flow of capital. As the trading volume surged dramatically, various sectors began to emerge, showcasing a prosperous scene. The finance and technology sectors, among the hottest, became the focal points of the market, attracting the attention of numerous investors. In light of such a favorable situation, people were filled with optimistic expectations for the future trend of the stock market. "Uncle," Chen Yu tiptoed as she wiped the tiles on the back wall of the classroom. She inadvertently caught sight of Ling Chen appearing at the back door, carrying 2 bags of snacks in his hands. Her eyes instantly lit up, and her ponytail swayed joyfully with her movements, resembling a little squirrel that had discovered a delicious treat. In her excitement, the cloth in her hand slipped from her grip, leaving a long gray streak on the floor. "You Bao, what made you suddenly think of doing a big cleanup today?" Ling Chen asked with a smile as he walked into the classroom and set down his backpack. At that moment, he noticed Su Ning standing on a chair, wiping the blackboard. The 2 little girls' uniforms were dotted with chalk dust, resembling a galaxy sprinkled across blue fabric. Chen Yu cheered and jumped into Ling Chen's arms, and he caught her, catching a faint scent of baby powder from her hair. "Teacher Su said we have to clean the classroom thoroughly after the monthly exam." When Su Ning turned around, the ends of her hair brushed against Ling Chen's hand. Chen Yu said you would definitely come to help. Her fingers left a clear little handprint on the edge of the blackboard, shining like sparkling dew under the sunlight. Of course, Ling Chen said, rolling up the sleeves of his shirt to reveal his strong forearms. Let me show you a high-altitude operation. He supported himself on the edge of the podium with one hand and lightly leaped onto the windowsill, his fingers gliding over the glass, leaving behind clean streaks. The aluminum window frame creaked slightly under his movements, startling the sparrows resting on the tree outside. Wow! Chen Yu and Su Ning exclaimed in unison, their eyes filled with admiration. Chen Yu's sneakers made a loud scraping sound on the floor, and Su Ning's chair legs left deep gray marks on the ground. However, Ling Chen suddenly stopped and, pretending to be serious, asked, "Wait a minute, you're cleaning up so high. Do I need an explanation about what favoring boys over girls means?" "That means boys do the heavy work." Chen Yu tilted her head, a slight dimple appearing on her cheek. Her fingernails still had remnants of blue paint from yesterday's drawing session. "Correct." Ling Chen jumped down from the windowsill, deliberately making an exaggerated noise when he landed. "So now, the boy, will mop the floor, while the two girls handle the cleaning of the desks and chairs. What do you think?" His leather shoes tapped a rhythm on the floor, causing the two little girls to giggle. Su Ning's face turned as red as a ripe apple as she fiddled with the cloth, mumbling softly. Then, "How about we have a race to see who finishes first?" She twisted the corner of the cloth with her fingers, droplets of water falling through her fingers. "Great idea." Ling Chen swung the mop to make a whooshing sound. "The loser has to eat the snacks of the winner." The hem of his shirt swept across the chalk box on the podium, kicking up a cloud of white dust, as if casting a mysterious veil over the classroom. The classroom instantly became lively, various sounds intertwining. Ling Chen's mop created smooth arcs on the floor. Chen Yu hummed a tuneless children's song while wiping the windows, and Su Ning's cloth danced a waltz on the desks. Sunlight streamed through the glass, as if draping them in golden veils. Chen Yu's sneakers tapped a cheerful rhythm on the floor, while Su Ning's ponytail swayed with her movements, resembling willow branches dancing in the wind. "Done." Ling Chen stood up first, looking at the floor he had mopped to a mirror-like shine, and said proudly. But when he turned around, he found the two little girls huddled in a corner, whispering to each other. Su Ning's fingers were swiftly moving in Chen Yu's palm, as if conveying some secret. "Report." Chen Yu suddenly stood at attention and saluted, her red scarf askew around her neck. "Classmate Su Ning is applying to use Uncle's cheat code. Cheating is not allowed." Ling Chen laughed and flicked Chen Yu's forehead. "However, for the sake of the two ladies," he suddenly reached out and lifted Chen Yu over his shoulder. "Now the air support team will clean the ceiling." "Hee hee hee." Chen Yu's laughter was as crisp as a string of silver bells. "Su Ning, hurry and take a picture." Her little legs kicked wildly in the air, the hem of her school uniform fluttering like a parachute. Su Ning quickly picked up her phone to capture this amusing moment. Half an hour later, Ling Chen sent a message in the parents' group with his phone. "Class cleaning results showcase. Special commendation for students Chen Yu and Su Ning." In the accompanying picture, the two little girls stood in the center of a freshly cleaned classroom, their skirts still stained with remnants of water. Chen Yu had a stray hair sticking up, and Su Ning's glasses showed traces of cleaning, making them both look incredibly cute. As soon as the message was sent, the parents' group erupted with excitement. "Why isn't Su Han in the photo?" Su Han's mother's message was followed by 3 question marks, her profile picture showing her typing, which lasted a full minute, suggesting she had a lot to say. Chao Dahua isn't in it either. Chao Dahua's father's message carried a hint of anger, and his profile picture had been changed to his son's examination admission photo, looking quite serious. Ling Chen stared at the phone screen and suddenly noticed 2 sneaky figures flash by outside the window. He deliberately typed slowly. They might be on a special mission. His fingers glided across the screen, a mischievous smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "What mission?" The parents' inquiries came in rapid succession, with Chao Dahua's dad adding 3 exclamation marks, showing his urgency. For example, Ling Chen's fingers danced on the screen, investigating the operation of the arcade machines at the school gate. His phone screen reflected his playful smile, as if anticipating the parents' reactions. At that moment, the 2 figures outside, their classmates Chao Dahua and Su Han, were crouched behind a tree. They nervously watched the situation in the classroom through the gaps in the leaves. Chao Dahua was still clutching an arcade machine in his hand, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "What should we do?" Su Han asked softly, a hint of fear in her voice. "Don't panic," Chao Dahua said, feigning calmness. "Maybe Uncle is just joking." But just then, Ling Chen walked out of the classroom and smiled at them. "You too, come over and help me take out this trash." Chao Dahua and Su Han exchanged a glance and walked over dejectedly. Ling Chen couldn't help but laugh at their expressions. Inside the classroom, Chen Yu and Su Ning were excitedly discussing the recent competition. Chen Yu said, "Su Ning, we have to win against Uncle next time." Su Ning nodded and replied, "Yes, we have to work even harder." Ling Chen listened to their words, feeling a warm current surge in his heart. He knew that this cleaning event not only made the classroom neat and tidy, but also brought happiness and friendship to the children. The setting sun cast its glow into the classroom, stretching everyone's shadows long. Ling Chen looked at this scene and smiled with contentment. He knew this would be a beautiful memory, forever cherished in the children's hearts. The parents' group suddenly fell into an eerie silence, with only the sound of the air conditioning unit buzzing in their ears. 3 seconds later, a message from Su Han's mother popped up with a voice bubble, her sharp soprano piercing through the speaker of the phone. "Uncle Chen Yu, could you please check if they're at the arcade?" In the background, the sound of a door slamming and the hurried clicks of high heels could be heard, as if one could visualize her charging in her 10-centimeter stilettos. "Got it," Ling Chen replied with a salute emoji and turned to wink at the 2 little girls. "Let's go. Uncle will take you to inspect it." He snapped his fingers on Chen Yu's little braid, and the metal watch band on his wrist reflected tiny shards of light in the sun. Su Ning's pupils reflected the international watch on his wrist, and she suddenly recalled the reflection theorem learned in math class. At the arcade by the school gate, neon lights flickered in and out, outlining a spaceship design in the twilight. Su Han was slapping game coins onto the Street Fighter machine, the sound of coins bouncing on the glass surface intertwining with the arcade sound effects. "Come on, Meng Dehua, watch me clear this level." Her ponytail was tied with a rainbow hair tie, shimmering in the blue light of the arcade screen, resembling the energy bar in the game. "If your mom finds out you're skipping class." Before Meng Dehua could finish his sentence, the glass door of the arcade was suddenly pushed open. The electronic sound of the doorbell merged oddly with the battle sound effects of Street Fighter, as Ling Chen's figure blocked most of the door, casting a huge shadow on the ground. "Gong Su Han." Su Han's mother's fierce roar made the entire arcade's joysticks tremble. Her figure blocked most of the door, casting a huge shadow on the ground. Her nails scraped against the door frame, creating a sharp sound reminiscent of an alarm in the game. "Auntie," Meng Dahua's but sprang up as if it had a spring. I'm going home right now." The sound of him knocking over a chair was even more jarring than the game sound effects. The plastic chair scraped against the ground, producing a piercing sound that startled the player next to the king of fighters machine, causing them to slip and lose the match. "Stop right there." Su Han's mother grabbed her daughter by the collar. "Did you not bring back yesterday's math test again?" Her nails were almost digging into her son's shoulder, and the lipstick at the corner of her mouth blurred into a streak resembling a blood mark, looking just like a boss fight scene in a game. I'm correcting it at school." Su Han's voice was tinged with a sob. Her game character was being comboed by the opponent, emitting a miserable sound that oddly harmonized with her sobs. The KO text flickered on the screen, as if mocking her predicament. Correcting it at the arcade, Su Han's mother's nails were nearly digging into her daughter's shoulder. "Come on, let's go home and let your dad correct you with his belt." The sound of her high heels hitting the ground echoed like a drumbeat, each step sounding like a countdown. Wait! Suhan suddenly struggled to turn around. Mengdahua, my game coins. Her fingers pointed to the flashing coins in the arcade slot, the money she had saved for half a month. Clean up your own mess. Suhan's mother tugged her son towards the exit. By the way, Mengdahua, your mom just called and said she's looking for you. Her voice carried the sneer of a victor, reminiscent of a hidden plot trigger sound effect in a game. Huh? Mengdahua's face instantly turned pale, and he fumbled to turn off the game machine. I just remembered I need to go to my tutoring class. His backpack zipper burst open, scattering homework all over the floor, with one math test glaringly marked 59 points. Watching the two kids flee in a panic, Ling Chen smiled and took out his phone. Parents, frontline report. The enemy has been completely eliminated. It is recommended to strengthen defenses in the rear. He paused his thumb on the send button for 3 seconds, waiting for the group chat to react. Uncle Chen Yu, you're so funny. Su Ning was the first to reply with a big laughing emoji. She changed her profile picture to an artistic photo of Su Ning, with the school's starry sky projector in the background. The belt is soaked in iodine, disinfecting while I draw. Ling Chen's reply instantly made the group chat burst into laughter. Chen Yu's laughter echoed in the arcade, startling the owner, who looked up. Her fingers tapped a rhythm of resignation on the calculator, as if calculating today's loss in revenue. Uncle, you're so bad. Chen Yu leaned on Ling Chen's shoulder, laughing so hard she couldn't straighten up. Her snot smeared on Ling Chen's shirt, leaving dark circles that resembled constellations on a star map. This little soldier is full of tricks. Ling Chen pinched her little nose. Okay, Uncle will treat you all to ice cream to celebrate the victory of the big cleanup. He tickled her palm with his fingers, making her giggle uncontrollably. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the three, and Su Ning secretly set the photo Ling Chen had just taken of Chen Yu as her phone wallpaper. In the photo, Ling Chen's tie was blown up like a captain's cloak from Star Trek. In the arcade, the owner sighed at the empty seats. Parents these days. Her nails tapped a rhythm of resignation on the calculator when she suddenly caught sight of the throat lozenges left on the table by Su Ning. The candy wrappers reflected a rainbow in the blue light of the arcade screen, resembling hidden items in a game. Chen Yu suddenly broke free from Ling Chen's hand and pointed into the distance. Look, Uncle! The fiery clouds at the horizon looked just like the ultimate boss from a game, slowly morphing in the twilight. The cloud mass split into countless small pieces, resembling a meteor shower from the game asteroids. That's the galaxy in battle. Ling Chen squatted down and lifted Chen Yu over his shoulder. Do you see those glowing dots? That's the interstellar fleet on patrol. His voice was deep and mysterious, as if telling an ancient legend. Su Ning's eyes suddenly brightened. Uncle, do you really think aliens exist in the universe? She traced the trajectory of a spaceship in the air, as if drawing a star map. Of course they do. Ling Chen smiled. For example, right now, there are 3 aliens on Earth carrying out a secret mission. He pointed successively at Chen Yu, Su Ning, and himself. Really? Chen Yu excitedly kicked her legs. So what's our mission? The mission is... Ling Chen deliberately prolonged his voice. To find the sweetest ice cream in the universe. As soon as he finished speaking, the cheers of the 2 little girls startled the sparrows perched in the trees. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the ice cream shop, the 3 of them cast reflections that overlapped with the starry sky. Su Ning's glasses reflected the galaxy. Chen Yu's hair was smeared with melting chocolate, and Ling Chen's suit pocket showed half of a stock trend chart. Uncle, what are you looking at? Chen Yu curiously leaned over. Looking at the stars. Ling Chen smiled and folded the chart into a paper airplane. Each star has its own trajectory, just like a stock's candlestick chart. Then when my stocks go up, Chen Yu raised the ice cream in her hand, the rainbow candy on top resembling flickering stock indexes. Of course they will. Ling Chen patted her head, as long as you stick to being your own trader. As the first star twinkled in the sky, the laughter of the 3 echoed in the evening breeze. On Su Ning's phone wallpaper, Ling Chen held up Chen Yu in a picture that perfectly merged with the starry sky, as if an interstellar adventure was just beginning. Lin Chen, just around this bend, and we'll enter the village, said Su Guodong. The old rearview mirror glowed faintly under the blue light of the dashboard, and his fingers unconsciously rubbed the car door armrest, where the leather had frayed. Outside the car window, dusk was creeping up from the mountain hollow, tinting the vast rice fields a slate blue. The evening breeze carried the scent of sun-dried rice from the threshing ground, intermingling with the distant croaking of frogs to create a rural symphony. Our village roads are narrow, and when two cars meet. His voice carried a hint of worry as he focused intently on the winding village road ahead. Uncle Su, don't worry, Lin Chen replied, tapping his fingers lightly on the steering wheel. The LED headlights of the Toyota Highlander pierced through the twilight, illuminating the winding road ahead. He pressed the accelerator rhythmically with his hiking boots. Last month, I helped Grandpa Zhang haul fertilizer, so I'm familiar with this road. In the rearview mirror, Su Wei could be seen sitting in the back seat. Her delicate and nimble hands gently rested on her aunt's temples, rhythmically kneading them with care. As the vehicle occasionally jolted while driving, Su Wei's ponytail swayed lightly. Sunlight streamed through the car window, casting a soft halo over her, making the scene appear especially warm and beautiful. Lin Chen's gaze lingered in the rearview mirror for a moment, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. Suddenly, a dry heaving sound came from the back seat, followed by Su Ning frantically rummaging through a plastic bag. Her Converse shoe accidentally kicked Chen Yu's Pikachu pillow. Aunt, should I open the window? Su Wei asked, handing over a bottle of mineral water. Her fingers left a damp mark on the bottle, and her eyes were filled with concern. Chen Shuyun waved her hand dismissively, her face pale. Don't open the window. I'll just close my eyes. Her voice suddenly rose. Lin Chen, there's a cow ahead. Lin Chen smiled and gently tapped the brakes, bringing the Highlander to a steady stop 3 meters away from the old cow. The cow flicked its tail and leisurely ambled to the roadside to graze. In the moonlight, the mixed hair on the cow's back glimmered with a silvery hue, and the horn shone with a cold gleam under the car lights. Su Aunt, that's the cow from Uncle Lee's house at the east end of the village. It's quite intelligent, he said, tapping a lively rhythm on the steering wheel. Last time I helped Uncle Lee haul feed, it even stepped aside for me. Su Guodong finally relaxed his grip on the armrest. Lin Chen, your driving skills, he suddenly lowered his voice, are much better than Su Wei's dad back in the day. His gaze turned toward the window, lost in thought as if drifting back to the past. Lin Chen noticed the change in Su Guodong's expression, feeling a stir in his heart, but chose not to ask further. Uncle Su, are you complimenting me or mocking me? Lin Chen joked as he maneuvered around the cow, the tires crunching over the gravel. I heard that when Su Wei was little, she threw up all the way in her dad's car. His tone contained a hint of teasing, breaking the silence in the car. That's right. Su Ning suddenly chimed in, her hair brushing against Chen Shuyun's shoulder. She got her dress all dirty and cried, saying she would never ride at her dad's car again. Her voice abruptly cut off, leaving an awkward silence in the vehicle. Su Ning realized she had misspoken, stuck out her tongue, and lowered her head. Lin Chen cleared his throat. Uncle Su, we're almost at Uncle Lee's place. He rolled down the car window and called out, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Uncle Lee. The evening breeze filled the car with the scent of sun-dried rice, accompanied by a hint of earthy fragrance. An elderly man peeling corn in the yard looked up, revealing a toothless smile. You're a friend of Xiao Su, right? Come in and have some mooncakes. His voice carried a strong local accent. It's homemade 5-nut filling. No thanks, sir. We're in a hurry. Ling Chen said with a smile, accelerating the car. The tires of the Highlander rolled over the corn kernels scattered on the drying ground, making a crisp sound. In the rearview mirror, Grandpa Su was still waving, his blue shirt billowing in the evening breeze. Ling Chen noticed Grandpa Su's figure gradually shrinking in the twilight, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. This kid, Grandpa Su gazed at the car that had disappeared from sight, is much more reliable than that guy from the Su family. He pinched a tuft of corn silk between his fingers and sighed softly in the dusk. His gaze fell on the distant mountains, a place where Su Wei used to go to play with her father. Inside the car, Su Guodong broke the silence, saying, "Ling Chen, you and Su Wei." He hesitated, his eyes landing on the dashboard. Ling Chen understood Su Guodong's meaning, smiled, and said, "Uncle Su, don't worry, I will take care of Su Wei." His voice was firm and warm, causing Su Wei in the back seat to blush. Chen Shiyun's complexion gradually returned to normal, and she looked at Ling Chen gratefully, saying, "Ling Chen, thank you." Ling Chen waved his hand and replied, "Aunt Su, this is what I should do." His gaze returned to the rearview mirror, and he met Su Wei's eyes. They exchanged smiles. The car continued down the village road, with the rice fields on either side glowing a bluish gray in the night. The outlines of the distant mountains gradually blurred, merging into the dusk. Ling Chen's heart was filled with peace and warmth. He knew that this place was not only Su Wei's hometown, but also a refuge for his soul. Suddenly, Su Ning pointed out the window and exclaimed, "Look, fireflies." Everyone turned to see tiny green lights flickering in the fields like stars in the night sky. Su Wei rolled down the car window, and a gentle breeze brushed against her face, bringing the soft glow of the fireflies. Chen Yu excitedly leaned forward, reaching out to catch the twinkling lights. Ling Chen slowed down, allowing everyone to fully enjoy the beautiful night scene. A surge of emotion filled him. He knew how precious such moments were. Gazing at the fireflies outside, Su Wei softly said, "When I was a child, my dad often brought me here to see the fireflies." Her voice carried a hint of nostalgia. He said fireflies are the stars of the night. Ling Chen took Su Wei's hand and gently said, "In the future, I will accompany you to see more fireflies." Su Wei nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. Su Ning and Chen Yu in the back seat excitedly counted the fireflies, and a long-lost smile appeared on Chen Shiyun's face. Finally, the car drove into the village, and Ling Chen parked in front of the Su family home. Everyone got out, and they were welcomed by Su Wei's relatives. She looked at Ling Chen with gratitude in her eyes, saying, "Ling Chen, thank you for bringing them here." Ling Chen smiled and replied, "Annie, it's what I should do." As night deepened, the village sank into tranquility. Ling Chen stood in front of the Su family's home, gazing at the distant mountains and fields, filled with anticipation for the future. He knew that no matter how many difficulties lay ahead, he would face them with Su Wei and together create a happy life that belonged to them. The Su family's green brick house emerged faintly in the twilight, its slate roof covered in mottled green moss. Ling Chen had just parked the car when De Huang burst out from behind the woodpile. Its fur glimmered amber under the moonlight, and the bell on its collar jingled, startling the sparrows resting under the eaves. "Woof, woof," its barking echoed, making the corn cobs hanging under the eaves rustle, while the corn silk swayed gently in the evening breeze. "Da Huang." Su Guodong grabbed a bamboo stick from beside the wall, which was still dusted with last year's cobwebs. "Are you itching for a fight?" His arm muscles tensed, reminiscent of his younger days herding cattle. The bamboo stick drew an arc through the air, stirring up a gust of wind. But De Huang suddenly stopped in its tracks, its tail wagging like a rattledrum. It whined and nudged against Ling Chen's leg, its tongue wetly licking his hiking boots. Its claws scratched shallow marks in the ground, and the earthy scent of soil wafted through the air. "This," Su Guodong dropped the bamboo stick, "this dog usually bites strangers. Just last month, it tore the village chief's pants." His fingers unconsciously traced the notches on the bamboo stick, which recorded Su Wei's height from childhood to now. "De Huang, seat." Ling Chen suddenly commanded. De Huang immediately sat obediently, its front paws together like a trained soldier. Its ears stood upright, and its eyes reflected Ling Chen's image. The moonlight spilled over its fur, as if draping it in a silver veil. Ling Chen Su Wei's eyes widened in surprise, her fingers clutching her clothing. When did you train the dog? Her voice carried a mix of astonishment and a hint of jealousy, darting between Ling Chen and De Huang. It's a secret. Ling Chen chuckled, bending down to scratch De Huang's chin. De Huang closed its eyes in pleasure, letting out a satisfied purr. We have a bond that goes beyond life and death. His fingers brushed over the collar around De Huang's neck, where a half-piece of throat lozenge was hidden, a bribe he had given to Huang last week. The wrapper of the lozenge glimmered faintly in the moonlight. Su Wei, come here. Su Guodong suddenly pulled his niece aside, his palm rough yet warm. What's going on between you and Ling Chen? His voice lowered, his eyes fixed on Ling Chen as he moved boxes from the trunk. Uncle! Su Wei's face flushed in the twilight, her eyelashes casting fan-shaped shadows under her eyes. We're just friends, her voice trailed off, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. Friends? Su Guodong's gaze swept over Ling Chen's athletic back. Even De Huang recognizes him as its owner. His finger gently tapped Su Wei's shoulder. If your father were alive, his voice suddenly choked up, his gaze drifting towards the distant mountains. Uncle! Su Wei's voice also trembled. She turned and ran towards Su Ning, who was helping his wife, Chen Shuyun. De Huang suddenly dashed over and grabbed the hem of Chen Shuyun's pants, tugging backward. Chen Shuyun stumbled, nearly falling. De Huang, Su Wodong xiao. But Ling Chen suddenly laughed. Aunt Su, did you sneak at some mooncakes again? He rummaged in his pocket and pulled out a packet of chicken jerky. The aroma of the chicken filled the air, and De Huang's nose twitched, its eyes instantly brightening. Chen Shuyun's face turned bright red. It was just a piece. Her fingers twisted the hem of her clothing, like a child caught misbehaving. Her gaze darted away, unable to meet Su Guodong's stern expression. De Huang has a sensitive stomach. It can't eat sweets. Ling Chen took out the chicken jerky from his pocket. Come on here. He spread his palm, and the jerky glistened under the moonlight. Big Yellow immediately released the hem of Chen Shuyun's pants, grabbed the jerky, and ran to the woodpile to devour it with delight. Its tail wagged joyfully, sweeping straw off the woodpile and scattering it everywhere. Su Guodong watched this scene and suddenly recalled how 30 years ago, Su Wei's father had similarly tamed the fiercest wolf dog in the village. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the marks engraved on the doorframe. Those were the height marks from when Su Wei was a child. The engravings were filled with the dust of years, recording every little detail of Su Wei's growth. Ling Chen, come in for dinner. He suddenly patted the young man's shoulder. Some things don't need to be hidden away. His palm left a clear imprint on Ling Chen's back. You're a good kid. I believe in you. Ling Chen paused for a moment, then broke into a suddenly enlightened smile. He looked at Su Wei, who was helping Annie wipe her face, and his ears turned as red as ripe pomegranates. Big Yellow lay by his feet, its tail rhythmically thumping against the ground, as if keeping time for this beautiful moment. As the moonlight climbed up the eaves, the Su family's 8 immortals table was filled with cured meat, glutinous rice cakes, and osmanthus wine. The aroma of the cured meat intertwined with the sweetness of the glutinous rice cakes, while the fragrance of osmanthus wine wafted through the air. Big Yellow lay by Ling Chen's feet, its tail rhythmically thumping against the ground, occasionally letting out a satisfied grunt. Su Guodong's wine glass suddenly clinked against Ling Chen's bowl. Xiao Chun, when will you start calling me uncle? His tone carried a hint of teasing, but his gaze was fixed intently on Ling Chen. Ling Chen choked and coughed, while Su Wei immediately buried her face in her bowl. Su Ning suddenly pointed out the window. Look, the moon. Her finger left a blurry mark on the glass. Everyone looked up. A full moon was rising from the eastern mountains, and the silver moonlight spilled into the Su family's courtyard, as if draping everything in a thin veil. Ling Chen took out his phone and secretly snapped a photo of Su Wei's illuminated profile. Su Wei's long hair gently swayed in the evening breeze, the moonlight casting a glow on her face, outlining her delicate features. Chen Yu's Pikachu pillow had been grabbed by Big Yellow and placed on the woodpile, looking like a little guardian waiting for someone under the silver moonlight. Ding! His phone vibrated. Chen Yu sent a message. "Uncle, does Big Yellow miss me?" Ling Chen looked at Big Yellow, which was snoring by his feet, and replied, "Right now, it's my bodyguard." He lingered for a moment on the send button, then added, "It's also our matchmaker." Su Wei suddenly nudged him with her knee and whispered, "Don't get too smug." But a smile crept onto her lips, and her eyes curved into crescent moons. Ling Chen chuckled, knowing that on this mid-autumn night, something was quietly growing under the moonlight. Big Yellow whimpered in its sleep, as if responding to the heartfelt wishes of those nearby. In the distance, the mountains shimmered in the moonlight, and the croaking of frogs in the rice fields rose and fell, as if singing for this beautiful night. Su Guodong looked at everything and smiled with satisfaction. He knew Su Wei had found someone worthy of a lifetime commitment. He raised his glass and drank it all in one go. The fragrance of osmanthus wine spread over his tongue, making even the air feel sweet. On this tranquil mid-autumn night, the Su family's blue brick and tile house was filled with laughter and joy. Moonlight fell on everyone's faces, outlining the contours of their happiness. Big Yellow wagged its tail in its sleep, as if guarding this warm home. And Ling Chen and Su Wei were hand in hand, walking towards their future, with Big Yellow as the witness of their love. "Wei Wei, look at this." Ling Chen's finger suddenly froze on a yellowed photo wall, letting out a laugh like a goose's honk. In the glass frame, Su Wei, with her hair in pigtails, is riding on an inflatable swan. The hem of her pink swimsuit is splashed high by the pool water, resembling a burst cotton candy. Water droplets meander down the crack in the glass, refracting a rainbow halo in the warm spring sunlight of 2025. Su Wei's scream pierced through the living room. She pounced like an explosive cat, but was silenced by the blueberry yam puree that Chen Shuyan timely handed to her. Annie, wearing a patchwork apron, smiled, revealing dimples, while the silver bracelet on her wrist jingled lightly with her movements. Xiao Chun has a great eye. This is a picture of Wei Wei when she was 6, taken in Beideh. At that time, the beach was just renovated, and the beach chairs were all sky blue. "Mom, I want to swim." Little Su Wei dashed towards the sea, clutching the swan float, and as the waves crashed, she tumbled into the water. When a lifeguard fished her out, the shoulder strap of her swimsuit was hanging on her ear, making her look just like an ugly duckling that had lost its feathers. In the distance, on the rocks, Su Guodong was laughing so hard he couldn't stand up while holding a seagull camera. In the viewfinder, Chen Shuyan was running towards him on the fine sand, her skirt billowing like seashells. Ling Chen, stifling his laughter, helped Su Wei spread the yam puree on the grilled chicken wings, with the edge of the ceramic plate smeared with amber-colored honey. "How about I set this photo as my screensaver? I can see the little swan princess every time I turn on my computer." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Wei slapped his face with her sauce-covered hand, instantly splattering the creamy white shirt with 5 petal-like stains. Outside the window, cherry blossom petals were fluttering down, with some drifting into the open flower bag, creating a light pink snow on the countertop. "Xiao Chun, come help me with the vegetables." Chen Shuyan poked her head out from the kitchen, where dew-covered shepherd's purse was piled on the cutting board. As Ling Chen responded, he felt his phone vibrating in his pocket, and as the screen lit up, Su Wei caught a glimpse of their selfie on the lock screen, one she had secretly taken last week, with Ling Chen napping under the sunset, his eyelashes casting butterfly-shaped shadows on his face. A sticky note was still attached to the edge of the phone, bearing the words March 5th, Children's Park. Wei Wei used to always say she wanted to marry the candied hawthorn seller. Chen Shuyan placed the shepherd's purse into a bamboo basket, still glistening with the morning dew. Her tone resembled that of someone recounting an ancient fairy tale. Once, she chased after a tricycle for 3 streets and ended up climbing a tree to escape a big goose. The sound of dripping water from the faucet suddenly became clear. Ling Chen caught it in the bottom of a mineral water bottle, where droplets reflected rainbow spots on the plastic, reminiscent of the Ferris wheel at a theme park in his memories. Auntie! Su Wei's face turned redder than tomato scrambled eggs. She grabbed the corn kernels on the cutting board and threw them, but Ling Chen sidestepped to avoid them. The corn rolled onto the floor, startling the orange cat that had been napping. Chen Yu chuckled as she washed the chopped vegetables in the sink, the sound of running water mixed with a faint sigh. If only time could flow backward, it would be great. You all are so young now. Don't be scared, girl. Uncle will take revenge for you. Su Guodong brandished a broom and charged towards the neighbor's big white goose, his army green pants splattered with mud. 9-year-old Su Wei squatted in the tree, tearing her homework into snowflakes and scattering them down, with the white paper flakes landing in the rapeseed field, resembling an early winter snow. In the distance, Chen Yun's voice called out, carrying the sweet aroma of freshly steamed red bean buns. I heard you've been studying quantitative trading recently. Su Guodong clinked his beer can with Ling Chen's, while the camera tripod cast a giraffe-like shadow on the corner of the table. As the sunset streamed through the sheer curtains, it created a patchwork of light and shadow on the solid wood dining table. Just as Ling Chen was about to respond, Su Wei suddenly poked the back of his hand with her chopsticks. Your phone is ringing. The lock screen displayed a memo titled Children's Story Exchange Program, and Ling Chen quickly pressed the power button. Chen Yu added a piece of sweet and sour pork rib to his bowl, the porcelain bowl clinking crisply against the edge. Xiao Chun, don't stay up late tonight. The guest room just got new sheets. Outside, sparrows were hopping on the clothesline, their shadows casting a delicate musical staff on the ground. As Ling Chen went to the kitchen for water, Su Wei quickly unlocked his phone. In the memo, Jun wrote, on March 5th, take Wei Wei to the children's park to ride the carousel. She mentioned it 5 times in her elementary school essays. A line further down says, mysterious third photo, a candid shot during a home visit to teacher Su on April 17th, 1999. The inside of the phone case is stuck with a yellowed bus card, the last 4 digits of the car number being her birthday. Su Wei's fingers traced the cold phone case, suddenly noticing the cherry blossom tree outside the glass window. The light pink petals fell at a speed of 5 centimeters per second, just like their childhood memories slipping away. Laughter from Ling Chen and Chen Yu came from the kitchen, mixed with the sound of running water and the clatter of a spatula. Ling Chen, look! 15-year-old Su Wei shouted, pointing at the snowman outside. Under the streetlight, 2 snowmen stood side by side, one wearing her pink knitted hat askew. Ling Chen appeared from behind, holding a skewer of candied hawthorn, the sugar coating sparkling amber in the snowy night. I heard someone wanted to marry the candied hawthorn seller when they were little. Now's your chance. After dinner, Su Wei sat alone on the rocking chair in the courtyard. Moonlight filtered through the branches of the cherry blossom tree, casting tiny patches of light on her lap. Ling Chen quietly approached and draped a knitted jacket over her shoulders. It's cool at night. The fabric carried the scent of mothballs, reminiscent of the school uniform jacket she wore in middle school. Su Wei noticed a yellowed note in the pocket of the jacket, which crinkled as she unfolded it. It was written in her 6th grade handwriting. Ling Chen said he would always protect me, like a knight guarding a princess. On the back, written in red pen, it said, I will fulfill this promise with my whole life. The handwriting was noticeably different. It must have been written by Ling Chen. When did you start liking Wei Wei? Chen Yu was wiping a blue and white porcelain bowl, the reflections showing the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Ling Chen was filling the coffee machine with coffee beans, the metallic scoop clinking against the glass jar, creating crisp notes. Probably the year she was chased by a goose. I suddenly felt this mischievous girl needed someone to take care of her. On the eve of the college entrance exam, a sudden downpour trapped Su Wei in the library. Ling Chen braved the rain to bring her a spare key, but caught a cold and developed a fever. On the sickbed, he held her hand and murmured, "Remember to take an umbrella." The sound of rain that night was so loud that it could drown out her softly spoken "thank you." The next morning, Su Wei found Ling Chen trimming the branches in the courtyard. He wore a faded blue shirt, the hem dusted with dirt. In the morning light, the birthmark behind his ear glowed a light pink, resembling a blooming cherry blossom. Suddenly, Su Wei remembered that this birthmark had existed since they were 6 years old. "This is for you." Ling Chen handed her a leather diary, a dried flower pressed on the cover. The first page read, "To my little swan princess from 1999 to 2025, loving you every day." Flipping to the first entry, the handwriting from April 17th, 1999, was deeply imprinted on the paper. "Went away Wei's house for tutoring. The sunflower she planted on the windowsill blossomed." Su Wei trembled as she turned to the last page, the ink from March 3rd, 2020, still slightly smudged. "Planning to confess at the highest point of the carousel. If I fail, I'll use the third photo as a trump card. Our shadows have already overlapped in that candid family photo." On the morning of March 5th, sunlight flowed like honey over the carousel. As the golden flying horse rose to its peak, Ling Chen suddenly knelt on one knee. "Miss Su Wei, may I ask if you would allow this mischievous night to guard you forever?" Amid the melody of the music box, Su Wei saw the frame in his other hand, the one from the third photo. "Actually, I was even more embarrassing when I was a child." Ling Chen leaned against the balcony railing, the moonlight stretching his shadow long, overlapping with the white shirt swaying on the clothesline in the breeze. He recalled when he was 12, using his dad's stock settlement slip as scrap paper, which resulted in him being chased and beaten for 3 blocks. Su Wei laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight, her hair brushing against the electronic watch on his wrist, which displayed 23:47. In the distance, the sounds of vendors closing up at the night market mixed with the sweet fragrance of night-blooming jasmine. What happened next? Su Wei rubbed her eyes, which were filled with tears of laughter, absent-mindedly tracing the rust on the railing with her fingertips. Ling Chen suddenly grasped her hand, pressing her fingers against the cold metal surface. "Look, this scratch was left the last time I climbed over the wall to come in." Under the moonlight, 2 intersecting scratches on the railing cast delicate speckles of light, reminiscent of their intertwined childhood memories. "We have class tomorrow," Chen Yu called from the living room, her tone indulgent. As she turned around holding a stack of old photo albums, one photo slipped out. 20-year-old Su Guodong stood at the university entrance. Behind him was a youthful Chen Yu holding books. The edges of the photo were tinged with age, and a corner of Su Guodong's white shirt was lifted by the wind, revealing a cherry blossom specimen tucked in his pocket. As Ling Chen bent down to pick up the photo, he caught a faint scent of sandalwood from Chen Yu. It was a smell that also lingered in Su Wei's room, mixed with the scent of ink from books and the aroma of grass after rain. When Chen Yu took the photo, her fingers lingered on the corner of Su Guodong's shirt for 2 seconds. That cherry blossom was particularly abundant. He said he wanted to collect all the petals to spell out my name. As Ling Chen stood up to leave, Su Wei handed him a brown paper bag containing her elementary school diary, the cover page scribbled with crayon. "Ling Chen is a big fool, but I can lend him half an eraser." His fingertips traced the uneven handwriting, and he suddenly remembered how, in 3rd grade, they had fought over an eraser, and during their punishment in the teacher's office, they had secretly passed notes to each other. As the taillights of the car disappeared around the corner, Su Wei leaned against the entrance, chuckling softly. Her fingers skimmed through her phone's photo album, stopping at a candid shot taken this afternoon. Ling Chen was looking up and drinking soda in front of the carousel, sunlight filtering through his fingers, casting butterfly-shaped speckles on the ground. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, and a new message alert sounded. "Don't forget to bring sunscreen tomorrow. See you at the carousel." The lock screen photo had somehow changed to a picture of the 2 of them, with the background being the children's park they visited this afternoon. Su Guodong was sorting through old items with reading glasses on, the desk lamp casting a warm glow on the yellowed lesson plans. Chen Yu entered with 2 cups of hot tea, the bottoms of the cups clinking crisply against the table. Look at this. Su Guodong held up a photo, the date April 17th, 1999, blurred with ink stains on the back. In the photo, a youthful Chen Yu was grading assignments, and outside the window stood a sneaky figure, 12-year-old Ling Chen, clutching a freshly written love letter. Chen Yun's hand suddenly trembled, spilling hot tea onto the lesson plan. As Su Guodong hurriedly wiped it up, she quietly said while staring at the date on the photo, "That day was your first home visit. Ling Chen's mom specifically asked him to take me home." In the warm glow of the desk lamp, the warmth of a flame danced in Chen Yun's pupils, reminiscent of the unspoken vow beneath the cherry blossom tree. At 6 in the morning, Ling Chen woke up in the guest room. Morning light streamed through the gap in the curtains, and he saw Su Wei's elementary school diary opened by the pillow. On the yellowed pages, childish handwriting read, "Today, Ling Chen helped me pick up a kite. His eyes are as bright as stars." Next, it was a photo of them together in kindergarten, both children clutching half an eraser. The phone suddenly vibrated, and a memo reminder popped up. March 5th, carousel at the children's park. His fingers traced over the words stars, and he suddenly recalled that windy day. Su Wei's butterfly kite was caught in a sycamore tree. When he climbed the branches, he got stung on the forehead by a wasp but insisted on retrieving the kite. That day, while applying ointment on him, she said, "Your eyes are so bright, like the brightest stars in the night sky." At the breakfast table, Chen Yun arranged the fried eggs to resemble the sun. Why? Passed the sugar jar to Xiao Chun. As Su Wei reached out, her sleeve slipped down, revealing a string of silver bracelets, the same ones Chen Yun wore in her youth. Ling Chen's gaze fell on the sugar jar. The bottom of the glass jar was pressed against a faded movie ticket stub, dated April 17th, 1999, with seat number LS-03. Outside the window, cherry blossoms were fluttering down like unsent love letters from his memories. LS-03, Ling Chen murmured to himself. Suddenly, Su Wei remembered that LS was the abbreviation of their elementary school names, and 03 was their class number. Chen Yun poured honey into his bowl, the porcelain spoon clinking crisply against the rim. "That year your uncle invited me to watch a movie, but got the time wrong, making me wait at the cinema entrance for 2 hours." "Yun, wait." Young Su Guodong rushed out of the school gate with lesson plans in hand, his white shirt fluttering in the spring breeze. As Chen Yun turned around, a cherry blossom fell into her hair. "This is for you." Su Guodong handed her a glass jar filled with dried cherry blossom petals, saying, "I originally wanted to spell your name, but the wind was too strong." Chen Yun's fingers brushed over the petals and suddenly noticed a movie ticket stub pressed at the bottom of the jar. The writing of seat number LS-03 was blurred by tears, and she looked up to see Su Guodong's reddened eyes. I wanted to." Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Yun kissed him. Amidst the falling cherry blossoms, the 2 young figures intertwined in the shadow of the teaching building. At 10 a.m., sunlight filtered through the wisteria trellis in the children's park, casting mottled light and shadows over the carousel. Ling Chen squeezed sunscreen into his palm and gently applied it to the back of Su Wei's neck. "Remember the last time you got sunburned here?" Su Wei chuckled, pulling her neck down. Her hair brushed against his hand, a ticklish sensation that reminded him of the times he used to scratch her back when they were kids. As the music began, Ling Chen suddenly knelt on one knee. Su Wei's gasp was drowned out by the sound of the carousel's bells as he pulled a small box from his pocket. Why? Actually, I wanted to do this since I was 12. Inside the box lay a silver ring, the inner band etched with 2 lines of text. LS-03, 1999 to 2025. Wait! Su Wei suddenly remembered something and took out her phone to open her photo album. In that candid photo she took, Ling Chen's pose while drinking soda strikingly resembled an old photo of Su Guodong in college. In the distance, two figures in school uniforms were running by the carousel railing. None other than Su Guodong and Chen Yu for 1999. Our story has already been written by time, Ling Chen whispered. Su Wei looked at the birthmark behind his ear and suddenly recalled what their kindergarten teacher had said. They were children born on the same day. In the gears of fate, some encounters are destined from the very beginning. At the end of 2024, Haibei's winter chill gave way to an unusual warmth. Ling Chen stood on the delicate, powdery beach, the sea breeze gently brushing against him, carrying the unique salty scent of the ocean that stirred his hair. He nervously rubbed his hands together, a slight sweat forming in his palms. From time to time, he glanced up at the horizon, where the sun, resembling a yolk, slowly sank. The sunset's afterglow poured over the scene, dyeing the entire sea a captivating golden red. The shimmering waves seemed to whisper the expectations and anxieties churning within him. Beside him, Chen Yu was bustling around, weaving between several friends and directing them to make final decorative adjustments. Colorful balloons, resembling cheerful little spirits, were tied to a carefully constructed wooden frame, playfully swaying in the sea breeze, producing a soft, rustling sound. On the ground, vibrant rose petals were arranged in a large heart shape, each petal carefully selected for its fullness and brightness. In the center, bold letters made from eye-catching petals spelled out, Su Wei, will you marry me? The rich fragrance of the flowers mingled with the sea breeze, permeating this romantic beach. Ling Chen, just relax. If Su Wei sees this, she'll be so moved that she'll immediately say yes to your proposal, Chen Yu said, striding up to him and giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Her hearty laughter echoed across the beach, startling a few seagulls resting nearby, which took flight into the distance. Ling Chen took a deep breath, trying to steady himself, but his voice still trembled slightly. I'm still very nervous. What if she doesn't like this way of proposing? What if I haven't prepared well enough and can't leave her with a perfect memory? His gaze wandered through the decorations on the beach, worry evident in his eyes. Chen Yu rolled her eyes at him, hands on her hips, exuding confidence. You two have been dating for so long. I know Su Wei well enough to say she's been looking forward to such a deeply romantic proposal. Just look at this beach, these balloons, these rose petals. What girl wouldn't be moved? As she spoke, she directed a friend to adjust the position of a balloon, ensuring everything looked perfect. Ling Chen nodded slightly, his eyes filled with anticipation mixed with some trepidation, occasionally smoothing out his clothing to appear more presentable. Before long, Su Wei arrived, guided by her friends, along the winding coastline toward the meticulously arranged beach. She was wearing a light blue dress, its hem fluttering gently in the sea breeze, resembling an iris blooming by the shore. From a distance, she spotted the colorful balloons and dreamy rose petals, stopping in her tracks, her eyes widening in surprise and delight. She instinctively covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ling Chen, this is... Su Wei's voice trembled slightly, her eyes brimming with tears, and her words were carried off by the sea breeze, tinged with a hint of choked emotion. Ling Chen stepped forward slowly, each stride firm and resolute. He knelt on one knee, his movements smooth yet solemn, holding a carefully prepared ring. The diamond on the ring sparkled brilliantly in the sunset's afterglow, reflecting a spectrum of colors. He took a deep breath, his voice steady and heartfelt. Su Wei, from the day we met, my world has been illuminated by you. I still remember that afternoon when sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves and fell upon us. You smiled as you walked toward me, and at that moment, I felt I was witnessing the most beautiful scenery in the world. All these years, you have been the light in my life. Every smile of yours dispels the shadows in my heart, and every moment spent together brings me warmth. I love you. Will you marry me and allow me to spend my life protecting you? accompanying you through every sunrise and sunset, experiencing every journey in life together. The surrounding friends and family erupted in excitement, shouting, "Say yes! Say yes!" Their voices rose and fell, intertwining with the sound of the crashing waves, creating a beautiful symphony in the air. Su Wei was so overwhelmed that she couldn't find her voice, tears streaming down her cheeks and soaking the hem of her dress. She could only nod vigorously, her throat choked with happiness, and after a moment, managed to squeeze out, "I do." Though her voice was soft, it was filled with conviction and joy. Ling Chen stood up gently and slipped the ring onto Su Wei's finger with a tenderness that suggested he was handling a rare treasure, before pulling her into a tight embrace. Cheers of joy erupted from the crowd, applause and blessings blending together to create the warmest melody of this winter day. Chen Yu ran over, giving Su Wei a big hug, her voice brimming with delight. "That's wonderful. You two are finally getting married. I've been looking forward to this day for so long." Her eyes were squinted into slits from her beaming smile, radiating genuine happiness. Su Wei wiped her tears and laughed through her joy, her eyes still glistening with tears of happiness. "Thank you, Chen Yu. You must have helped Ling Chen plan this, right? You always know me so well and think of me." Chen Yu winked, looking quite pleased with herself. "Of course. How could I not get involved in something so important? From choosing the venue to arranging every single petal, I invested a lot of thought into it." That evening, the two families gathered at the seaside villa to warmly welcome the arrival of 2025. The villa was brilliantly lit, with warm yellow lights casting a glow in every corner, creating a cozy and lively atmosphere. Ling Chen's parents and Su Wei's uncle and aunt were busy in the kitchen, the clattering of pots and pans creating joyful melodies. The sounds of ding, ding, dang, dang filled the air, and the aroma of the dishes wafted into the living room through the door cracks, making everyone salivate. Grandpa and Grandma sat on the sofa in the living room, their faces beaming with happy smiles, seemingly affected by the warm atmosphere. Their eyes were filled with love as they quietly chatted, reminiscing about the fun times Ling Chen and Su Wei had when they were young. "These two kids are finally going to tie the knot," Ling Chen's mother said with a smile, skillfully chopping vegetables. The wrinkles on her face radiated joy, and the knife moved rhythmically against the cutting board. Su Wei's aunt, Chen Yu, nodded in agreement, a look of contentment on her face. "Yes, Ling Chen is a reliable kid. With him, we can rest assured about our Wei. I still remember when they played together as children. It felt like they were destined for each other." She paused her vegetable chopping, her eyes filled with gentle nostalgia. Ling Chen and Su Wei entered the living room, hand in hand, their faces glowing with happiness. They sat beside Grandpa and Grandma, who looked at them with eyes brimming with affection. Grandpa pulled out 2 red envelopes from his pocket, each adorned with auspicious characters and edged with golden patterns, and handed them to Ling Chen and Su Wei. "Here, this is the lucky money from Grandpa and Grandma. May the new year bring you peace and love," Grandpa said, his voice carrying the weight of time, yet filled with blessings for the younger generation. Ling Chen and Su Wei accepted the red envelopes with both hands, their smiles radiant. "Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. We also wish you health and happiness," they said, bowing slightly in respect, their hearts filled with gratitude. At that moment, Ling Chen's parents and Su Wei's uncle and aunt emerged from the kitchen, carrying steaming dishes. Everyone gathered around the dining table, ready to eat. The table was filled with a variety of delicious dishes, each looking and smelling wonderful. There was Ling Chen's favorite braised pork, a bright red color, rich in flavor but not greasy, with each piece perfectly cooked and melting in the mouth. There were also Su Wei's favorite sweet and sour ribs, tangy and tasty, making everyone drool, with a rich sauce enveloping the tender ribs, releasing an enticing aroma. Su Guodong raised his glass, a smile on his face and his voice booming. "Today is a good day, and our two families are about to become one. Let's all raise a glass and wish the kids a happy and fulfilling future." His face radiated joy, and his eyes were filled with blessings for the two children. Everyone raised their glasses, the sparkling liquid glistening under the lights as they all drank together. Throughout dinner, laughter and chatter filled the room as everyone shared amusing stories from their lives. Ling Chen's father looked at Ling Chen and Su Wei and asked with a smile, "Since you two have successfully proposed, shouldn't you start planning the wedding? This is a big event in life, and it needs to be prepared well in advance." Ling Chen and Su Wei exchanged glances, their faces flushing slightly like ripe apples. Su Wei gently replied, "We haven't figured it out yet, but we will definitely arrange it as soon as possible. We want to hold a special wedding and create the most beautiful memories." Chen Yu smiled, saying, "A wedding is a big deal, and it can't be taken lightly. If you need any help, just let us know. We can brainstorm together to make the wedding lively and grand." Ling Chen nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, uncle and aunt, and also to my parents. We will consider it seriously. We hope the wedding can let everyone feel our happiness." After dinner, everyone sat together in the living room to watch the New Year's Eve gala on TV. The host was passionately counting down. 10, 9, everyone joined in cheering, "Happy New Year." Ling Chen tightly held Su Wei's hand and whispered in her ear, "In the new year, I will make you the happiest bride in the world. I will work hard to give you a perfect wedding and start our love story with the blessings of our family and friends." Su Wei leaned against Ling Chen's shoulder, her face glowing with a happy smile. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and happiness filled the air. The warmth enveloped the room as they looked forward to a beautiful life together, hand in hand, stepping into a future full of love. The next day, the sun's rays penetrated the window gaps early, pouring into the living room of Ling Chen and Su Wei's home without reservation. The warm light wrapped around the room like a gentle veil, giving everything inside a golden sheen and making the space feel particularly cozy. In the living room, potted plants basked in the sunlight, their leaves shimmering with vibrant green vitality. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would pass through, causing the branches and leaves to sway lightly, as if celebrating this beautiful day. Chen Xian arrived at their home early, like a cheerful little bird. She bounced through the door and, upon lifting her eyes, spotted Ling Chen and Su Wei sitting on the sofa, enjoying breakfast. Su Wei was dressed in a loose home outfit, her hair casually tied back, with a few stray strands playfully falling by her cheeks, enhancing her fresh and natural look. Ling Chen wore a simple white shirt, with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his strong forearms. The sunlight streamed down on them without any obstruction, creating a serene scene, as if time had come to a standstill for them. "Hey, you lovebirds seem to be living quite comfortably," Chen Xian teased with a smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief as the corners of her mouth lifted to reveal her playful canines. While speaking, she carelessly tossed her bag onto the sofa and plopped down. Su Wei stood up, wearing a friendly smile, and poured a glass of water for Chen Xian. Steam rose from the cup, accompanied by a faint aroma of tea. With a smile, she asked, "Why are you here so early? You're not usually this diligent." Su Wei's voice was crisp and pleasant, echoing like a clear spring in the living room. Chen Xian blinked her eyes mischievously, resembling a playful little sprite. "I'm here to keep you company. Besides, I plan to stay here for a few days. You don't mind, do you?" As she spoke, she looked at Su Wei and Ling Chen with hopeful eyes, her hands clasped together as if praying for their approval. Ling Chen and Su Wei exchanged glances, a hint of helplessness flashing in their eyes, soon replaced by smiles. They shared an understanding laugh, and Su Wei said, "Of course we don't mind, but you have to stay in the guest room. Although our place is small, the guest room is kept very clean." Su Wei spoke gently, her tone full of warmth for her friend. However, Chen Xian was like a stubborn child, shaking her head vigorously as her hair danced along. I don't want to stay in the guest room. I want to share a room with you. We haven't had a good chat together in ages." Saying this, she eagerly pulled Su Wei towards the bedroom, her steps light and bouncy like a little deer, humming an off-tune melody as she went. Su Wei looked at Ling Chen helplessly, her eyes filled with a mixture of apology and a plea for help. "Well, I guess I'll have to squeeze into your room tonight. I hope you don't mind this uninvited guest." Ling Chen chuckled, his voice filled with indulgence. "It's all right. I welcome you. My room is always open for you." As he spoke, his gaze remained on Su Wei, his eyes seemingly conveying that as long as it was her, everything was fine. That evening, the night fell like a large piece of black satin, gently covering the entire city. Su Wei, holding a pillow, gracefully walked into Ling Chen's room. The room was filled with a faint scent of laundry detergent, mixed with Ling Chen's unique fragrance. Ling Chen looked at her with a gentle smile, teasingly saying, "Welcome, Miss Su, to my room. I hope you have a pleasant night here." As he spoke, he slightly inclined his body, like a gentleman welcoming a guest. Su Wei shot him a playful glare, pretending to be serious, her hands on her hips like an authoritative little butler. "We need to set some ground rules. No moving around when sleeping. I sleep lightly, so don't disturb me." Ling Chen nodded vigorously, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, his head bobbing like a garlic peeler. "I promise. I will be super quiet and absolutely won't disturb your rest." However, just a short while after lying down, Ling Chen unconsciously leaned closer to Su Wei. It felt as if his body had a mind of its own, uncontrollably wanting to be near her. When Su Wei noticed this, she gently pushed him away, her movements soft yet carrying a hint of warning. "What are you doing? Didn't we agree that you shouldn't move around? You just lay down and you're already breaking the rules." Ling Chen looked innocent, his eyes wide like a startled little deer. "I didn't mean to. I just lost control when I fell asleep. Maybe it's my subconscious wanting to be closer to you." As he spoke, his expression was so sincere that it was hard not to believe him. Su Wei huffed and pretended to be angry, her lips slightly pouting. "Then keep your distance. If you keep this up, I'll really get mad." But Ling Chen, grinning, said in a slightly spoiled tone, "I don't want to. It's not easy for us to share a bed. I don't want to leave you. Just let me be a little closer, okay?" Saying this, he reached out and hugged Su Wei, his arms tightly wrapped around her as if he were holding the entire world. His embrace was warm and strong, giving Su Wei a profound sense of security. Su Wei struggled a few times, but realizing she couldn't break free, she simply gave up and sighed helplessly. "If you keep moving around, I'll really get mad." "I mean it," Ling Chen quickly assured her, his tone urgent. "I won't move, I promise. I swear if I do, I'll be a little puppy." However, not long after, he started to fidget again, occasionally touching Su Wei's hair, his fingers gently running through her strands, as if caressing a precious work of art. Then he pinched her cheek, his face full of indulgent smiles that seemed capable of melting all the ice and snow in the world. Finally, Su Wei couldn't take it anymore. She sat up, hands on her hips, pretending to be angry, her cheeks slightly flushed from annoyance. "Ling Chen, do you even want to sleep? I can't sleep like this at all." Ling Chen also sat up, looking pitiful like a little dog wagging its tail, his eyes filled with apology. I'm sorry. I promise this is the last time. Please forgive me this once." Seeing his pitiful expression, Su Wei felt both angry and amused. She reached out and gently tapped his forehead with her finger, her touch as soft as a feather brushing by. "You just like to bully me. It's always like this. I can never win against you." Ling Chen grabbed her hand, pulling her into his embrace swiftly yet gently, as if afraid she would escape. "I'm not bullying you. I love you too much. I can't help but want to be close to you, to always be with you." As he spoke, he gently kissed her forehead, that kiss carrying his warmth, instantly softening Su Wei's heart. Her face turned red like the evening glow, intoxicatingly beautiful. Leaning against Ling Chen's chest, she softly whispered, her voice as gentle as a breeze, "I love you too." They held each other close, gradually drifting into sleep. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silver veil over them, adding a soft filter to this warm scene. On this quiet and sweet night, their love quietly deepened through the little everyday moments, every subtle interaction filled with deep affection. The future awaited them to explore hand in hand, with every tomorrow brimming with infinite possibilities and expectations. They knew that no matter what challenges life might throw at them, as long as they were together, nothing could hinder their pursuit of happiness. On this small bed, they wove their sweet dreams, slowly moving towards a future filled with love.